Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
In Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Obly. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can instructor.
Bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, wait, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
We cooking. This is literally
Pretty good.
patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same
This
time.
is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side, all the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes, yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah?
I know, right?
Careful, not you.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, no, that's-
If I go all out, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split
yeah,
right
you
now.
can just try. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
With your hands.
Or you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't, my foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
Guys,
Believe.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, Obly.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, bonage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low, get low.
tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks. High kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kick. And
We gotta sync up, Amelie.
Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2.
And now, Deanne, ready for
All right.
this?
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay. Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Tyler, Mr. One, good to see you,
Nice to see you, Amelie.
Do you like my office?
This looks like an office for you.
It's funny you say that because we actually widened the doors and shortened the lift a little bit just for you.
Okay, that's a short joke already. Don't.
No, actually, you look really good, man. You do. Seriously. You look fantastic. I mean, it must be a lot of work to keep those arms so big, but wouldn't it be easier to develop a good personality?
You're trolling. Amelie, I'm funny, I'm charismatic. I have no ego. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's true.
Well, listen, we all know that your fan base is truly massive. When did you realize that you had a knack for entertaining teenage boys?
My audience, we've done the math, is 25 to 30 nowadays. Majority, like 70%. I do not.
All right, well, I mean, clearly I could see that I'm rallying you up a little bit.
Actually, you're trolling. There's rage bait, yes.
I know that you like to let off a little bit of steam by, you know, throwing things, breaking things. So we actually brought a book for you if you want to try to tear that in half.
Am I trying to tear this book in half?
Yeah, you can try to tear that book
Do I
in half.
win something if I do? Do I got a prize?
I mean, pride, accomplishment.
Okay, obviously, I'm not going to tear this in half.
Well, you have to tear it in front of the camera.
I
You're
can't
doing it
because I need to get my knee up.
Get torque. Why are you tearing it that way? You're tearing it.
Why are you backseating me? Stop. Let me do it how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you've taped it for sure.
It's not taped.
I'm going to start right here for a second.
That's okay. That's okay. Interesting technique.
The covers are too hard to tear.
But again, why not link?
Why are you...
You're the one who's
What?
struggling a little bit.
Okay, what's your advice? I'm open to criticism.
So right now you're doing it like hamburger style. What if you did it hot dog style?
Yeah, I mean, then you're not... Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I think everyone does that.
That's the easiest thing. It's only tearing like just the brim.
Well,
you could tear this.
I know, but
and you have frail toothpick arms, so they wouldn't even be.
They're called spaghetti noodle arms. Thank you very much. Or I guess in my case, yakisoba arms.
Yeah, and you hit the gym. It is what it is.
Because I'm Japanese.
You can't do it your way. Yeah, but there's no sense of enjoying that.
I'm so proud of you. Can I be honest though?
What?
I just wanted to be the first one to see you hold a book.
You said that all. I read more than anybody in this building.
League of Legends all chat doesn't count. I also hear that you're actually a big Bob Ross fan. Is that because you're also a happy little accident? Tyler, I mean, listen, you're an inspiration to so many of us. You've proved that it's not about luck or skill or talent. Sometimes it's just about being really loud.
I'm not loud is not funny. I am talented and skilled. That is, again, just incorrect. You're just trolling.
In the loud department.
I am not loud. I haven't been loud once in this.
Been a little loud.
Why are you backseating me? I have not been loud. You said some dumb shit. I got a little bit loud, but that's it.
Well, Tyler, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you so much for joining me in our little office here. Do you like the decorations?
No, and it's cramped and it's hot as hell. We can't open the curtains and make us sweat in here like a sauna. Could put like an AC little fan.
This is France. They don't believe in AC.
True. So you're out of questions?
Yeah, I'm completely adequate. What's that? wait.
My, how the tables do turn.
No. What are those? Where'd you get those?
How does it feel to be the only one I see pop up on Livestream Fails who is an actual failure?
Okay, but is that a bad thing or is that maybe a nice thing?
If you start things and never finish them or never do well in them, what is that?
Trying my best.
Yeah, well, sometimes your best just isn't enough. Everyone on this production should probably start looking for new jobs, guys. I'll be honest, this probably gonna do equally as poorly. Just saying. Now, you've been playing for over 15 years, and you've still never achieved Diamond.
Okay, I got really close to
Let me finish. I don't know if this joke should be about League or your love life.
Okay, listen, by playing League of Legends, you've truly done the impossible and found love. I've found body pillows, and I've gotten close to Diamond a couple times.
All I'm gonna say is, for the moment I have been with you, I've seen you ever, it's been 10, 11 years ago, I've never seen you with a companion.
I have my online friends, they're definitely real.
A lot of people argue, well, you're doing it for your career, but your career is just doing so poorly, isn't it?
But I'm speaking with you, brother. Doesn't that mean that I'm
true? And I saved the day.
Tyler, here's the one thing. Do you know what I have that you don't?
To go on, enlighten me.
Control over the editors. Cut! The chair is dented.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Yesterday, they slayed a giant. They beat the odds, took down the goat, and sent the home crowd wild. Now, they have to do it all over again. Another Korean powerhouse stands in their way, and they have their eyes locked on the trophy. Can Carmine Corp pull off another miracle, or will D+ Kia take the trophy back to Korea? It's time to find out.
I'm in that zone, can't stop me, no way, no how. Came too far, I won't back down. Move too quick, they can't keep pace. First to the line, yeah, I run this race. Man don't break, man don't fold. Pressure on me, man I stay cold. 1 in a million, red like gold. Do it like me, nah they won't. Can't stop me, no way, no how. Came too far, I won't back down. Move too quick, they can't keep pace. First to the line, yeah, I run this race. Man don't break, man don't fold. Pressure on me, man I stay cold. 1 in a million, red like gold. Do it like me, nah they won't. Focus clear. When I switch that gear, I ain't looking back. Check my stats, they ain't that strong. I've been grinding long. I set that tone. I'm in that zone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals for League of Legends here in 2026. We are live from the audience, Digon alongside Wadid and Jack Spectra as we set up our third place match and first place match after a crazy event, Wadid.
It's been great, and it can't be much better than this. I think we're gonna have one of the best rivalry in the third place as well, and now we're about to have Grand Finals here.
I mean, on any other day, if you have T1 versus Gen G and DK versus KC, you would think T1 versus Gen G would be the final.
Yeah,
but this has been a tournament of upsets, and it's been absolutely incredible to see these teams perform as they have.
What it actually is a poetic handover from our two game title winners in 2024 and 2025 to our worthy grand finalists in KC and D+. And that's where I want to start in that B-roll of yesterday's matches. Let's start with that T1 and KC matchup, Jack. It was incredible.
It was absolutely insane. Like game number one, it kind of felt like, I guess T1 are just the better team. KC, you know, they did great beating AGL to get here, but then KC found them in game two. They just kept pushing, kept finding leads, coming back into the game, and in game number three they were down like 10,000 gold, but they just found fight after fight. They did the impossible time and time again, and that feels like the name of the game in this tournament.
I mean, Khalees was doing 1v2 against Pace and Carry on the bot lane. I think it was actually really impressive from Khalees mainly, but I think overall they had such a great idea about how they want to play as a team, how they want to be on the same page. I think this has been one of the best tournament performance from KC by far, I would say.
Yeah, and he said it, right? He said it when we had him on the desk, where it was, I have a hard time quantifying it because we're not done. We still need to go win the grand finals, but it is up there as one of the greatest victories that he has had in his professional career. And it was one of the craziest moments I've seen. I lost feelings in my legs with it.
I don't know, and I still remember them doing the base race. You know, they had to defend their base after almost beating the Nexus, but they had the moment. And Khalees said, we didn't even say anything. We just pulled the trigger, and that was the moment, he said.
I mean, it's been a monumental tournament for KC, and I would love to see them finish the job, because we've seen EU in finals before.
Oh my God.
We haven't lifted a trophy in 7 years, and if KC could do it today, it would be historic.
Now, on the opposite side, though, it was our reigning title defender, Gen G, up against the upstart D+ Kia Showmaker, a world champion in his own right, and is finding the form at the right time here at EWC. They defeat the title defender in Gen G, got to crush their key, and book their first final in such a long time.
I mean, we thought Gen G is going to have an easy win against D+ Kia, but because I think they had enough time to prepare throughout, because they didn't participate to MSI. So I felt like they had such a great plan in terms of the draft, because Ruler finally picked up the AP bot lane. But here is Smash once again picking up Israel, and look at this team fight, how he positioned himself in the choke moment. I think this is where finally they proved themselves on stage here in front of so many French fans here.
Well, hold up with it. I thought DK was gonna win. This tournament, I said it yesterday, this tournament just doesn't make sense. And some of these teams are just coming in so hungry, and you see it in their gameplay. They're not willing to give an inch. Even when they're down in gold, when the game looks rough, they still find the angles consistently. And that's what I think has separated KC and DK from the other teams in this tournament, and that they're just not willing to give up no matter the odds.
I mean, because we had so many rookies in DK, so I think they were kind of afraid to take the risk, you know. So I felt like this is huge improvement. This is huge step from the team itself, because I feel like they unleashed themselves, that they don't have a pressure anymore. They finally start to enjoy the game on stage.
I mean, that has to be play of the tournament there. Smash in that clutch moment at the Elder Dragon, the multi-man true shot barrage. It was huge. That led to the keys getting crushed of T1 and Gen G, and standing by at the key wall right now is Jenny. Jenny, take it away.
The most important part of this competition, and something that I cannot even believe, is that at this point we have crushed more LCK teams than EU teams, which is incredible. And the final, KC against D+ Kia. When is the last time we had an LCK versus LEC international final?
It's been a very, very long time. I can't even remember the last year. For the last two Esports World Cup finals, we did have, for League of Legends, of course, a Korean team in the finals both times, but not a Korea versus Korea finals, and not a European team in the finals. when I saw the bracket, I did not think that there would only be one empty crushed key slot here for my region, which is D plus Kia. I also didn't expect necessarily that D plus Kia would be the one left, so pretty shocked with the results so far. I'm happy though that if it was going to be any team in the finals that wasn't an LCK team, that it is KC, because we're here in Paris and the crowd has been awesome.
It has been incredible, but I'm gonna have to bring your attention to the key wall with all the crushed keys, dreams, and hopes of every single one of these teams, because the winner of today's grand final is going to be able to pick 3 keys into their trophy. Say you're KC, you won, we're manifesting. What are you putting in your trophy?
I'm 1,000% taking T1 because that was the
sure.
biggest upset of the tournament, the most exciting final game of the tournament for sure. I'm probably also going to take Sentinels because I beat them along the way in EU versus NA Pride. And then, of course, you've got to take D plus Kia. You crush them in the finals. I think for KC, it's pretty straightforward, but this is the most valuable key to put in your trophy.
If you're D plus Kia and you manage to win this one as well, which keys would you put in there?
You're definitely going to take KC, obviously, from the win in the finals. I think absolutely you take Genji because you beat them there as well. Some Korean teams like to take the rest of the teams to put them in the trophy from the region.
That's a little BM.
You know, you got to choose between Hanwha, you got to choose between T1 there. Pretty awkward.
What about BLG?
BLG, I think, is what I would choose if I were D+, because that was one of the other big tournament upsets with BLG doing so well internationally and D+ Kia not even going to MSI. So I think D+ will likely choose Billy Gaming over one of those LCK squads. And that's what I would do, for sure. I like to take the keys if I were a champion of the teams I beat on the way.
That's a very sportsman-like approach, and I really want to keep you guys focused on this because Genji and T1's keys have already been crushed, but they will still be playing this 3rd and 4th place game in order to get some club championship points and of course some of that prize pool money. So very fittingly, we have Faker and Chovy on a lie detector. So let's see how that one played out.
저와 본인 모두 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 최고의 선수들로 기억될 거라고 생각하시나요?
올해 EWC 결승에서 T1과 맞붙고 싶으신가요? 좀 이제 요동치는데. e스포츠 월드컵에서는 모든 경기가 경기 시작 전에도 진행됩니다.
우승과 총 상금 200만 달러를 걸고 맞붙기 전에 마지막 승부가 하나 더 남아 있습니다. 바로 서로의 심리를 읽는 것이죠.
오늘은 거짓말 탐지기를 연결한 채 서로에게 가장 까다로운 질문들을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
팀원도 코치도 변명도 없습니다.
거짓말하면 모두가 알게 될 겁니다.
진짜 승부가 시작되기 전에 먼저 여기서 결판을 내보죠.
그럼 첫 번째 질문부터 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
Where are we today?
여기 파리입니다.
저희는 파리 e스포츠 월드컵 경기장에 있습니다.
Are you nervous today?
조금 했습니다.
Think you are very nervous. It is normal to be nervous. Are you nervous today?
괜찮습니다.
A little. Yes. I have a good baseline now, so I will pass you over.
네, 질문하겠습니다.
선수 생활 동안 가장 존경했던 선수는 누구인가요?
호날두 선수입니다. 호날두 선수입니다.
Were you testing me?
Yeah.
Good. I think there may be many players that you respect, not just one.
맞습니다.
Yes, I was seeing that.
저와 상대하시는 게 즐거우신가요?
즐거우면서 어렵습니다.
Seeing a little bit of a reaction there, but
좀 이제 요동치는데 진실이라고.
제 플레이에서 특히 높이 평가하거나 눈여겨보는 점이 있나요?
불교환하는 거를 높게 평가하고 있습니다. 저와 경기할 때는 평소보다 더 큰 부담감을 느끼시나요?
네, 평소보다 더 큰 부담감을 느낍니다. 선수 생활을 마친 뒤 지도자나 코치가 되는 것도 고려하고 계신가요?
고려 대상 중에는 있습니다. 지금까지 상대했던 선수들 가운데 가장 강했다고 생각하는 선수는 누구인가요?
페이커 선수입니다. 다시 한번 함께 뛰어보고 싶은 전 팀원이 있나요?
사실 딱히 지나간 팀원에 대해서 막 생각하진 않아서 딱히 뭐 없는 것 같습니다.
I think there are many. I think there are many.
없는데.
Okay.
오케이.
Yeah.
중요한 경기에서 젠지 팀원 가운데 특히 의지가 되는 선수가 있나요? 누구인가요?
기인 선수입니다. 후배 선수들이 본인에게 영감을 받았다고 말할 때 자부심을 느끼시나요?
네. 더 많은 주목을 받았으면 하는 팀원이 있나요?
기인 선수입니다. 저와 본인 모두 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 최고의 선수들로 기억될 거라고 생각하시나요?
네. 올해 EWC 결승에서 T1과 맞붙고 싶으신가요?
네.
진실된 청년이시네요.
다른 포지션으로 바꿔야 한다면 어떤 포지션을 선택하실 건가요?
특히 다 상관없는 것 같습니다.
온라이너.
저를 상대로 챔피언 하나를 배내야 된다면 어떤 챔피언을 선택하시겠어요? 그 이유도 말씀해 주세요.
아지를 배나겠습니다. 너무 잘 써가지고. 저를 상대로 한 챔피언을 배내야 한다면 어떤 챔피언을 선택하시겠어요? 그 이유도 함께 말해주세요.
뭔가 좀 한 가지만 고르기엔 좀 어려운 것 같습니다. 다음 전설의 전당 스킨의 주인공으로 가장 적합한 선수는 누구라고 생각하시나요?
제가 한번 도전해 보겠습니다. 다음 전설의 전당 스킨의 주인공으로 가장 적합한 선수는 누구라고 생각하시나요?
저는 캡스 선수 하겠습니다. 힘든 시기에 팬들의 응원이 큰 힘이 되었던 적이 있나요?
네. 팬들의 응원과 긍정적인 반응이 더 큰 동기부여가 되나요?
네. 후배 미드라이너들이 본인의 플레이를 연구한다고 말할 때 자부심을 느끼시나요?
네. 5년 뒤에도 프로 선수로 활동하고 계실 거라고 생각하시나요?
잘 모르겠습니다. 한국의 가장 강력한 경쟁 지역은 어디라고 생각하시나요?
LPL이라고 생각합니다.
끝났습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Very good. Very good.
이제 저희의 진짜 속마음을 아셨을 겁니다.
하지만 말은 어디까지나 말일 뿐이죠.
진짜 승부는 e스포츠 월드컵 무대에서 펼쳐집니다.
과연 누가 정상에 오를지 직접 확인해 보세요.
Hey, I'm doing my pick'ems right now on the Esports World Cup, and you're gonna join me. Come here. All right, let's go there. Let's go play. All right. T1, 2-0 easy. KC, 3-0 easy. Those are mine. Let's go see what some fans have chosen. What's up, bud? You do any pick'ems?
Yeah, I do it pick'ems.
Hey, my guy, I've done my pick'ems, he's done his pick'ems, and you're about to do your pick'ems. Compete against us, compete against everybody, see who's gonna win.
And there it is, the line for today's final day of the Esports World Cup 2026 League of Legends. It has been such a unique tournament with upsets, ups and downs for all squads, but one thing remains, the fans have been absolutely hyped across every single match, and maybe not so hyped right now, but they are waiting in anticipation as we are so excited to have you join us in the desk. It's Degon alongside Wolf, Wadid, and Jack Spectra. Man, what a day for League. What a week it's been for League here, Wolf.
I mean, it really has been. We've had so many upsets. We had D+ going to the finals in that second matchup, but I think the one that everyone is talking about is the KC upset win over T1. We knew we were going to have T1 and KC today no matter what for the fans here. Two biggest teams, right? But to have KC in the finals, I think, is something people really did not expect.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. We will continue to go down our tournament in just a little bit. But actually, we're also here for the Esports World Cup and the Club Championship, many different game titles. As we saw yesterday, we had the update, the America's organization, Lion, coming up huge, the first ever America's winner over at Free Fire. They put their name to be immortalized in the totem with their key as the victors of Free Fire. And then over at the MLBB Women's Invitational, it was Vitality going back-to-back over Navi PH as the back-to-back title winners in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Just huge moments here for the Esports World Cup Club Championship rankings because Lion does not participate in the Club Championship. They don't have enough teams to participate in it, which means favorites like Team Falcons, who were last year's Club Champion and the year before that, now only at 600 points here, Wolf. Navi and Vitality, they've got a lot of teams across multiple different titles that still have yet to come. We're only in week 2.
To bring it back to our game for a little bit here, you saw Carmine Corp as well, sitting at 750. They're not quite at the top, but they're very close to win this League of Legends tournament. Obviously would really do a ton for them in terms of Club Championship points.
Yeah, well, speaking of Club Championship points, our two squads in our third place matchup, T1 and Gen G, are vying for those points. And on the call, we've got our casters. Let's check in with Hysterics, Trouble, and Ox.
Thank you very much, Degon. Very nice suit, by the way. You all look very handsome. So do these guys, by the way, as well. That's, you know, why the cast is going to be legendary. As we were talking about before, it's kind of random to have Genji and T1 on the third place match because Orcs, historically, I feel like these guys are always at the top.
They've gone head-to-head many times, often been in the finals of the LCK, and there's just so much tape, so much footage between these two teams. We can see in terms of games, pretty even right now, but notably, that LCK road to MSI 3-2 in favor of T1. It meant that Gen G did not get a chance to defend their title at MSI, and now they're showing down at EWC. This matchup's always so exciting.
And it's actually so cool to have you on this cast with us, Orcs, because you know all the ins and outs of the LCK.
Right.
But primarily in my head, it's like T1, they just rock internationals, right? Maybe domestically they might not have the best run, but every time they show at least at Worlds, they are just a powerhouse that everyone needs to be careful of. Obviously, the reigning champions as well from last year. Right here being third and fourth place, I mean, pride is on the line as well.
It definitely is. And again, for Club Championship points, Degon was alluding to before on the desk, but it's going to be all coming down to that as well. We're going to send it back to the desk as they're going to run you through into the opening ceremony for the Banger Day. Degon, you look amazing.
No, you look amazing.
No, Degon, you look amazing.
Okay, you know what? Trouble, you look great. Ox.
Oh.
You look great. See, a little tension there before we got ourselves into that third place matchup, as it is two of the greatest organizations across esports, specifically League of Legends. What did it is T1 and Gen G. I just want to get your quick thoughts.
I mean, it's gonna be another banger series. It feels bad that it's only BO3, but we're gonna have for sure 3 games here.
Well, we've got so many guests across all of EWC standing by at the co-stream right now. It is Yankos and Double Lift at Double Lift's co-stream. How's it going?
Bro, what the fuck?
Degon,
how can you always say
this is why it's his co-stream.
Degon, I talked to you about this. Degon, I can't believe you have to tell me like that.
My mother is going to be so disappointed in you, Yankos. Double Lift, how you doing?
What's up? It's good. I'm glad that you referred to it as Double Lift's costume. It's kind of like Batman and Robin.
Oh my God, he made this. He said it yesterday. Okay, it's not. It's
Crypto
not
the
true.
Super Dog.
If he's a Batman, I'm a Joker.
Also, Jackals, why do you not have the Casey jersey and Double Lift has
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay, guys, big shout out to Kameto and to Kote. They have given us 2 jerseys on stream.
Whoa.
Weird, so I have it. I have it right now with me. I will definitely try my best to put it on, and I will be supporting KC today.
I thought just wear it now. Maybe you were a D+ supporter since you've been on the LCK
simple,
recently.
guys. It's not that simple.
Guys, don't worry.
But I will be supporting KC today.
I've been a KC fan for so
He's
long.
not
I definitely did not switch up today.
He hate watches KC.
I remember this.
KC.
I remember Double Lift saying this. Everyone else is trash except KC way back in the day. I remember
blue
that.
Wall. Blue wall.
How has the event been for you guys so far? You guys are co-streaming right in front of the fans here at the STC Arena.
The vibes are insane. I mean, the fans are crazy.
The fans are crazy. The full arena is open right now as well, so we have all of these places above. You guys probably know, right? But from our POV, it looks just absolutely amazing. And you know what? When KC is winning or T1 is winning, I think these two teams always bring the most fans. The whole thing is just shaking. You can actually like feel it from the co-streaming booth when the fans are cheering. Like, I mean, it's just shaking. Our mics are picking up the fans, so it's amazing.
Yeah, crazy energy. I haven't seen anything like it. Like, a part of me is jealous. I'm like very amazed, and at the same time, I'm jealous. We don't have this level of fandom in NA, which I think, you know, hopefully can change it sometime soon. But like, dude, it's just amazing in this arena.
And then everyone at home, please join in. It feels a little birthday today. 33 is Double Lift. Happy birthday, Double Lift, man. What do you want for your birthday, brother?
What do I want for my birthday? I want some great games. Let me think about this. How do I say something that's not generic? Honestly, I just want everyone to flame Yankos a little bit. Like, that's what I want for my birthday.
Okay,
I want to put Yankos in his place.
Okay, but that is generic. Everybody blames me anyway.
Oh, wait, that happens 365.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel very special if it's only on your birthday.
You know what, guys? I just want a beautiful day of games. That's what I want to see. I want to see Faker back in form. I want to see maybe KC upset now that I'm a fake fan for one day and I stopped hate watching. Maybe I want to see KC win this.
All right, there you have it. Happy birthday, Double Lift. Yankos, we love you very much. Enjoy your co-stream and enjoy today's matches.
Thank you, guys, and enjoy the games as well.
I love them. They're just so great. How could you not love them both? Speaking of duos that you got to love, the bot lanes in this matchup are fantastic. It is a huge, huge matchup with Pays going up against Ruler in the Genji versus T1 match. And so, Jack, I wanted to throw this one to you because I feel like we've left you there in the island for a little bit. You're our bot lane specialist. What makes these two so special?
I mean, I think going into this matchup, for me, Pace is pretty heavily favored. I think Pace has shown such great prowess on the S-roll, such great prowess on the mages, while Ruler, he's never been a huge mage player, and he has been picking up a little bit the Ziggs, but I feel like Pace has gone above and beyond, right? Playing the Talia, playing the Cassiopeia, and he's just had such a fantastic tournament. Every single game, I feel like Pace has been maybe one game with a Kalista on the S-roll that where Kalista's kind of styling on him, but apart from that, I feel like Pace has been the consistent factor for T1. So I think he's the player that I'm looking at to carry T1 today.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised that Pace loves this meta because he can actually show how huge his champion pool is, and I think this is one of the great things to have on the bot side because the flexibility is the key, right? Like your AD carry, your bot laner has to do so many different roles in the same series here.
And Wolf, you know, great matchups across every single lane, but we have to talk about the mid laners. One of the reasons why we're all here for Esports World Cup. It is Chovy, it is Faker, the captain, the leaders of their squads, the heads of and representatives of League of Legends.
Now, Faker has come up big in team fights, and you can see his DPM is pretty high here. Also, a large portion of his team's damage, and that's what pays in the bottom lane. But the stat that sticks out to me the most and shows a change in Chovy's career is his KP is significantly higher. Faker actually has one of the lowest KPs in mid lane right now. He's spending a lot of time in sides. He's trying to pull teams around the map, but Chovy is making it happen. He's roaming a little bit more. He's hitting the team fights a lot more often than Faker has often been caught inside. So I think if Faker is going to lead them to that third place win, he's going to have to join team fights more often. Can't just be in the sides.
All right, for all of you at home, you want to hop on in, make sure to play along with the EWC Pick'ems. You can scan the QR code, get in there and win part of that $300 prize pool. As right now, those that have made the picks, it is 72% T1 over Genji. Again, the reigning title defenders, but doesn't matter what the fans think here. It's all about what happens on the Rift. The third place match for the money, for the club championship, and for the pride. Let's see what happens. It's T1 and Genji as we open it up with our opening ceremony.
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup has had every twist and turn possible. And we now reach the climax of it all. But before we get to what is a huge grand final, there's one last piece of business to take care of.
One last match before the finals, the third place, le match pour la troisième place. Et on l'a vu pour la France hier, le match pour la troisième place s'est pas très bien passé. Yesterday, indeed, France versus England, third place match didn't go up so well for us. But today, there is no France in the third place. There is Korea versus Korea, and I'm very excited to discover who's going to win.
Now, a reminder what this third place win is worth here. Of course, it's worth a tremendous amount of prize earnings. But on top of that, this trophy might not be in reach anymore, but the club championship that each of these organizations is vying to get their hands on when this thing is all over, you get 500 points for your organization with a win here.
Ouais, même si on peut plus avoir forcément ce trophée, c'est 500 points de championnat, évidemment, de l'argent et de la gloire. And even though we were expecting those two teams to be in the finals, they have to fight for the third place.
It feels like a final, really. France, Paris, please welcome onto the stage first is Gen G! They came here as the standard every other team was chasing as the title defenders. The final, yeah, it slipped away, but greatness is not defined by one defeat. One last series remains. One last opportunity to stand on the podium and one last chance to leave this tournament as only Gen G can.
And who else to welcome the crowd's favorite than Tyler One?
Welcoming for their final fight in Paris, T1!
The world's favorite for so long. They step in front of their adoring fans one more time here in Paris. Ils veulent remercier leurs fans à Paris une dernière fois avec une victoire. And T1 looking to thank their fans with one last win.
Every tournament asks one final question. When the title is gone, what remains? Well, for these two organizations, pride, legacy, and one last victory worth fighting for.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour ce premier match,
faites du bruit!
What an amazing intro for our final day of EWC presenting League of Legends. I'm Mysterix, joined by Trouble and Orcs. And today is going to be a glorious day. The fact that we get our warm-up as T1 versus Gen G, a forever growing head-to-head matchup that always excites us, is only the start of an amazing day to come.
They're gonna meet for what, the 1,000th time at this point, from LCKs to internationals?
I think 1,001.
Oh.
Sorry,
right.
Good correction, yep.
Breaks the cycle a little bit, 1,001, all right. Very, very exciting, especially since you said it. This is a third place match. A lot of points on the line as well for that third place, so there's a lot to play for the championship points. And of course, a lot of pride. Both of these teams ended up in third place. At least they need to get that.
Yeah, we saw earlier Chovy and Faker doing a lie detector test together.
Nobody lied.
Chovy was very honest and said, who is your greatest rival? And he said Faker.
Yeah.
So we've seen these two go head-to-head on so many stages across LoL esports, and it so often delivers. Most recently was that road to MSI where it was that 3-2, but it was T1 who came out ahead there.
The reason why we didn't get to see Gen G at MSI, the reason why Gen G coming into this tournament was so hyped up, because it was their chance to remain as title holders. That's been taken away from them. The DK Miracle run was unreal. The KC story that looked impossible was unbelievable. And that's why you now see a third place match with T1 versus Gen G.
And how crazy is it that these are the two organizations who have won in League of Legends at EWC so far, and they're in the third place match. Hot contest over just trying to get this third place finish, but it just shows how crazy the fact that we have two fresh teams in the finals of this tournament.
And can I just get off the seat of the caster and get on the seat of a fan?
Yeah.
Getting to cast T1 versus Gen G is absolutely insane and probably once in a lifetime opportunity. So I just wanted to say that I'm honored to do it with you two, and that Orcs is joining us for this cast as well. And
sorry, versus
like
then.
banger.
I think Do it with me, and then Orcs is also joining.
Yeah.
So that's just like the best of a bad
You know,
situation.
I've had the chance to cast Genji against T1 quite a lot. It
Really?
never gets old.
Yeah.
It always feels exciting, fresh, and it's always such a pleasure.
It's also nice to see it in a different place and a different position. Begins the best of 3 into draft. Vi going to be taken away, and we noticed yesterday versus owner Casey really did their homework. It was no Nocturne, no Vi. That's what Genji have already started with, opening up this Game 1 draft.
And T1 have locked in Renekton and Poppy as their bans, no matter the team they're playing against. They did ban those two versus KC yesterday as well. Usually the third ban was playing around which lane they wanted to be one right here. So let's see if it's going to be something like, potentially even something like an Akali if they're looking for something like a Cassiopeia on B1.
Yeah, I'm interested. The Renekton ban makes me think maybe T1 leaning towards getting Ambessa for Doran, a pick that he's had a lot of success on. We saw last year, like in the road to MSI, he had great results on that pick, so potentially setting up for that in this situation. Notably, Nocturne taken away from Ona, but the Orianna still on the cards, something that Faker has consistently prioritized when it's available that will get taken away. Cassiopeia still on the cards though.
And he has been prioritized over Jarvan a lot of the times, picking that Cassiopeia. So let's see if it is going to be the case right here. Oh, there's Lee Sin. All right.
So now the biggest question is it still going to be the Cass? I mean, you're assuming that on the other side, there's that Syndra option for Faker, which they prioritize heavily. Remember, Pays as well in the middle of the draft. It's been that Talia option. T1 have been good at playing with flexes like most teams, yes, but they have a lot more flexible players that they've shown up with so far.
So the early Victor prio comes in, and then Skarner Slam. This has been a Canyon special all year long, even when it wasn't being played as much by other teams. He was bringing it out to great success. A lot of lockdown already in a matchup that he feels comfortable in into Lee Sin. If Lee Sin comes in, he can very much lock him down and control him. And the Victor, a pick that can get prio mid or bot flex there. T1 instantly respond with that Ambessa, which isn't going to be matched by the Renekton, and then the Cassiopeia for Faker.
I'm seeing already a lot of intent from both drafts. I'm looking at T1, there's an intent to skirmish, to fight, to brawl early. And from Genji, it's more like we're building sort of a front-to-back composition where Cannon's going to be the fire starter for those fights, and Chovy is going to be scaling towards the later stages of the game. Now, we have seen T1 do the special where they lock in Cassiopeia, and then on the second half, they might lock in Syndra and play the double mage as well, specifically with the Ambessa locked in. You do have a lot of mixed damage profile that you can actually do that.
To me, that could make sense because you are pairing up maybe a mid laner who synergizes better with a Lee Sin, like an Annie or a Ryze. You can set up that Sonic Wave. The concern would be, though, I feel like Cassiopeia and Victor bot lane, if Victor starts getting momentum in that lane, he can just shove you in and clear out the waves. We do get Keen's Vein, which is a pick that at first when we saw him bring it out, he had some big struggles. I remember there was one game into Zeus' Aatrox where he just completely fell over, but more recently has been having good success. And then the Carrier Bard, rarely a second rotation ban against T1, but very often a ban against his team.
With another engaged support taken away by T1 as well, so bot lane is setting up nicely. Again, I like that you guys talked about the flexibility of these mages going towards bot, as we all know. More likely has been Victor there in that position rather than the Cassio. As right now, I got to ask the question, are we just going to keep banning away supports? Are we getting rid of 80 carry options as a potential flex, or a worry that there might be things like the Ezreal, like the Varus as well, like things that down bot can find lane supremacy?
To me, I think Ezreal's a very prominent pick on my mind, especially for Pays, who's been just phenomenal on that pick. The Talia ban coming out, though, cautious of that being put into the bot lane, especially paired up with the CC support, can have a lot of great effect.
I feel like the Nautilus kind of gives it away that maybe T1 is looking for that Ezreal, especially the flexibility the champion has. Nautilus locks that down pretty easily. Or maybe they could be looking for something a lot more like in terms of something like a Lucian with Emilio, which Nautilus is a big threat to.
Right, now that the Ezreal's gone, I guess at least that question's off the table. Bot gets a little bit more interesting. Cards for the table aren't going to be there for Genji until that final pick. It always throws me off, this blue side, red side first pick. But for now, Genji have the option to pick up early support here, guys, and then leave that flex for 80 carry mid.
So they go and take the Shen, which we're seeing working to pretty great effect. The Camille is still available. I feel like Leona in this tournament so far has fared better into the Camille than the Shen has, but I feel like here Genji are sort of prepping themselves in case Carrier does come out with Camille. Ziggs Camille could be an option for T1 in this situation. or they could go in a different direction. It looks like they might be moving that Cassiopeia down towards the bot lane. And in terms of ults for the Silas, the Impale from the Skarner is pretty good. The Stan United, a lot of value.
Yep. Here it comes.
But yeah, they go for the Camille instead. Okay. I assume Ziggs is going to come out as the pairing with this.
Let's see if it's going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of roaming from Keria and Duro with the Shen and the Camille. However, I'm seeing Gen.G building a fort around their carries with the Shen and the Skarner. And there's a lot of brawling activity from the side of T1. How does the Lee Sin get into the backline to get one of those big kicks?
This is going to be locked in. Faker Silas again. It was only the other day that he ended the game with 20 kills. Not the record for the world, but it is up there, at least in the top 5. You got to think in Tier 1 competitive games. Faker returns to it again, and it is going to be a Cassio bot, right? Like, I'm not seeing Silas bot this game.
I'm just interested to see what Gen.G are going to do, because as much as you could put the Victor bot, they don't have much AD in their composition. It looks like they might be leaning towards that. Really, only Keen is the AD threat, and against champions like Ambessa, I feel like you might lack the sustained damage to deal with it, especially if Keen does end up falling behind. They end up going for the Anivia, a pick that Chovy feels very comfortable on, especially into like a Cassiopeia or Silas we can outrange. And the Victor gonna go down to Ruler.
Remember the fort that I mentioned earlier? It was missing some walls. This is what the Anivia got picked for there. Right. I feel like this is going to be a pretty rough match for T1 to bridge the gap that Gen.G is creating. I feel like Owner's gonna have to be on a microscope in the early game because he has to make the plays count early.
Wow.
Later on, the team becomes super tanky from Gen.G and they've got plenty of defensive tools to fend him off.
We haven't seen him swap yet. You know, Pays has been playing.
That's what I'm looking at.
Pays has been playing all sorts of things in solo.
But against Victor, like, how does that fare? I mean, until 6, I know it'd be
level 1, you have so much kill pressure.
Yeah.
Level 1, you have so much kill
As the Victor?
No, as the Silas and the Camille. You have the E for the Silas, E for the Camille, the Lay at CC.
I'm looking behind me and that can't be wrong. It shows Pays on Camille and Keria.
No, don't trust that. That's a graphic. Don't trust that. Guys, ignore the stage. Sometimes it's slow to swap. From what we saw on the end of our pick ban, and trouble keeping us at our toes, because like, hang on a minute, you're right. Because technically Chovy's running Vayne on the other graphic over there.
Right.
With Keen Victor top. Yeah, let's ignore the stage.
Ignore whatever's behind us.
But the reality, what we saw at the end of pick ban was that Pays did not swap the Silas. So unless we get a delay getting onto stage, which I can't see, I'm looking at the players' screens right now, and I do not see gray screens. I see them on Summoner's Rift. So that does indeed. Oh, let's wait.
A lot of tension.
As we get into Gen.G T1, but not as you know it, our third place match for club points, for pride, for really just revenge of Road to MSI.
Silas is going bot lane.
Is it indeed?
Just simply popping bot lane.
I just need the overlay. I don't trust it because, yeah, there is a Cass mid right now. Faker, Cassiopeia mid, Pays Silas bot. And he's like, yo, if Faker can get 20 kills on this, I guess I can too.
So Pays in solo queue has just been playing all sorts of things recently, willing to try out like Echo bot lane, Silas bot lane is in his solo queue, Swain, Hui, Lux, TF, he is Galio. He has just played anything you can possibly imagine.
Yep.
And I think the angle here is that Camille's so strong level 1 as you have the hook shot, right? And Silas functions in a similar way. The chains into the dash, they're going to go for it.
He said, Flash Ignite, going to dodge away from the abscond duck. Nicely done from Ruler. He survived, but Kerry's now exhausted with nothing. He has nothing, no flash, no escape. The punish is there. They send it in, and they get destroyed for it. It's Gen.G on first blood.
And that's the problem with Silas level 1. Majority of the damage that you do early is from your passive. So if you can cycle through your spells, you can dish out a lot of damage. But since the chain did not connect, then Pays ran out of damage early, and Keria had no flash.
Yeah, Keria committed his flash and didn't actually connect the stun onto Ruler, so the layered CC didn't come in, and that was a one-way trip. Once he was in, there was no getting out, so the scariest part of this lane for Ruler and Duro has now been moved past, been evaded.
Yep.
They should feel a lot more comfortable. Keria comes back to lane, will he go for it again? So this is the angle, he's going from the Fog of War, but if we look, the stun just doesn't connect. Yeah. And then the layered CC doesn't come in, and everything just falls apart.
It was unfortunate that none of the two spells that was supposed to immobilize the Victor doesn't connect there to at least threaten some more damage or at least take them low enough
It's
to
also,
not chase.
you're level 1, you
Yeah.
have one ability, that's all your damage. And they missed it.
That's a rough start watching there. Paige just has to be an onlooker. First blood does go over to Duro, but little to be worth.
I think that is a good thing in some ways, because I was worried about every bot laner in solo queue slamming silence.
Yeah, and this
Maybe
being your
put
bot
them
lane
off.
tonight. Even again, Shadow Dash Connect, Pace in a bit of trouble this time. He takes the health bar trade, and now that level 3 is there, it does feel like this lane is going to be even harder. Doran getting poked out as well as Canyon. Topside is his domain right now. We saw vertical jungling start. We didn't get to talk about it. And even though Owner is on top side of the map trying to defend his red side, Canyon lays in wait.
However, he's done the Listen special where you back after first camps, get that longsword in your inventory to try and brawl early on. You see Cannon's on top side, Owner's gonna face him, he has the extra longsword, he can't fight.
Oh, Silver Bolts connect as well. Canyon going to throw a rock. The base damage from Skarner early is big. A wall now found. Owner presents himself for an easy condemn. Keen gets the exhaust down as well. In trouble at T1. Owner one hit away, and he dies to a lethal tempo vein. Now next up is Doran. The flash auto. Silver Bolts. Keen survives. Doran will live for now, but both flashes gone as Canyon receives a wave.
It's such a frustrating combo. The Skarner and the Vayne, one slammed you into the wall and you just get stuck there. Ona trying to bail out Doran, but Doran too low to really contribute to the fight, and Ona just gets taken out. A huge advantage for Genji on the top side of the map.
That wave's going to be pushing towards the turret as well. Not going to connect as we look for the Abscond of Duck down in the bottom lane. They've got to send it again. This is what T1 have to continue doing. Putting down that field, no autos allowed. Hayes a little bit low here. Ruler still has a pot in hand. I'd say it's going good enough.
And I feel like Owner thought they were going to be diving Doran right here, but Canyon notices Owner, pins him on the wall. Keen follows up with the E as well, and the CC chain into the exhaust was impossible for Owner's Lee Sin to play that fight.
And I believe Keen got a red buff as well from that, so things going from bad to worse.
Yeah.
For Doran in this situation. Already 500 gold down in the matchup. A rough start.
I'll say. Gold lead spread nicely. Genji have Keen up 500 for the kill of his own 15 CS lead. Meanwhile, he looks towards Paige. He absconds out of there because into a gravity field. And Ruler will have enough damage. He goes back in. I don't know if he really wanted that minion.
He really did.
I mean, it was worth, I guess, because he did not die.
I think the thing with this bot lane matchup is, we are seeing a contest over the Raptors here.
Canyon spotted out. Smite does go down for this invade. Sonic Wave going to be taken, but Faker at half HP. Chovy still has Egg. And Duro makes a numbers advantage. Crystallized down. Faker takes a bit of a chunk. And Chovy now level 6, so he's got the Glacial Storm to add in the wave clear.
So Keria had to wait for Pace to crash out the wave down bot lane, which means he was second on that play mid lane. So Owner has to see his camps being taken away from Canyon and lose the entire top side of the map that respawn. However, he's not going to miss any time on the map. He's just going to go to the neutral tip.
Level 6 now picked up by Keen. Canyon there to hover. I didn't see the full shove in. We didn't actually catch that on stream. But I assume Keen got some kind of freeze going with the way the CS has even expanded from the earlier 15. As Abscond of Duck again. We look towards bot. Pays has to flash away. Oh, this lane is absolutely rubbish.
Just let some minions go. I mean, this is the problem with this lane. You're all in. Oh, Doran's finding Keen.
Yeah, maybe in trouble. Condemn going to be dodged away. The final hour now popped out, but Doran gets into range. Straight down step isn't enough. He needs a little bit more. As Doran now in a bit of trouble himself. The autos. Keen will find the solo kill. And stomping on T1's head is Genji.
Dodging the ult from Doran and the vision in the brushes meant that there was nowhere for Doran to escape to wait for cooldowns. Keen cutting that one out and playing it cool, calm, and collected gives him the solo kill.
Ooh, we're watching it from Keen's pro view right here. And the most important part is not only the condemn onto the Ambessa, but the dodge of the ult. The latest nerf that came through Ambessa was that her ult channel became a little bit slower, therefore easier for slippery champions to dodge.
A little bit tilted after that. Also, I also like the vision call there as well. Didn't realize he had a ward in the inventory. The trouble, that ulti delay was a big part, as you said. Faker in a bit of trouble now. Glacial Storm is down. Canyon here to help out. Impale available. Carrier has to roam now more than ever, it feels like, the way the bot lane went early.
I think the thing with the bot lane is that level 1 could have been so threatening, but they missed that window. And now,
A flash
good
first.
flash from Canyon there.
Reaction, but Owner now on the Raptors.
But now I feel like with Duro and Ruler stabilizing, the taunt into Gravity Field is so strong. That being said,
Son of Duck, yeah, walking into certain death, maybe. Carrier's there to help out as well. Shadow Dash, flash away. Duro ignited, but not dead. Ulti wasn't stealed by Pays, but Duro does get out alive.
Yeah, the aggression from T1 into the enemy jungle, but flashes from Canyon and Duro do that just get them out to safety. You can see T1 trying to put so much pressure down the bot side where they have these really strong skirmishes.
And I feel like they've been constantly trying to pour some money into Owner's Lee Sin. Again, the later this game goes, the harder it will be for Owner to find any sort of kick on anyone from the side of Gen G. So it needs to count right now. Next struggle will be in about 3 minutes, so next will be about 20 seconds of those void grabs, and Owner is
It's
already
final hour, yeah. Kerry's coming up though, TP as well. It's going to be numbers advantage here for T1. Hayes trying to get a bit of this action. Doran though, is he going to die? Condemn gets him away before that final silver bolt. And Keen stuck between three. They want the kill to Pays, and they will give him the shutdown gold.
And what a difference Vision makes. This time, Keen doesn't have a ward to slam down in the brush. Doran gets to buy time until he has backup and escape from the play. Keen goes down, and now they're looking to contest these grubs here.
Smite goes down, it's one apiece. Owner looking for the last. Sonic Wave easy connect with the smite, but his smite is not available. Both junglers don't have that as Pays going to steal away the Impale. We're all in fighting as Kerry hooks it, wall shot into Duro. Meanwhile, Ruler zones out Faker. He's off for the fight while Owner's going to fix the grub, but look at Impale comes through. Pays steals the ulti with success, and he will find Duro. Genji, a Chaos Storm trying to travel up as Petrifying Gaze from Faker, not finding too much, and here comes Doran. Drake has set the ulti, dodged away. Ruler kiting back, but it's not enough. Canyon looking to save it as we are in the dregs of fighting. Abscond of Duck, Pays gets Canyon, but he walks it out. Condemned, no wall. Flash from Doran, he held on for so long. And there's a terminal box coming through with the frostbite as well. Joey trying to side off the fight, but Owner from a side kicks him. TP, where are you going? He's breakfast, a double kill. T1 fight fire with fire.
What a skirmish from T1 and the stun at the end. The TP keeps channeling. If you go into egg, the stun interrupted it here. This fight was crazy. Both supports get focused down early on by the Impale. You see there, Carrier gets grabbed and Duro does too. They're the main targets, but these extended fights, Ruler just doesn't quite have the damage yet. Toby's trying to get value focusing down Faker, but look at Doran, look at Owner running rampant on this backline.
Honestly, the spacing from T1 every time they do not have spells available and the spell usage, especially right here, Keen could actually kill them all, but Doran flashes in to create space, and then Owner and Pays chain up their CC so beautifully on their cooldowns.
He really wanted to get out of there.
He really wanted to get out.
Joe, he's like, I've done my job, please. So for T1, I can't believe I'm saying this, in this game where top went wrong, bot went wrong, but they have a 500 gold lead. It's minimized a bit right now, but it's there.
It's crazy that even after that fight, there's still a 700 gold lead in top lane. There's a 25 CS lead about, and still Doran had more value in that team fight.
Faker.
Which does impact not used, but use the Trivon in. Faker in trouble with the crystallize there. I don't think he gets out of this one. The chase up big. Kanye's still following up. He's looking, he's saying, hey, yo, top, can you do anything? And I think Doran's going to say no. He's wiggling. Pings are going down. Genji are going to chase this for a long time.
So fast.
He is really fast. Keen's now coming in. Another wall. A blast cone. Faker on the grand escape. It will end now as Canyon will take the kill. Unfortunately, Keen really wanted it.
Who allowed Cassiopeia to have boots?
I don't know. Riot.
She's super fast.
It's unbalanced.
Yeah, she's a bit fast.
Swifties as well, damn.
At least 400.
However, all this time that Faker created with Genji chasing him, they're taking the second objective on the map, which is going to be
Holding him to use public execution, and with the Shen ulti as well, there's going to be a 2v2. Keen in trouble first of all, and he dies. It was indeed, you're right. Hayes stolen ulti works better as Canyon now in the 2v1 as he runs for the turret. His flash will not be in vain. T1 take two, and their map play was better.
And the most fun thing about Sylas is that he can steal Gnar ult and Shen ult before those champions are level 6 to use them themselves.
True.
So what a fantastic tempo play right here by Hayes.
In a bit of trouble here. He's going to put the gravity field down. Safeguard over it for Owner. Smite down as well. Sonic Wave turns into Resonating Strike. Tempest cripple. Ruler going to be auto. They want the kill for Faker. And T1 are really pushing the pace of this game.
Owner now 2-1-5, almost 100% KP, only missing one, but just the team making so many plays around the map. Hayes, think how badly the lane started for this Sylas. He's now 3-0-3 with a 700 gold lead over the Victor. I'm worried about solo queue, guys. I think Sylas bot lane is
No. They're going to be like, look, it's 3-0-3. They're going to skip the first 5 minutes of this game, the first, 8, let's be real. With how Pace was left alone, isolated, trying to find his plays. But for now, surprisingly, T1 to 2,000. Genji getting stalled out, it feels like. and they've got 2 dragons as well. So it's not like Gen G can coast on this game with their Victor, their Skarner, their Vayne top.
Dragons with the Hextech Soul too.
Oh, yeah.
The ult does connect, and then with the Shen, well, the Shen ult, but the Silas coming in, Paige just immediately finishes off Keen as soon as the Impale connects, and then Canyon's just in this uncomfortable position. Just great play by the duo, and you can see when Doran ran out of cooldowns, Paige was there just to finish off the kill.
And I feel like the timing as well. It was Faker creating that time until he gets caught and dies, into T1 doing Dragon, and while they're doing Dragon, Paze is setting up a play top lane with Doran. This is so quick on the map.
Attempted ult there from Doran in the top lane, public execution now down. But you can see with the Eclipse already there, for a lane that was versing Vayne, every top laner right now is screaming justice like they're a Dursley. Because Doran is able to get through the lane, he's got a bounty on his head somehow, despite still being down CS. And he's now able to play the champion with a lot more ability haste in the kit and a lot more damage to Jewel in that top lane as he's now on place.
Oh,
the duck. There's a Chaos Storm there. Ruler in a bit of trouble. Gravity Field down. Pace going to get stunned up. The field will follow. Ruler will run. He's okay. He'll clear mid-wave while meanwhile, this is the counterplay from Gen G while top is overloaded with 2. Gen G bring 4 to the Botman show.
Yeah, so Gen G trying to find some kills there, unable to do so, but they once again get Faker's flash. I feel like the Cassiopeia, everyone else has a dash. Cassiopeia kind of limited up against this team comp that Gen G has, and it's been a bit of a target for Gen G. But it's just so crazy that we have a Silas playing up against a Victor as the bot laners, and Ruler's just under so much pressure. If a chain connects, he is just dead.
Ruler. Field is there in case there's an absconded duck. Chobi was spotted on a ward. Duro now the same as, by the way, his Stand United is finally up. He knows if he takes this, he probably will die to Duro, or at least some kind of gank coming through from Chobi, who's in Fog of War, moving towards bot lane.
And this gold graph shows exactly what I wanted to point out about Doran. I think he was almost behind about almost 1,000 gold. Currently, he's sitting on a gold lead versus the Vayne on that Ambessa, which is incredible. Getting that first tower, getting a couple of tower bladings as well. Him and Lee Sin getting ahead in this early game can definitely skyrocket T1's gold.
Yeah, the fact he's a leader, I'm pretty sure at one point it was like 1,200. It was sizable, and now he's in such a comfortable position. The one-item spike from Ambessa massively as well. And if these bruises get onto Chovy or onto Ruler, it's going to be such a tough time to peel from that position. It's a minute 30 until Dragon would be third, T1 on the Hextech Soul, 10 seconds until Herald. Gen G, big objectives on the cards that they have to have in mind.
Herald now spawns. As you said, that Dragon going to be a priority. Doran stays the bot, doesn't want to expend TP to join anything here. The threat there is Crystallize follows up. Doran in the corner, he steps back, again Eclipse with Electrocute. These are some pretty good trades. He's going to repudiation out of that one. He buffers and gets the ulti down, but he misses it. Chovy with the follow-up, the Glacial Storm. Doran needs some autos to get the energy back, but he can't get in range. Chovy now following, Crystallize yet again. Energy reserve was completed, but the stun, the auto, not enough. Close with the Frostbite. TP to get Chovy as he chased up the lane. It is Faker slithering in. He's going to dodge away, but the Shen ult is going to come in through. Faker's now left alone. Only help is coming through from Pace. Petrifying Gaze only for a slow hit. Pace presses E one more time, needs to change, won't connect. Faker has a wall, now a stun in his face, a Crystallize there, another Glacial Storm, T1, a zone consistently as Paige is going to take that E, abscond of Duck, but it's dangerous. Luckily the stun doesn't connect us. Canyon gets the ulti down, we look towards top, Owen's going to flash away. He gets the Herald, gets the kick and dies. But now the Herald's trying to be defended here by Gen G as Carrier pops the ulti into Key's face. He tumbles away, he stops Carrier from getting a kill. All the eye. The steal will come through, but T1 will not claim their prize.
Oh, Doran's going.
He's going to try at the very least. He steals
the Herald.
What the hell? Doran is going to spin a couple of times. He gets stunned up. He's alive, but now the damage on the Canyon is the Herald. He's going to look for the charge.
He's going
to look for the engage. I see it on the Canyon, the knockup, but now he needs to get on out. He does indeed. Canyon flashes away. The ulti, max range. Now on the turret. Pay's coming to help out. This game has gone to the wind. This is just silly at this point. It's a follow-up from Keen, the Silver Bolts, and hot damn, a double after about a 2-minute play.
And honestly, if that play had worked for Doran, it would have been one of the most legendary of all time, but unfortunately it didn't, and Keen just got a double kill.
Yeah. It was good until it wasn't.
Exactly.
It looked cool.
Until a tower dive. I mean, T1 are just playing so fast on the map. It started from a ball play where Doran was being chased, and then Doran being topped, and then playing for the Herald, and now playing for the Dragon, as Genji have already started that one. Owner is around, but the rest of T1 are nowhere to be seen.
I think they're going to let this one go. I think the fighting was kind of an attempt to lead into that. But this is why we're not getting a replay, because it's going to go for about 1:30, and we're going to look at 3 different lanes.
You know what? I feel like you guys
here we go.
you had to experience a bit of the T1 circus.
I do.
On full display there.
Yesterday.
Yeah, so focused on initially on the owner, but he still manages to get the Herald here. And then in this ensuing fight, Carrier just runs out of damage on the Keen, who uses the stealth pretty effectively. But one of the things is when you're traveling through the Hex gates, you can actually pick up the Herald.
How is that legal?
So, we actually going back to live right now.
Yeah, Patty's stolen the Glacial Storm, trying to defend himself under this tower, but 1 versus 3. Genji have his number up against the corner. Canyon willing to tank it up. He's got enough health to do so. Chovy gets a last little prickle from his ice damage.
And what are T1 getting on the other side of the map for this death? It is going to be another tower, tier 2 right here, as Genji have left Chovy alone down bot lane to take and claim that first bot lane tier 1 for Genji.
Who's winning this game?
Us.
I think LCK.
Well said. LCK might be winning. Joe, also well said. Right now, it is a barrel loss, but it is also entertaining as hell as T1. You're right. The Circus tries to set up there with an ulti from Doran, but they're not in town. Ruler's just going to walk it out, as he's kind of been chilling. This guy's been farming all game and just surviving.
What a sick drawing as well on our screens.
The art in the in the audience has been amazing. I don't know where people get the time. Must take like the night before.
There was a 3rd place football match yesterday. I don't know if you caught it. It was all offense, no defense.
Oh, really?
6 goals before. This kind of feels
similar.
in a similar vein.
Yeah.
All offense, and these teams just throwing sluggers at each other. And the amount of times Doran is trying to throw an ult out to catch Ruler at this point, it's been pretty crazy. The mid tower pretty low on HP. Canyon trying to find an angle here to protect his top laner.
Yeah, I guess Keen is a prized asset at this point. 1.8k gold. He's got an Essence Reaver now as well. 35 seconds till the Baron. I mean, both these teams have measurable Barons, with Cassio with a Nivea Vayne. On the side, Carrier with an angle because the turret's about to fall on down. There's Exec ultimatum, kick away already. Ruler, they found his target. He's just having to guide it back. Petrifying Gaze doesn't connect though. T1 haven't found the kill phase. Has to go deeper. Ruler fights the way without getting the ulti down, without getting anything else. Pays is dead. Big commitment as Keen looks for the follow-up. It's the final hour, I think, as T1 went deep, and the punishment is ensuing. Sonic Wave flashed over by Chovy. Hot freaking damn. The Lee Sin is blind indeed, as Chovy abuses the fact. The wall found for Keen to shove against, and breaking the ankles of T1. That bird can fly.
And here's where you see how hard T1's composition is to play versus these Gen G comp. They're too tanky, their items have started stacking HP, and defenses have started coming through, and the kit of their champions just doesn't allow deep dives from T1.
Well, they're going to look for the steal here, but Duro's playing bouncer, the wall's there as well, and he's on vision. This is not going to be an easy task.
No way. Ona also finds Keen here. Final hour pops yet again. Pays is walking with him as well as Carrier over the wall, trying Ona getting taunted out. Baron almost going down, he's in! And then he's dead. Genji stalled Baron. And that was way too close to call.
400 HP?
A little bit tense, a little bit close, but they were patient on it. Ona does everything he can get into the pit, but a big lead now. And it's crazy that Ruler survived on this play, able to kite out, able to evade from Pays. And Keen is just free hitting at this point. They focused so many resources onto the Victor, they had nothing left in the tank for the Vayne.
And mind you, Chovy was not there this entire time to peel further from the Victor. Shen and Skarner were more than enough to keep their Victor alive. And here's the ginormous attempt from Owner whilst on vision to try and get into the pit. Let's watch this one more time. Carrier is trying to dissuade Keen and Duro, and somehow Owner managed to blast into the pit.
But they stopped the damage, right?
Hitting it at about 2,000 HP. It got to about 1,800. Smite does 1,400. It looked close, but no one was there to help him with the damage. And I think we're starting to hit the point where T1's composition, 4 melees and a short-range mage into Anivia, into Vayne, into Skarner. There's a lot of things that can just control the pace of the fight. If they're not winning off that initial salvo, you're getting locked down, slowed, CC'd, controlled, and there's plenty of damage to cut through these bruisers, with Keen being so strong.
Yeah, Keen, 3,000 gold. Storm Razor's just picked up. That's the third item. Vayne, the chase is going to be nasty. And we talk about the recovery of Doran. I love that it's just bounced back, honestly. These fights have been so ambitious from T1. And Genji have been there to punish. A lot easier when you have Skarner, when you have a bunch of CC that lines up in a row. As Carrier found out, Dragon spawns. The third one for T1, still looking for their soul point. Hextech automatic going to start it off.
Owner?
The wall is poisonous. The petrifying gaze finds a mark. Already one for Genji. Is Canyon in the thick of it though? A three-man taunt. A storm to end them all. It wasn't just a glacial storm. It was a blizzard.
And the AoE is massive. It decimates T1, and Owner went for the kick onto Keen, but the invisibility denied him. Beautiful play from Genji there. Canyon ended up being the only target they could focus, and he's just way too tanky.
Chovy in the end also showing up. Everyone bundled up in the Tribush, just puts down the Anivia ult, burns them all down, and I feel like Genji with more than a firm gold lead, 8,000 right now, 3.6 of that sitting on Keen on that Vayne. I feel like T1's combo at this point in time is just way too hard to play. Let's watch this one more time. Owner is trying to find a flank right here. However, the wave that's going to push down that bot lane will momentarily reveal him, which will give the information to Keen to be ready for that kick. The second Owner jumps behind him, he flashes over the wall.
Yeah, the invisibility as well helping out there. And then this AoE combo, the double storms. And look how big the storm becomes. It's just crazy.
We had ice, we had lightning. And at end of T1. This game done. 8,000 gold. Comp's already been talked about, but the way every fight is now going is unreal. 28 kills, 23 minutes. Another maybe going down. Duro, though, is tanky enough at this point. Chovy looking to help out. Protobelt going to get in the way. Pays exhausted. Has to flash because Nope's gone to duck. Canyon working on the bot lane turret with Ruler as well. And look, T1 are like, you know what? We're going to go take some jungle camps and we're going to push top.
But I feel like this is the only way that maybe they can upset the fight right here. Maybe force Genji or some of their members to back off to defend the towers, to maybe cause a 2v3 or a 2 versus 2 skirmish that they can still win.
Well, it's ambitious to say the least. Mid inhibitor going to go down, probably would go down regardless. Now bot is under threat. Doran going to look for top inhibitor turret. And he will do this reasonably quick here, looking for some resets, and it will be an objective bounty. But the biggest question is, will Genji still find his bottom inhibitor turret anyway, or is that pressure going to be enough?
He's gained the tower, and only now Genji are pinging it.
Yeah, objective bounty as well. All things considered, with the state of the game, T1 will absolutely take that. Able to get a good amount of gold in the pocket, and they only lost their mid inhibitor, which is the one you're kind of least concerned about. So good moves from T1 there to kind of negate the push from Genji and answer on the other side of the map.
I feel like Genji are so firmly in the lead right now that if you think about the theme of the entire game and how T1 have been pulling him around the map with Pace taking the Shen ult and TPing over and then random TPs around the map to play super quick T1 tempo on the map, I feel like this might be the only way where you can maybe pick some kills on side lanes to try turn this into a numbers advantage in the next fights to come.
Down but not out. Minute 13, that's that Baron. And Dragon Soul is still not anywhere near. We've got 2 apiece for either team to pick up. Installed by Genji. They hold themselves in high regard up around this top side of the map where Kerry's trying to sneak in for some vision, but Genji are going to do their due diligence, clear it out, while T1 over on this right, watching for that mid push to see if Genji isolate and step up out of bounds.
Baron at 50 seconds. I feel like once you lose control of an area against the Genji composition, it's so hard to reclaim it. It's so hard to face check into this. They do have that ward just next to the red buff. You can see in the bottom left of the screen. And there is some vision, some potential TP options to get behind Genji. And I think that's what T1 needs to do. You need to find flank angles. If you approach from one direction, it's never going to work.
You do have triple TP, luckily for T1 if they want to pull the trigger. As you mentioned right here, Orcs.
Oh, POV,
Genji.
it's a contempt. Perfect timing. Thank you, observers. The auto is going to come through with Chovy claiming the kill in the end. The dive comes through from Carrier, but he squishes anything. Keen is going to run the fight. It truly is the final hour of game number 1 as Faker left remaining his team in shutters. and the follow-up, the passive move speed from the Vayne with an exhaust as well is going to claim Faker, or just about. This one's done, and Gen G in under 28 minutes are going to see it through.
T1, maybe we're looking for a play at Baron. Gen G does not even need that. They just brute force themselves in the base.
Faker tried to make the hero play with the Petrifying Gaze, but Gen G would not get caught out. 5 members strong. Kerry is going to go in. I don't think he's going to last very long. He does get his counterpart Enduro.
But a wall again. Canyon's going to run Faker in. Kerry is going to be down. The low health bars do not matter. Gen G have 4, and another wall will be given to the Vayne. Keen electrifies in our third place match as game 1 goes to Gen G.
We saw something experimental from T1. We definitely saw the circus, but we saw cool, calm, and collected from Gen G, and a composition that when they got ahead, they could just control the pace of this game. Keen on the Vayne as well, put an absolute show when it came to those late game team fights.
Good showing from Gen G. Also Canyon on the Skarner. I mean, I feel like, again, when that guy holds control, he doesn't let it go. And T1 grasping at straws as we look at the last fight again.
So the Petrifying Gaze comes in a second from Faker, and it catches only Ruler. Both Chovy and and Keen see it and turn away, and then Ruler just goes into stasis to survive. So honestly, it was a great angle from Faker, but Gen G was just a split second ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make something happen, right? You're too far behind. Let's see if maybe they can turn it around in game number 2.
All right, Digon, it was a lovely game 1. There was a lot of blood, sir. I think you'll agree.
I do agree. And I think these guys were taking some inspiration from yesterday. Maybe another third place match for a different World Cup where they were absolutely putting on a show and scoring a lot of points. Here, many kills, many plays attempted. Gen G up 1-0.
What is actually happening to this third place match? I mean, especially from this draft from T1. I mean, at first I thought they actually misclicked, you know?
I mean, I think the Silas Camille makes sense. Like a kill lane, you're looking to all in all the time.
Level 1, right?
Yeah. But then the level 1 play was completely botched by T1. Kerry didn't get the flash hook shot. And it was kind of set the tone of the game, I think, that T1 needed to make a lot of creative plays to try to get back into the game after that.
So Jack said it set the tone of the game. Wolf, what was the tone of the game to you?
Well, I think obviously in a game like this where you're trying to hit the level 1 with a Silas Camille, it doesn't work. You're just constantly looking for desperate plays. We saw Pays kind of being escorted around the map, trying to feed him money, and it just doesn't work. So they took every fight they could because they knew the game was, I don't want to say over at level 1, but really took a huge hit, and Gen G were just ready.
And I feel like if we look at the draft, like this was the ideal, perfect scenario Vayne game, because it's so rare that you get to play against a melee ADC as Vayne. Like, she is playing into 4 champions that she can so easily kite, and you could see it in the last team fight that Keen can just run circles around them because there's so many skill shots he can dodge. There's nobody that outranges him. There's no real threats on him if he has good movement, and I mean, it's Keen.
Not to mention you have an Anivia, so you can wall them away, you can slow them, you can burn them down.
You condemn them on the wall.
It was honestly, this draft here for T1 just couldn't get off the ground. I think it was insanely risky, and maybe they thought, okay, we're not that practiced on this, but we'll give it a go. Maybe it'll be a curveball here on Gen G, and Gen G were completely ready.
And that's what this EWC has been so far with many of these drafts. I see how this would work. I don't know if I would normally play this, but we've got one of those best of 3s to get on in there and try. And a lot of strong champions for T1, but not necessarily one that could go if they fell behind, as you guys said. Let's take a look at our first highlight here. 8-minute early by the Void Grubs.
Yeah, this is the fight where T1 really wants to take. So basically they have Silas, so they just want to make the game crazy. So even though Gen G look like they have control, but T1 right now having Lee Sin, Silas, and Casio and Ambessa in the same team, which makes them to have such an insane skirmish power spike here. And I think that was just the thing that T1 could actually snowball with it.
And I do think for me it was really impressive to see T1 bounce back, especially after they didn't find the lead in level 1 and bot lane. I mean, Kerry started this game just dying level 1. The fact that they still found these skirmishes and were able to have a pretty competitive mid game until Gen G ran away with it, I think it sparks a lot of hope going into game number 2 that if it's a more standardized draft that plays more into T1's strengths, they can take this series.
Yeah, there's a point. It was 11-8, and the gold lead was still absolutely equal despite all those kills, the kill lead for Gen G, T1 still playing around the map. But you can't play around the map when you're fighting around Nasher. It was our next highlight here at 20 minutes. This was the setup too, Bear.
Oh yeah, this is the moment where the Vayne top lane pick shines, because you can't really reach him. Right now, he's just having a free time, free targets. So many melee champions trying to kill Dura, but it didn't work out. And this is the time where the Gen G just cleans up.
I think the gold lead being as small as it was for Gen G is a great flash here from Chovy. Comes in and sets this up. There's no damage to take him out. I think the composition was the problem. The lead needed to be there for T1. Not a close game, but a massive game win. And obviously with the control Gen G get here, they could zone and they could take this Baron. I think you could see Ruler escaping there on Victor. If you had a little bit more gold, if you could have burst him down there, it could have looked totally different, right? But when you're in this fairly even games there, Gen G's slightly ahead, right? It's just not playable. It's not possible. It's like you're trying to reach something and you can't quite get there. That was the composition for T1.
Yeah, I felt like that last Baron play was just so indicative of it, right? It's like, okay, we're going in, but now we just can't reach anything. The Baron is in the hundreds. We rarely see that, but still goes the way of Gen G. Just a very hands-fighty kind of match. What do you want to see from these two squads after game one, where we've now seen they're willing to experiment in the bot lane and with the draft?
I mean, I gotta speak out, you know. I think it's time to go back to the classic AD carry matchup on the bot lane. We've seen so many picks that it's been successful for the bot side. We have Talia, Casio, Victor, but I don't really care at this point. We're all enjoying this moment at the arena here. We could see like them having just so many skirmishes at the same time. But now I think I want some hyper carries in the bot lane. See? These champs are boring, you know? Like, it works good, but...
They keep winning. They keep winning.
I mean,
those mages. How about the ones that are more interesting?
I think Ezreal for pace would be fantastic, but I think it's more about top lane for me. I think when Doran has a winning matchup, he's really stepped up at this EWC. But you see this game, he's playing the Ambessa into the Vayne, and even though he actually played pretty well, he was able to find the public execution and get a kill onto Keen. It's so difficult for him to play later on, and I think if you give Doran a winning matchup, T1 just looks way better.
The Jace. The Jace is the standout pick for Doran, right, this tournament. I think Gen G will ban it. I don't think they'll allow him to play it. I don't think you necessarily need Pays on an AD carry, although we've really enjoyed him on picks like the Ezreal. Just give him agency, give him control, give Faker something he can roam with, give Faker a winning matchup to empower Pays, because Pays right now is the main character for T1. I know Doran's had a great performance on specific picks. He's looking a lot better, but I think you got to play through Pays. That's my read for T1 if they're going to bring it to 3.
Yes, you need some kind of insurance, and I don't think Silas is going to have some scaling or the late game teamfight the option for T1, which is it was saving them for quite a while, you know. So I feel like putting Pays on those kind of how do I say, like it's a versatile champions. I don't think it fits, you know. I need some carry from him.
Wolf, what does a win do for these squads against their rivals here, given the fact that for Gen G they fell short in qualifying to MSI, and for T1 they fell short at MSI and then here against KC?
At least for LCK, we have a Korean team in the finals, right? You guys all have, I'm sure, heard the old classic from Korean fans. If you don't make it to the finals, you got to swim home, right? And I think in this case, we do have a Korean team, right, in the finals. But for these two squads who are our most popular LCK teams, it's about beating your rival, and it's about proving that you were better than the other. Because both of these teams, I think, both fans expected they would be fighting each other in the finals. So it's that same sort of energy. Sure, you're not going to get the trophy, but you got to defeat that rival. And I think it's very important for both teams and fan bases to walk away with the win today.
I think it comes down to pride, because both of these teams, they haven't had the years that we've expected from them, right? Like Gen G falling so flat after they lost at first stand, and T1 also losing at MSI. I feel like both of them really want to show that they're better than what they've shown thus far in the year, and this is the opportunity to do just that.
Again, those expectations sky high because these are championship-winning organizations. We'll see what happens in just a little bit, but standing by right now is Tyler One, who's playing chess with Faker right after this.
Faker himself has challenged me to a chess 1v1. He's must have lost his absolute mind. Let's head to the board. Just got done playing. You're not going to believe this, but production cut the game short because of time. I don't think they understand what chess is.
In Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Well, it was only game 1, but oh boy, we got a little warm-up for the series and the warm-up for the day. Gen G find action, and they find too much action from T1 as they overextend. It's a general word in League of Legends, so as to mean T1 really sent it, and Gen G learned to play catch.
I feel like it was a really great thematic from both teams. T1 had drafted super aggressive. They needed to make play skirmishes in the early game, which they absolutely did. And once Gen G came to the 2 to 3 item power spike and could play their front to back, it was just really, really difficult for Owner and Kara to find those angles from the back line.
I'm really hoping Pays continues to bring out crazy picks. You know, going through some of his solo queue. We've had a bit of Karthus bot. We've had Lux
Some
bot lane.
Katarina Braum, perhaps?
Haven't seen Katarina Braum. Obviously, the Silas just came through. Jace bot lane.
Oh.
Echo bot lane.
Echo.
TF Galio bot lane, which went 1 and 9.
Wait, is he just speaking Faker champions at this point and just playing the bot?
Teemo bot lane.
Okay.
Oh my god, if he brings out Teemo bot lane, that'd be an all-timer.
That would be. So
AP Cogmo bot lane. There, you know, there's just a lot of things to play with. And I'm excited to see what gets brought out here by Pays, if he's going to continue this sort of line of more eclectic picks. Now, getting into draft, we do see that this time Gnar banned away. So again, T1 trying to limit some of these frustrating kind of picks that King can have.
However, the one that they've been perma-banning in a lot of their series has been the Renekton. And now with the Gnar ban here for T1, could they perhaps be angling the Crocodile?
Could potentially. I feel like for me, the Renekton enables the Ambessa really, so that being off the cards may not be as high a priority. But I imagine Genji going to ban Orianna in this last ban here and deny that again for Faker.
Ori finally. Genji, they're giving away first pick if they don't. Jarvan also up and available, hasn't been picked here in this series. That Ezreal we mentioned before, especially when Jarvan is on the table. Such high value here, and especially when we're talking about Ruler and Pays. Zig's also something I want to raise here. Camilla's down, but we still have things like Liliana. So a lot of options here, but Oriana is not one of them as T1 have first pick again.
Syndra,
Wow.
Bard,
That's
of
Bard
course.
first pick, yep, of course.
4 carrier.
Okay. Caitlyn Bard lane is on the table.
Caitlyn Bard lane, Ezreal Bard lane is also
Bard,
up in there.
there's a lot of options, I think, for Pays right now. And Bard and Carrier's Hand has always just been such a strong pick. So hard to deal with. They will deny that Ezreal away. And my question is, will Duro try and match the roaming potential? Or will he look for something that has some lane pressure? We have seen him go things like the Karma before. But for now, they're going to prioritize that Jarvan. And especially with the Ezreal denial, does make me think maybe T1 lean towards the Jhin as one of those picks that can just stand so far away from the fight, not as under threat by the Jarvan.
Could potentially angle something like the Ziggs.
Yeah, could also just go Teemo, right? He did play that in solo queue. So.
Teemo Bard is insane duo. Works in solo queue, don't do this at home. Rise being hovered right here from Faker. Syndra still up and available, one of our more prominent mage mid laners as well.
So notably, the Cassiopeia and Anivia being gone from the previous draft gives a lot of space to this Rise pick for Faker. We'll see if they pair up an AD carry here, and it looks like they're going to go for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn Bard, something that they're very comfortable with. Pays had a lot of success in this pick so far in his career.
And usually the answer to Rise, because the draft is going to be broken right here from T1, is the Annie. Pins you down really easily, level 6 with the Tibber, so Rise doesn't get to roam super early. Pairs up really nicely with Jarvan, sets him up for the Flag and Drugs. However, you mentioned it earlier, Duro has taken a backseat in terms of playing the more engaged support, especially with an Ezreal down bot, and now they're playing for lane dominance.
Okay, so 2v2 going to be matched here at the very least. Genji not going to fall over in that lane as we go to the next bans, and remember, no mid laner here for Genji, no top laner. Solo lanes are out in the wind right now, while for T1, they look for their options in jungle, which are probably going to be taken here by Genji, considering that owner still has things like the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think T1 feel pretty comfortable since they've already gotten their mid lane. A lot of the Rise counters have been thinned out, and they have counter pick set up for Doran if they wanted, so away, which is a pick that does pretty well into Jarvan, being able to very easily circumvent not only his engage and his flag and drive, but the Cataclysm as well. And we'll see what else gets banned away. Xin Zhao, you did mention there, Jake, also a massive pick for Owner.
Depending on what gets picked on 4 right here from Genji, I don't necessarily mind seeing Pantheon, especially with how you can manipulate the map early on with double semi-globals, the Rise, the Pantheon. We saw that yesterday as well. It's just such a quick transition around the map. And we saw T1 sort of doing that super quick transition in game number 1. Now with extra tools, with the semi-globals, that might be the case. We do see TF being banned away.
Yeah, I mean, especially because the state of bot lane in this game compared to others, it is more about the bot lane itself rather than the supports roaming to make an impact. Obviously, Bard and to a lesser extent Karma can still do that, but you have competitive pushing 2v2s that will want to fight. So having the Rise, having the Pantheon that can come down to punish, especially the immobile Karma, can be really powerful. We do see that Xin Zhao banned away from Owner, thinning out the pool, and it looks like range tops banned away from Keen here. Obviously, TF can be flexed, but definitely feels like the Varus and TF are more addressed to Doran not wanting to deal with those. The Renekton is still on the cards, though. A lot of these difficult matchups have been thinned out.
So is the Rumble as well, by the way. The Rumble is something, again, that we've seen partnership with J4, but also the Varus top has been an answer into, especially those range tops. But the only thing that can stagnate one of the best laners up there, the Syndra is something we talked about throughout this series and has been a flex, but here in this game with Ezreal already locked in, you would expect it's going towards mid. Chovy on the Mel instead. Similar value, and I guess more OP here for the mid lane.
A pick we've seen really fall off in terms of prio is the Mel, a pick that obviously when we started seeing mages come in the bot lane was played quite a lot. Obviously here it's in the mid lane, but Chovy's been pretty comfortable on this pick altogether. And we are seeing the consideration of the Wukong, something that can disengage quite easily from the Jarvan, but importantly it provides that dive threat, that engage potential, especially onto a Mel. If you get caught in a cyclone, you're in such a rough spot.
No Gnar, no Jace, no Vayne. I was expecting perhaps, or maybe you could look at something like a Renekton where they could play a bit more aggressive in those skirmishes. Chooses to go a little bit more traditional front to back with a tank over on the top side of the map. So Cassante, it is going to be for Doran.
This Rumble, is this Renekton top? Is it Scion to match for Gen G? Keen could just go for a tank option as he's fantastic on those. The Gwen is a little bit more style here for the top laner of Gen G, and it will be slammed, so there's no front line here that needs to be built for Gen G. It is only scaling, is only power that they've locked in for this draft.
And this is composition that in the later game team fights is going to be so hard to deal with. So many threats, so much ability to create space with that Gwen, with the shielding from the Karma. On the other side, this feels more like what T1 was typically playing during the regular season, where you have this bot lane 2v2 very strong, you have a mid lane who can roam down towards some Faker, spent a lot of time roaming during the regular season, and Doran is just on an island where he's left there to survive. So I think the game plan from T1 is very clear, but they have to be successful. We need to see Faker getting down the bot lane, we need to see Paze and Carrier winning, and Carrier able to impact the map, because I think if they just play a passive game out to the later stages, they're going to be in big trouble.
Level 6 is super important for T1, the cycle and the rise ult, as you mentioned. Not a lot of roaming going on, it is all about the bot lanes, and Pace has been rumored to be even the best AD carry in the world right now, so all of the eggs in his basket.
And this time, he doesn't have to send it at level 1. Although maybe they will with the Bard Caitlyn, but regardless, I think there's a lot more options than a Silas Camille.
But even if he misses his spell on Caitlyn, he still has autos from distance.
He does have autos this game. So look, there's a more positive outlook here on T1. And we do hope this goes the distance. I mean, game 1 was so much fun. It might only be the third place match and the precursor to the finals, the best of 5 later between KC and DK. But how often do you get to say that you were watching T1 and Gen G in a lower bracket in a third place match? It's really unheard of. These are teams always at the pinnacle of League of Legends, and yes, while this year hasn't started as well for them, if I look back at their international debuts, if I look back at T1 failing to G2 at MSI, Gen G not even making MSI, this here is where you draw a line in the sand and set yourself up for later in the year for the summer split, the following split of LCK rather, and for Worlds. Is this going to be the final time we see them until LCK, or have they got one more in them from T1 to take us to a Game 3? EWC 2026 continues right now.
Minions have spawned.
It's not a ward.
Chovy.
See that? They're going to get the ward, plus 10.
Down bot lane.
Take the ward, someone. Thank you.
Go. It's Chovy cashing in.
1 CS. GG.
Doesn't mean they try to go for... We've seen this quite a bit since we had the change to the minions arriving. One of the early plays you could do when teams felt like that wasn't aggressive early invade you could do was sending your mid laner down bot to try and get a pick. It hasn't worked out here though. Chovy's going to be not only late to lane, but also just running through Faker.
That Q does connect a little bit though, and that trades off with Faker. Starting in here, not going to do too much until Faker gets, I think, his second or third, so half HP for both.
However, due to the minion manipulation from Faker right there at the beginning, Chovy did miss, I believe, a couple of the starting creeps, if I'm not wrong.
So ends up being a bit of a cost there. Will be slower on the level 2 for Chovy. We'll see if they can capitalize on that.
However, him being Chovy, he does CS everything else that lands in front of him, apparently.
That's how he does.
Faker plays bot side of the lane, playing towards Owner right now. He's starting up in his blue side. And there's going to be a ward spotting out Canyon as he transitions towards bot himself. Low health bars across lanes. We saw Keen get the early push here up against Doran, and we are expecting Keen to have a nice time in this lane. Gwen versus tanks, it really just does feel like a cheat code here in League of Legends as Keen. Look at that damage. Doran is getting fried up there on the 1v1. Meanwhile, Owner wants to fry a different 1v1. Canyon. This one's going to come down Owner. Yeah, a little bit cheeky, a little bit risque from Owner, but he does get the big chicken.
That was actually on the millisecond because Canyon had flag, but no vision inside that brush. This is why Owner was able to steal that on 8 HP before the flag actually fell down from Canyon. A really nice steal right there from Owner, using that pressure from Faker mid lane to actually deep invade.
And the thing is with this matchup, the Gwen is going to outscale the Cassante. It's going to become a nightmare in the side lane, but to have this much of an advantage this early on is really Keen just having the edge over Doran right now. He's suffering in these early trades. Looking at early trades, Duro and Ruler setting up for a dive here in the bot lane.
Didn't minion wait for the dive. Cosmic Binding starts it off as 2v3. Pace gets flashed on as well. Flag and Drag connects, and it's first blood down. Duro was tanking. Canyon gets out of the last turret shot, and Gen G succeed. While we look at the top lane, Doran in a bit of trouble. Tries the Pathmaker out. One more auto. Flash the shield. Doran survived, pressing the E button, while Ona looks for the trade. Now on top of Keen. The stacks have run out. He's pressed E. He's flashed on. Ona looking for the auto down bot. We look again. The survival is not imminent there, but Keen will die in the top lane. First one for T1, while Gen G got another.
I mean, that nearly could have been complete disaster for T1 if Doran had gone down, but he does bait Keen in, and Ona's able to answer. But bot lane is an absolute mess. Back-to-back clean dives from Gen G. The aggro juggling was flawless there, and it means that not only do they manage to get a kill on Paze and Carrier, both of them flashes burned. Look at Canyon, look at Ruler, look at Duro. None of them even use their flash.
And they don't have a lot of creep, so that gets really dangerous. But Carrier gets the stun onto Canyon before any tower aggro has fallen onto Gen G. So they wait out the stun, and then they re-engage, killing Paze first. Now Carrier is trying to get a really nice flash. The Q is going to miss, but he runs out of mana, walks up too forward to poke Canyon, and gets punched by Ruler.
The fact that they didn't have to use flashes are so powerful in those early dives, and the fact that all three of them maintained them and they still got those 2 kills is just crazy. Just shows they had extra gas in their tank there to make it work. And here we saw what happened to Keen. Doran just baiting this in, if I'm being honest. He knows he has the backing of his jungler, and it is a delicate position, but that shield just in time.
My God.
And making Keen commit the flash allowed Ona to chase him down.
It's enough mana as well. Pace in the magical journey. He's going to have to barrier a couple of autos. Pace is dead. This bottom lane taking over, and Gen G's early game looking superb.
I mean, you look at what they came back to lane with. Ruler had the tier and then a full Sheen versus it was just a Cole when Paze was there on top of his Doran's bow. So they find the angle, they get in, and considering the prowess of Paze and Carry we've seen throughout this year, Ruler and Duro are dunking on them right now thanks to the help of that dive from Canyon.
And it's actually really cool to see Ruler on
all out under turret. This might be a mistake from Doran. He's going to take 2 turret shots. Keen now has the true damage. An E, a Q. Doran fears for that, but he runs away after pushing the wave. Ulti burned, nothing else.
Got that level 6 first, so he thought he would take a deep trade into Keen. I was about to say, it's very refreshing seeing Ruler back on a traditional AD carry, one that he's also known for alongside that Lucian.
Oh no.
Oh, Pace.
In
Too
trouble.
far.
Archangel forward. The root is going to connect. The Mystic shot. Stepping on a trap. Bit of return damage, but Pace still in trouble. The Mantra Q. Almost death. Pace lives. Not to go 0-3. Meanwhile, Canyon comes in for the seal after bot lane lost the trade. T1 might have to succeed this as Chobi's coming in as well. A Radiant Dawn awaits. The steal, yes. The fight as well. Getting the golden eclipse. Ona almost dies. He gets out thanks to Faker, but the dragon goes to Gen G.
And T1 were under pressure on that dragon due to the bot lane getting chunked out again. Gen G had more numbers in the river, which means that Ona had to finish that dragon super quickly. Unfortunate 1 HP on the smite means it goes over to Gen G, but Faker gets them out without casualties.
Yeah, good realm warp to save his jungler, but it was so close on the dragon. It would have been a complete heist if T1 got that and got away. But Canyon comes in strong, and he's had a great game so far with the impact bot lane, securing that dragon, able to make some good headway. And I feel like if Gen G are already this far ahead, they're in such a comfortable spot.
Really are. Every single lane lining up blue. Funny that top is most contested, but bot is running away with it. Hayes unable to contribute too much. Double longsword versus the components for an Ezreal that he loves the most. And a 1.5k gold lead with that first dragon down as well. Grubs are going to be up next. We look towards bot. He can archangel forward. Of course, Ruler can. He has no fear here. The shrines have to be used on cooldown to keep Paze alive.
They just don't have any pressure anymore for Paze and Carrier. And the thing is, some lanes to Ezreal Karma, an example is when we saw Ezreal Karma into Ashe Seraphine, the Ashe Seraphine would get so much power at level 6, but Caitlyn Bard, their ults don't offer the most power in combat. Bard ult can be very tricky to hit against Ezreal Karma, and Caitlyn ult, you're not just going to stand there and channel that while you're being hit. So I don't see a window where this lane matchup is suddenly going to turn on its head. Ruler's going to continue to get stronger and stronger. The 1-item, 2-item spikes are going to be phenomenal. And we're really waiting for a good bit later in the game before Pays is going to be relevant in comparison.
And also a lot of the power of the Caitlyn comes from her chunking down towers, taking down structures off the map. Now Pays is going to have a really difficult time actually coming in contact with any of those structures on the map, specifically since the 2v2 has not been working out for them. They have not necessarily swapped them out of lane yet. And as we see on our screens right here, Faker just on a trip towards the top side of the map, getting some vision down before those Void Grubs spawn.
They are there now. Quick reset from Keen as well. Wants to just back. He has no TP. He's going to have to walk back up, but he's got a Haunting Guise, so the dueling pressure versus Cassante gets a little bit better as Canyon's going to start off the Grubs. Chovy, Duro, both here. They've moved up. Keen's going to go match Pays in the bottom lane so that he doesn't get free plating at the cost of this. T1 are moving down. Owner now with Cyclone. Ready to find an engage here and get something for T1. Smite does come down. He does go to Gen G. Owner looking for an angle. Solar Snare, Tempered Fate, all used. Faker now finding an angle as well. Grubsu go down. Doran finds his mark. It's on to Duro. The Squishy Karma now down as Owner finds second Cyclone. Canyon needs to cool down to get the flag and drag away, but the flash from Faker, the Room Prison, the auto. It's not enough just yet. The flash Cosmic Binding Carrier tries to get Ruler. Ambitious as he was. An attempt still made. Canyon still low. TP coming in. Doran going to take it up. The all-out is there, but he will be traded over to Ruler. No one from T1 wanted to go in. Doran said, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately T1 had committed way too many flashes forward to not at least get one kill onto Gen G, specifically after losing all 3 Void Grubs whilst playing for the top side of the map. They needed that consolation prize and they got it, but they had to pay too.
Ultimately, though, I think this isn't too bad for T1, even though they missed out on the Grubs. The big thing here is that the people who aren't present are Ruler and Keen. Sorry, not Ruler and Keen, Pays and Keen. And Pays is so weak that him not being here is fantastic. And even though this final play from Doran looks a bit over-aggressive, a lot of flashes were committed, you have to think of the fact that it's a 1-for-1 when Doran goes on the tower, and 2 TPs were committed from Gen
Gets the
G.
stun up. There's a 1v2 here. The collapse is imminent. Pays on top of Duro's head. Needs an easy kill. He was one before. He's going to be given another there. Pays going to jump in front of the play. He takes down Duro. A much-needed kill for the AD carry who was getting stomped.
I mean, Pays here picked up a ton of farms solo when Keen TP'd up as well to counter that play. He also got a couple of plates. He gets that kill. The goal discrepancy in bot lane nowhere nearly as bad as it was before.
Huge kill right here for Caitlyn, who's got the call as well. Taking down, Pays really needed that influx of gold in his pocket, especially since when you're playing against Trinity Force champion, they spike much earlier than you, especially when that item is completed. Duro spots Carrier on that ward they just placed down, but it was just too late. Gets surrounded by the T1 bot lane, and they take him down.
Oh, the trap from Pays, both the fact he was trapping him by being ahead of him and the trap that rooted him. Just really good way of cutting off that path.
Oh, yeah.
And the gold is dead even now. So in a much better position. We saw Doran pick up some gold on the back of that. And as much as this Ezreal is really strong, definitely in a better position now than they were before. Dragon coming up now. It is a Hextech Dragon second. And we'll see the focus coming towards this. Notably, neither top laner has TP, so unless they can move down, they won't be joining for this contest.
Great soul snare there from Jovi getting a chunk of fake right before the fight. Radiant volley. Used poking tool as carrier. Also broke out as well. Only looking for an angle. He's going to cycle the flag and drag. Buffett the trap. Ooh. Perfect placement from Pays. Down goes the jungler of Gen G. As Ruler has no turret to stand on. Carrier walks in, takes the kill. Faker now under turret. Look for Duro yet again. A cosmic binding from afar. Carrier still flashes the brilliance. As Chovy's coming in to help one out. The dive's gone long enough. Faker knew he had no leg to stand on anymore. The flash. Sear. Chovy presses Q. Looking for the ulti. The auto. Almost enough for cosmic binding there. Pays in range. He will die. He scorched red. And Chovy pressed up.
T1. Great play at the start. Doran.
He's in trouble. W going to be used. A little bit of squishy. The needlework as well. Keen now getting back into that Q range damage.
Q3.
Also the flip. Not enough. Keen keeping. Flash away. Doran not going to find the solo kill, but he comes close.
It's a brawl all across the map, and T1, even though what a fantastic engage came through from Owner, they wanted more. The over-aggression underneath the tower caused them to lose too many members, and now Gen G, since they respawned on the map first, they're also first on the Dragon.
Chovy the one making the big difference in that situation, able to find the winning play. It secures them that Dragon. It's now 2-0. And we've seen this play, so the commit initially from T1 is great. So decisive from Owner, getting that knockup. Canyon ends up going down. And then the ult from Carrier sets this up to kill Ruler. And then backed up at this point. This is a great play. But they keep going, and it takes a while to kill Duro. Good sidesteps from him, and then the Mantra W for the heal. That's when Chovy arrives. Fake is definitely dead. But the play from Chovy here, getting the Solar Flare in on the back of the flash. Carrier tries to come help with his damage. That must have been pretty close to the execute.
Outplay button.
I think that auto literally ticked it from yellow to orange, or at least close to. So the Searing Brilliance was enough, and the Golden Eclipse shines bright. Big kill. Gen G still on top. But as we said, gold is actually quite even. So I'm saying that through mid, I'm saying that through bot. But Doran's doing a great job here on this Cassante, showing he's having a fantastic tournament. Might be in trouble here as Chovy sends it back with a rebuttal. Snare again, the poke through, and here we go, Searing Brilliance. Eclipse, he's dead. Every time it burns red, Chovy smells the blood.
It's just a crazy amount of damage, and obviously Doran's tanking so much, thinking, I can live this, I'm so tanky.
He's got Kevin Krogan!
Yeah, but it builds up and just demolishes him from like a third HP. Now they're looking for play on the bot side again, but it's a Gwen. This is not easy.
But Tempered Fate's coming in, that turret will be stagnant.
There's no way.
Walked into that.
Owner might do it himself. Keen's in a low health bar. He gets smited. Needlework's going to come out for a bit of healing. Onto Canyon. No Cyclone just yet. Bonked over the head is Canyon. As Owner asserts his dominance in the bot side jungle, there's nothing there. But at least he asserts his dominance.
Gen G are so quick on the map. Ruler pushing that mid lane tower whilst the siege or dive was attempted by T1 over on the bot side of the map. Chovy has also pushed topside, and at least Pays is getting some of that very much needed gold from that bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, when he takes that tower, he's going to be ahead in gold, and we'll see once again Chovy in start. It feels like he's not really achieving that much, but just the constant rotations of his abilities, stacking up the passive, hit after hit after hit, eventually just becomes too much for Doran.
I don't think they expected Doran to die from that HP, because Carrier's right here. He's got ult to drop on top of him. They just don't expect him to die. It was too much HP.
I didn't expect him to die, if I'm being honest.
I mean, we might be doing it again. Romwom's going to be bringing Faker up, though, helping out Doran this time in the play. Soul Snare matches it, though, into Chovy's waiting arms. A stun, flushed away from Duro, almost getting an angle as Doran tries to do the same thing. Golden Clip comes in, not a kill this time. Tempered Fate is dodged. A snare narrowly avoided as T1 on the retreat path. Carrier thinking about the magical journey, gets the short form of it. Doran also matches that path. Pays in a bit of trouble here. Onto Ruler, though. Almost gets that Q down. Here comes Carrier to help out. Canyon on the way as well. Will be more than 1v1 the flash forward. Ruler almost gets paid, but a Q. Ruler is going to be Carrier finding his kill. Barrier down. A Cosmic Binding. An ace in Ruler. And Pays will claim the kill and revenge for earlier in the game.
And you know, we saw Khalees do that to Ruler earlier in the tournament on the Ezreal, the Q flash, but he's not quite able to pull it off onto Pays. Carrier comes in for the assist, and Ruler goes down. It's now an 800 gold lead for Pays in the match, and with how badly it started, this is a great recovery.
Oh yeah, he's at a great place. Very, very close to that Infinity Edge, a second item as well on the Caitlyn. But man, I gotta say, Ruler, when you put him in that mid lane on Lucian or Ezreal, he is an absolute spectacle. He feels himself and he'll play aggressive to get extra resources from already the goal that he has.
I think Pays felt him this time.
Pays his POV right here. The flash heal coming through from Carrier as well is what saves him. And then he just backs up, waits for his ult to come on.
You know what? That's why he's a good support, because he let him get the kill.
True. Got the order down, got barrier out.
Tell the truth.
I would have ordered.
Pays almost 2 items, i.e. incoming. With those Hexfire optics, I think Pays is going to be in a fantastic position. T1 in a 1,000 gold lead based off of him, because remember, Faker is down about 1,300 himself. And it is Chovy who is carrying the torch right now for Gen G's game number 2. Well, the rest of the map has been very topsy-turvy. Dragon up in 30 seconds, Genji on 2.
Yep, and obviously Chemtech's still not the highest prio, but with Genji already having 2, they want to deny them getting that. I think T1 being set up in advance really important, being able to get the Caitlyn traps out, being able to play around Vision. If they get on top of Chovy, who is right now the strongest member of Genji, I feel like if they can shut him out of the game, take him off the map, it'll make such a difference to their chances in this fight.
I have a feeling Genji have called this one off. We saw Chovy reset, however, then they pinged the tower. So they feel confident giving this one over to T1. They have gotten every neutral objective on the map, and Chovy just got that top side tower. He tried to reset again. He's like, screw it, I'll push yet another wave. More money into Chovy's pockets means more damage. He's already 1.5k ahead. One Dragon going over to T1. Genji, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, not the highest prior soul. They already have 2. I think it's a great decision, especially when you're not there first. It allows Chovy to get more money, and you're missing out on the 2-item spikes from Chovy and Ruler in particular. Ruler, the 2-item spike on the Ezreal, absolutely massive, so I think it was the right decision to wait, just to play it slow. We talked about how a lot of aspects of Genji's composition, the Gwen, will really shine in the later stages. There's no rush for this team.
We did talk a lot about T1 and how they build this bridge into the mid-game and get the game rolling before Genji have time to settle. And before this Gwen as well can shred through Doran, I think is an important point. Kenny Rooker, I'm going to keep Doran, or rather Keen at bay. Doran has had a pretty good game, all things considered.
This is a nice thing. Sometimes you buy a Kanik and then you end up getting matched into a champion which doesn't have the value.
They're both
has a lot here.
Cyclone, yeah, Duro's in trouble. He's been caught out a couple of times, put in deep vision. He gets caught out again. Tempered Fate is going to extend the play. Carrier's got an angle. A binding ruler. He'll get slowed, he'll get autoed, doesn't need to be against the wall. He'll be helped out with Pace and Owner slamming him down.
That's unfortunately the downside of playing Enchanters. When you go a little bit too deep into enemy territory to set down Vision, you end up getting caught. Owner, fantastic engage right there, taking down Duro and force the play onto Ruler. And now with the refill being caught by T1, they managed to get mid lane tier 1.
Second charge has come through, but it is just still that outer turret. That is the domino here from T1. Faker also getting top push. Owner goes into Fog of War. Bit of respect paid from Keen, but also Doran, remember, caught the attention of that bottom lane turret, and he takes a plate with him as well.
And so often as an Ezreal on this item spike, you want to play aggressive around the mid lane tower. You want to challenge for prio. You want to harass the enemy AD carry. Now that your mid lane tier 1 is gone, you can't really afford to do that. And I think part of that tower spike for Ruler was what wanted them to play up, and is what T1 punished. They now have a 2,300 gold lead. Half of that is on Pays. And he's more working towards his 3rd item now.
All right, 30 seconds or Baron. Stakes lead to that as Carrier going to spot out a ward, looking to threaten Keen. Everyone from T1 walking into the top side. Doran misses out on the skirting of Vision that Canyon was setting out with the orb. Seeing if they could get a response play, but Doran was backing in the shadows, managed to get back and gets himself the 6 conversions. So that ulti usage going to be looked at a little bit more here. There's 5 seconds till Baron until it spawns.
Chovy's been scooping up all that side lane juice that's coming through, all the push that's coming in from T1. He's been scooping up all the creeps, 1.4 gold lead. Kane should be fine right here. It's a little bit of a poke from Carrier. However, the one guy I want to talk about right here, never mind, I'll hold it because Doran's under attack.
He just used his invulnerability as well. His W's now down, has to use the all-out, press W again after the reset, looking for Duro on the damage as well. The root on the turret, he's still taking up the 6 conversions, helped out a massive chunk as well. Soul Snare dodge away from the rebuttal, brings him in. The flag and drag, the Cataclysm, and Doran jump back in. And now he's going to burn again. Down. No. W comes through. It wasn't enough in the end. And it looks like Doran will survive, but the turret will not.
Definitely a delicate position to be in, but now Faker looking to cut off Keen, but there's no one now at the other end to force him into him.
Barrage comes flying up.
Gets the TP.
T1 do disappear, and Keen hovers around in case it's going to be a follow-up.
Right, as we get a minute right here to breathe. The guy I wanted to bring up for both of these games for T1 has been Owner. A lot of weight fell on his back, especially with Pace and Carrier falling behind in game number 2. Game number 1 of the Lee Sin, you gotta get ahead. And he has been making the plays happen. Almost 100% kill participation, 7 out of 9 kills for T1. And with that Wukong, you've got a lot of power in the engage in your hands. And every single time Owner has seen a champion out of position for Genji, he has pulled the trigger.
So looking at really, especially with Chovy being this relevant threat, can get it on top of the Mel. Wukong, there's not much you can really do in terms of the rebuttal. We obviously saw it work out pretty well into Doran when the knockback was reflected. But if they get on top of you, only the Rocket Belt and Flash are the tools to save Chovy. He doesn't have the same level of safety as Ruler does. See Faker taking up this tower in the side lane. It's 45 seconds until the Dragon, and notably this time around, T1 don't have control of the area. They don't have to set up the vision and the potential to slam those Caitlyn traps down, which I think means Gen.G feel a lot more comfortable. I think it's going to be hard to force in here, but T1 can try and drag them towards the Baron. It is, though, that hunting Baron, the one that does loads of damage.
Yep.
Everyone's so scared of, so perhaps T1... I mean, it's T1, of course they would.
Yeah, they would. Dragon first, so Gen.G moved down after clearing the division. T1 secure that path, with Ona dropping a couple of himself. Keen up in top, TP available. Dusk and Dawn now picked up, or rather, second item at least. And for whatever came next is Ruler poking out Ona is nice. Druid giving him a shield. Hayes gets tagged out as well, and that damage might be enough to give Gen.G the confidence to start Dragon.
But what T1 actually really nicely did there is they sandwiched around so they can walk inside this river, but with those trades, Gen.G have the HP advantage, so they're just brute forcing in river.
Chovy front line, he gets flipped up. That's a three-man cyclone. Ruler has to arcane shift away, but Chovy's dead. The gold is down on Gen.G as Doran has an angle. He's got Keen in his sides. Faker brings in Ona. It's a little bit deeper. Ruler spaces out with the Azrael. True shot right. Going to lay it down and pepper the back line of T1. Pays flushes in, gets his auto, his headshot, ace in the hole. Duro almost dead as well. The flash from Carrier, and Faker will join. They do not let you leave. You will die and fall into your coffin instead.
Absolute decimation. Ona and Carrier leading the charge on that play. They find the angle, they shut down Chovy, and they're going to claim the Dragon as a reward. Now with a 4,500 gold lead, T1 are in such a great position.
Man, Owner has been so sharp with his engages. Let's have a look one more time.
And look at this, so when he goes in, the Bard stun locks him in place, so both charges of the Cyclone get to go off. No flash from Chovy, no buttons pressed. The beautiful setup for the jungle support of T1.
And then Faker brings Owner further into the fight to split the remaining three members apart and run them down as we're seeing here. And then Carrier with an incredible journey into Flash Q to get the slow, allowing the rest of his teammates to grab the last kills.
You know, this is why teams often don't let Carrier have Bard. Making some great work there, and T1 are decisive. This setup is so good, and Chovy, who had been this main character for Gen.G, just didn't get to play the game there.
I have a question. What's this Bard skin called?
We'll have to fact check that one.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
all right.
We'll get back to you as Baron.
It looks nice.
It does look very nice.
Yep.
All right, Gen.G, 4 people move up as a choke. Feels like their last fight as T1 have really taken grasp of the game, but Pays half HP onto Ruler. Doran's coming in as well. Onto Chovy, a Pathmaker up against the wall. The all-out Chovy has been delivered again. The food is free for T1 as they move to a 5 versus 4, and a Baron well-deserved.
So creative to wrap around, grab Chovy. He is the biggest threat on Gen.G, and they have just eliminated it, which means that T1 can chill this time around, because I don't think there's going to be much contest here. But as I say that...
Canyon's nowhere near. They're trying to pressure mid instead, but Carrier has ult if he really wants to preserve it.
Faker.
Oh, they're looking for a flank.
Faker comes into the Realm Warp. Doran is there waiting. Ruler, he's going to arcane shift, but to where it doesn't really matter. The Pathmaker in his way. Ace in the hole, and T1 ready to take us to 3.
Oh, he's been spotted on the ult. Oh, just off. Had to throw it down pretty instantaneously, and just a little bit off on that one. Even Carrier isn't perfect on Bard, but T1 are in great form right now. 7,000 gold lead with Baron. We do see the TP coming in. They're looking for Pays.
Gen.G just going to continue setting it. They're running out of time. At least as Pays going to take the magical journey. Golden Cliff's not enough. It will help for once, but the damage onto Doran as he gets rooted up. Gen.G on the chase, the snare. Pathmaker again. This champion invulnerable a lot of the time, but will he finally die? No, here comes Owner again. A triple cyclone. Doran lives, laughs, and he loves that T1 ascending it once more as Chovy runs for the hills, but T1 take everyone out in front of him.
And Ona is just permanently in the right place, slides in behind them. Just when Gen.G think they found the turnaround play to get them back in the game, suddenly they see the Wukong behind them, the spinning starts, and it's all over for Gen.G. They still have the Nexus alive, but a 10,000 gold deficit. I don't see the angle, Jake.
Neither do I.
3 lanes pushing at once from T1. They win the fight and then they instantly split into all 3. And let's have a look one more time from Owner's perspective, as we have been glazing him this entire time. Splits the team apart one more time, gets the double knockup yet again. And it has been a phenomenal game for him.
Well, the value on that Cyclone there, getting the full channel onto multiple targets. T1 in firm control now, and Gen G kind of in desperation mode. They were trying to make that practice play with the TP flank, did not work out. Now maybe looking for Faker on the bot side, but it just feels like the deficit is so large. Now Actualizer on Faker, he's doing so much damage.
Baron recall, Protobelt. Okay, Faker's going to ghost instead. Flag and drag. Oh, it's the wrong way from Canyon. There's the ultimate. Faker presses the Actualizer. He'll take one with him as he drops the Chovy. But Temper Fate in the top lane. King's on a trap and he is dead. T1 are making business work in the base of Gen G. Ruler at half HP after an ace in the hole. That turret still needs to go. T1 were between 2 turrets at the top lane, as this Baron buff is going to deliver them a couple of inhibitor turrets as well.
And Faker could have ulted out, flashed out, but he knew that if he burns as much time as possible down that ball, then T1 will empty the base.
Flash from Carrier. Chovy pressed the rebuttal, but he'll die. And Owner, we have glazed the hell out of him this game. His Wukong unmatched. Canyon, unremarkable in this game, but he has had his number taken by Owner. As T1 run into the base, the flash going to be burned. Ruler looking to defend. Next starts now under siege to go to a game 3, the final one of T1 and Gen G's tournament. It won't happen yet, but soon as the base is broken.
Magical Journey to get Pays out.
And he's okay. Canyon wanted to dive him.
There's the TP flank, but he can put a trap down on it.
The trap goes down. No, not in time. Keen presses the W instead. Flash away from Pace. He survives. Keen gets in his range. Oh, no! Taken out by Doran. Saving Grace, but Keen has the network. Gets the shutdown while T1 is still running for their lives. The circus will continue. The music starts playing. Owner dies. And so does the Cassante finally. As Carrier takes a magical journey, but a flag and drag as Canyon looks for the chase. Carrier will live. Fake is still alive on our screen, but T1 got caught on their escape.
It's a big influx of gold, able to shut down Pays and potentially set up for this Dragon now, but it would only be the 3rd of the game for Gen G, and they're still massively behind in terms of gold. But they do find a punish onto T1, who overstepped in the enemy base. Now Faker, I think he just let the Scuttle Crab go.
He does have Actualizer.
Oh, it is objective bounties, to be fair, yeah. So a lot of gold for Gen G to pick up on the map. This could be their saving grace.
Replay time. Let's see where we went wrong as T1 is 4.
The TP lands. It is a Gwen. You cannot very easily trap a Gwen. The flag and drag gets flashed by Pays. And what a beautiful drag from Doran on Keen across the wall. However, Pays has run out of spells of displacement, so he will get pinned down. Keen dies. Owner dies. Really nice player here from Gen G, but Keen might get caught as the TP is coming in.
Yeah, this live TP's coming from Doran. He's going to make 3. The Keen should be dying here. Need to work the last valley to get the slow path. Maybe going to be dodged away from. Tries to get Faker and Carry in the process. Jumps up into melee range. Faker's in a little bit of trouble, but Doran will take the kill. Faker has too much machine gun damage. And now 5 versus 4 again for 50 seconds.
Yeah, it looked like they were stalling out the death as long as possible to try and keep Keen off the map. Notably, Keen doesn't have TP as well, and there's Baron in about a minute 7. He'll be alive for it, but he won't be in position to help contest vision and control. But even now, just for the base push, he's not going to be there to assist Gen G.
He's going to get the auto down. Turret goes. One more inhibitor through mid. That'll easily be taken. The question is, can Gen G find their defense again? It was on the run. It was low health bars. Soul Snare connects. T1 on the escape path once more. Not going to overstay. They've got double inhibitor down and Baron's up in 40 seconds.
The thing is, since it's a 4v5, it's so hard for Gen G to push heavily outside of the base, trying to contest his vision. Baron spawning soon. I mean, look at this. Canyon tries to walk up, and Fake just actualizes all over him.
That's true, Orc. That's very true.
May I look at the glass half full here? There is an unfinished death cap waiting to be finished in Chovy's inventory. He's been scooping up creeps all over the map on side lanes. Perhaps there is a chance that when this gets finished, there is an angle for another one-shot.
There's some big spikes, right? The Rabadons, the 4 items from Ruler, but we did just see Bloodthirster picked up by Pays. And Faker has the fake 4 items where he has a Seeker's Arm Guard.
And a GA on Owner.
Yeah, it's a lot of strength here. T1 have firm control of that river, that Baron area. We do see Gen G have a bit of vision on the Baron itself right now. Rabadon was completed there. but they have to find a way to push in and contest this. It's so scary against the Caitlyn.
Hayes does get
That's
dunked
scary too.
That's Chovy. Ruler's damage is still very meaningful. Remember that top wave is slowly coming in, so T1 trying to bide their time, getting Scuttle. Hayes will heal all the way up though from the Scuttle. Baron will begin. Genji are onlookers for now.
Look at Faker, look at the angle he has.
Faker with Actualizer to blow them all apart. Take us to a game 3 by himself. T1 picking themselves off the Baron. Canyon looks for an angle, doesn't find Kerry. He's isolated for now. Mega Blaster gets him away while Faker positions well. The trap's a nuisance for Genji. They know they've got to back away, defend their base. T1 have played another good Baron.
That was so clean. Faker was stopping the angle behind the Baron. The traps were stopping the angle in front of the Baron, so they had to wrap around. The second Canyon tries, he gets chunked down. No smite, no party for Genji, and they have to back off. T1 already have 2 lanes pushing with supers mid and top, and only 1 inhibitor standing on the bot side.
They got that freebie inhibitor tower in the bot lane as well from the minions, so Genji not able to handle those waves beforehand. We look at the state of the game now. Pays so strong. We saw how strong when there was that rebuttal on the auto, but now they're looking for him.
Yeah, Pays being found out. It's a double flag and drag with the flush draw. Magical Journey going to get them out though. Canyon's such a great engage, but Pays is able to take a magical trip to Neverland. The trap is down, standing on. Chovy does a good job of outlooking damage, but Keen even wants a piece of the Pays, but there's no pal here. He's no one's friend. Pays is indestructible with his friends surrounding him, taking him to game 3.
So smooth by Pays, kites through the magical journey, waits out the rebuttal, does not want to headshot himself, and just decimates every target in front of him. There's a last-ditch effort from Genji, but T1 will take us to game 3.
The Baron will move through the Nexus tower, so Realmort will pull in the last kill. Duro is running away, and T1 are running us to the last game between them and Genji.
Is that what you get in the LCK the whole time, Orcs? Tell the truth.
Yeah, most of the time. It always delivers. This matchup
crazy.
consistently a banger, and they're going blow for blow, constant fighting. I was looking forward to this, and already we've had such a phenomenal series, and we still have that last game ahead of us.
Game 1 centered a bit. Game 2 gave us some exquisite play. T1 woke up a little bit, and especially some of these last fights.
Chovy tries to bait him because he flies in, and then he's like, please auto me, please auto me with the rebuttal, and Faye's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Man, I feel like this game, Owner, just world-class once again. I love the players. We are going to throw it over to the desk to get us into the final game of this series.
Thank you very much, y'all. I hope that our EU casters get to enjoy this one for one more game. Indeed, it is Genji, it is T1, it is the greatest rivalry in LoL esports, delivering yet again. And this one, it took a little bit of a turn. T1 started off on the back foot, but Owner was able to stabilize to get to the point where Pays could carry.
It feels familiar, you know, like this is the game that we normally get in LCK, and this is the game that T1 and Genji delivers to us, and I think it all started from the draft.
Yeah, you said it, what did you wanted Pace on more of a hyper carry, and he proved why in this game, because he was pumping so much damage in the late game teamfights on the Caitlyn, and just pretty much solo carrying the game. You could tell that Genji, they had one goal, kill Pace. If they killed him, they could win. If they didn't, they lose.
That's what happens when you have a fed Caitlyn in the late game. We take a look at the draft and talk about how it all happened. I was concerned about the Wukong pick, because if you're going to run the Caitlyn Bard, if the enemy jungler has more agency pre-6, often you can't get that pushing lane to work out. And that's exactly how the early game went. Unfortunately for Pays and Keria, they couldn't get that lead. Pays went down 0-2. I mean, I think a lot of people forget that because we saw at the end of the game, he was the fountain laser, he was deleting everyone, but the early game was rough. The Wukong pick did not work out early, but later on, he saved the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the pick, you know, like who can actually save the game. But also, we often forget about Keria's Bard, you know. How dare you to open this pick to this guy? Because I think, yes, several times whenever he picks it, maybe he loses the lane. But I think the pick potential, the playmaking from him is like helping T1 a lot to come back in the game. And I think Kate Bard together, they always been great, so.
Yeah, we've got to see it twice this tournament. Last time that they picked this over at EWC a couple days ago, we were like, How is he still getting his signature pick? And it leads to plays like this as we take a look at the highlight here over at the Drake. It was the T1 Ace where
this
they took
owner
control.
moment, man. This is, you might not have been there in the bottom lane in the early game, but this saved the game for T1.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you picked the Wukong Bard. Even though they had a tough early game, as you say, Wolf, the fact that you're able to pull off engages like this, it's so difficult for the carries of Genju to react because the engage is just so snap, you know? Wukong flashes in, instantly gets the Cyclone, and Keria with the follow-up, and then you have so good chase potential as well with the portals. It's just beautiful from T1.
Wolf, you know, we got Wadid's wishes here in the last one. He wanted to see more hyper carries on the bottom side. What do you want to see here from this next one?
I want to see a winning lane for Ruler. I want to see Ruler have control. I want to see them play through bottom side. I said the same thing about Pei's last game, right? But I think Chovy is the one doing a large portion of the damage. Chovy's been the main character, but I think Ruler needs to get involved as well.
Well, this match has been a fantastic appetizer for our grand finals with D plus Kia and Casey. And standing by right now is Ginny with some KC fans. Take it away.
The fans are already out en masse cheering for the teams when the game isn't supposed to start for another couple of hours. This is the dedication. This is the French fandom. This is Carminco. We're one of them right now.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Dota 2 is also on the way. We've got a third or fourth match going on right now. What's happening with the club championship points here, Chris?
I think the only team to really talk about is BB team. They're in the final up against P Vision, but as far as the third, fourth goes, none of these teams are really eligible. But for us, look, it's going to be a really interesting game. We had Vici Gaming, who are one of the squads who got all the way through unexpectedly, but they're going up against Yandex, and right now, it's not looking pretty. We're going to be heading to that grand final maybe a little bit earlier than expected.
All right, well, then I might be checking in with you a little bit earlier than expected later as well. We're going to keep you updated on how the club championship points are going here over in Dota.
We are here to solve the debate once and for all. What is better, League or Dota? I'm here with Tyler One. How you doing, Tyler?
I'm absolutely awesome as always.
Wow, that is fantastic. All right, great. Well, I guess we should just get things started here. I could probably start so you can steal all of my ideas and claim that they're yours. League of Legends. Oh, no, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. League of Legends obviously exists, but Dota is a superior game. You guys took everything about Dota, copied it. Did it worse?
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him off. I'm not.
All right, go ahead. Go
I cannot bear to see this guy talk.
Please, go.
He's lanky, pale, bald, unlike me.
True.
Terrible at games, I can tell. Brother, Dota has built-in lag.
built-in lag.
Turn rate is built-in lag.
Wow, that is actually impressive.
It is a clown game.
That's
you know why they have built-in lag?
Why is that?
People always like, oh, it's to balance the range and the melee characters. It's just you guys don't have hands. You have no micro. You have no mechanics.
Oh, that's really
turn fast. You get click fast.
That makes a lot of sense that you don't like turning. I mean, your traps are so big you can barely turn your goddamn head.
Is that an insult?
That's not an insult. I'm a big fan. I think you look great. Listen, turn rate is a big deal. It's called skill, my friend. You got to be planning stuff, being able to follow stuff, look at stuff. It's a big deal. You know?
Okay.
Yo,
and then
he didn't even turn. This guy has no idea how to turn at all.
Oh, this guy.
I'm not turning.
Okay, bro.
Your ability to follow action is not good because you're a league player. You don't get it, and that's okay.
Okay. That's turn rate. Terrible. Horrible, by the way. Turn rate's terrible. There's no argument. It's why
Wait.
I played Dota.
I'm
not done yet.
All right, go ahead.
I played Dota.
Yeah.
And I got almost to gold.
Wait.
As a Pudge player.
Why are you defending League? Didn't you get banned from that game?
Yes, but I'm grown. I've matured, and my actions were unreasonable.
You played Dota when you got banned from League. Am I right?
Yeah, it's the only way I'd play that game. There was nothing else.
Why did you stop playing Dota? I forget. Can you tell that story?
There was nothing else because
Wright didn't contact you and say stop playing this game.
That is not what happened.
No.
I just got bored of it because it's a terrible game.
Okay, I'm sure you would get bored of it. Not as interesting for you. Not enough
He's rage baiting.
clad female characters with.
I'm not saying League.
Hey, I'm not saying that either.
I'm not saying League of Legends is perfect, but listen, I will say this.
Yeah.
Dota has a mechanic where you can buy back as well.
You can. It's called spending money.
Yeah, it's called you made a misplay. Here's a get out of jail free card.
Well, no. In Dota, our players spend money in the game instead of out of the game to buy a $500 autograph that they never wanted.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. Turn rate is a big deal, but I heard League has turn.
Turn what?
Oh, sorry. It's not turn rate. It's turnover rate of their
Okay, this guy has rehearsed it.
Okay,
he has rehearsed it, by the way.
It's okay.
Yes, maybe the staff, but people play the game well.
Which one?
League of Legends. It's one of the most popular games in the world for years.
Yeah, until Mobile Legends Bang Bang came out, it was great.
The only people, that's not true. That's not true. The only people that play Dota are like European players.
That is true. I mean, Dota does not have a lot of players, and you guys are so much bigger than us. I completely agree. There's a lot of people that eat fast food instead of going to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I'm sure it's better.
Wait, now you're insulting America as a whole.
I'm not insulting America.
These aren't even league players.
No.
Okay, how about the league players in like Korea?
Where?
Korea probably played.
Oh my God,
well.
that's where Faker is from, right?
Yes.
Faker. Oh my God. What other pros do you guys have?
Okay, do you know what? I don't know a namesake pro Dota player.
Huh?
Who's a shelf Dota player?
We don't want you to know. Everyone's always like, Dota doesn't have enough players.
Because nobody watches the game.
Good. Dude, if a lot of people advertise Dota 2, then we'd have a bunch of goddamn league players. You think I want to play with those guys?
Yeah, you need some players in your game to even queue up. You're probably scraping the bottom of the barrel right now.
I mean, you do have me.
Your queue time is probably 25, 30 minutes.
Yes. All right, you got me there. You know, here I would probably surrender, but unlike a league player, I'm not a so I'll keep going. I'm surprised. You are so good at debating for a guy that has no ability to talk in his game.
I can talk about game.
No, you can't.
They're going to have voice. Yeah, but they said it's coming.
Oh, is that coming?
It's coming soon.
Oh, like the replay system? Is that coming? Hell yeah.
It's coming soon. Soon.
Guys, just spend a little bit more money unlocking heroes. When they're done with the fighting game,
champions.
When they're done with the card game,
they're called champions.
They'll get to that.
Because League of Legends is like their owners they can take over the industry in different fields other than just.
That's really interesting.
That's a claim.
Industry.
Yeah, wait a minute.
That's great.
Actually, let me retract that because I forgot who made that. Okay, let's retract that. Never mind.
No, it's fine.
Never mind.
Yo, if it goes bad, you could just re-release Jinx for the 40th time. I'm sure that will get back.
They're just lying for camera.
Now put them back in. Put it back in the card game.
How about Arcane? Arcane did well.
Arcane.
Where's Dota show?
That is
nobody knows where Dota is.
You got us there? I mean, our anime was not as good. It is so surprising how much League players love League when they don't have to play that game. It was huge, dude.
Okay, that's
all right.
Fair.
Hey, you know what? You got some great points. I got some great points. I got to say, though, at least we can agree we both hate FPS.
This guy drives me crazy.
We hate FPS, am I right?
Lucky there's camera crew and people here else. We might be in a physical.
All right, we are fine. We are fine. We both hate FPSs, though.
True.
Absolute garbage. We're meta class, baby. We're mobile players. All right. Thank you very much. It's solved.
Bro, you rehearsed these fucking.
I didn't rehearse anything.
there's nothing like a game 3 between T1 and Gen G as we roll back in, looking to see the spectacle that we're going to be delivered for this. Game 1, scrappy as hell. Game 2, we got the scrap, but we also got more constituted team fights, with T1 bringing that dynamic through the mid-game. Now, Pace came back from certain misery from what was a Gen G-dominated bot side, only to give us the true meaning of Pace Caitlyn.
Yep, getting dove early on, both of them dying without Gen G binning any flashes, then dying the 2v2 later. It looked doom and gloom, but the resilience from T1, setting up Pace to carry, Ona with the phenomenal engages, and Kerry as Bard, once again putting on a complete show.
Again, huge performance. Owner on the Wukong, I felt like his engages were so sharp. There were a lot of times where, as Orcs mentioned, they were combining the double binding from Bard with the double knockup coming through from the Wukong Alden clone. That was a beautiful display of jungle support synergy to get the game back on track.
So now the only question is, what are we going to get for our final game? Our final game between T1 and Gen G in this best of 3, third place match, where the difference in points in prize pool is huge between losing and winning. Doran is not going to get his Jace, thanks to T1 themselves taking it away. And once again, Ona is probably going to be choked from this Vi, from this Nocturne, like he has been most of the tournament.
A lot of jungle bans coming through, and with it being fearless already, the pool really feels quite thinned out, especially when you look at like the typical meta junglers. I expect Poppy to be banned as well. Then Neferi really stands out as the sort of highest priority jungle left available.
Would be probably looking towards something like Shinzao as well, especially if you want to play a more traditional front-to-back, particularly looking at Gen G, who have been seeming to favor kind of that playstyle in this series versus T1. The Ziggs taken out as well, and it's been Vi Nocturne on the side of Gen G. Things like the Gnar, Poppy, as you mentioned, have also jumped into the ban list in game number 2.
Olaf gone.
Ooh.
Usually is a response to that Jace that we've seen, also a response to things like the Gnar.
Also, the Ashe Seraphine. It's a pretty good counter when you can just run into the backline onto immobile carries.
I think Olaf has been a great pick for Doran, particularly when the enemy team lacks that DPS, has a mage in the bot lane, and they can't cut through it. Notably, Poppy and Orianna both haven't been banned yet, that were banned in previous drafts. Trundle ban going to come through, so this maybe suggests that T1 could lean towards the Xin Zhao, Trundle good into the Xin Zhao, could also lean towards the Poppy, but I think they're expecting Gen G to take this Orianna here.
Yeah, for sure, right? Ori first, and then rotation. What else do we have available? There's just so much. It's like an open window. The Varus is there, which is just going to be slammed by Gen G, but you are giving up Ori. You're giving up Ori, and specifically, as you talked about before, the jungler Neferi as well for repairing, which often isn't being given in the same rotation.
I feel like Orianna plus Shinzao just buy so much time in the team fights. There's so much survivability and distance that you can create in those fights. They're kind of an incredible duo.
In the past, I will say, also, we've had Neferi as an option into Varus top. So the flexibility of Varus might decrease a little bit with his priority jungle that can also be used in a solo lane. T1 that ambitious. It seems like such a good pairing. Orianna was a given. Early jungle here. Are they willing to pick up the Neferi, or is it going to be something more constitute like the Xin Zhao that also has a good pairing with Faker's Ori?
On the Xin Zhao, very effective, and also has the shielding, the backup from the Orianna, which we know the Xin Zhao definitely prefers. Now for Gen G, I expect a jungle pick up for Canyon, and then presumably Chovy's answer to this Orianna could go for something like the Akali, could also go for something like the Galio as well. They're going to start off by taking the Pantheon for Canyon, bit of that global pressure, and it will be that Galio for Chovy. They're hovering at least.
Ooh, I actually really like this combo, because again, when you have semi-globals on the map, then the side lanes become a little bit tricky to play for T1. And since T1 have been so mobile around the map and so fast around the map, this is a way that Gen G can actually contain that.
And I think it makes the skirmishing so threatening in the mid-jungle, because once one bit of CC lands, it's just going to get layered. There's a lot of burst damage between the two, enough to just completely demolish either Faker or Ona in the early levels. And now, will you get an 80 carry here, knowing that things will be thinned out afterwards? No, they're going to go for the Yorick for Doran.
The Flandre special. This guy brought out the Yorick, one of the very first players to bring it out in the current meta. I feel like it was something early last year even. Into anything caster or range top lane, it's actually really potent and strong to push that lane.
How's Keen's Cho'Gath, Orcs? Where are you at on that for the time being? When was the last time you remember? I love you scrolling there, you're like, hang on a minute.
Did he play it? I don't think we have had Cho'Gath in the LCK, but I don't think Keen wasn't the one to play it. But we have seen it before, so it'd be interesting if he's prepped it to come out here. And then obviously that would involve putting that Varus down towards the bot lane to Ruler. Still a flex, still have the option to put that Varus in the top lane, but that would obviously be into the Yorick.
With the Olaf ban coming through from Genji and the Shinzao Orianna, I would love to see some Ashe Seraphine action, some Senna plus sort of support action coming through from T1. I feel like their front to back potential and their stalling potential in terms of team fights is just so strong right here with what they've already structured with the double melee champions plus the Orianna, that it could really not allow that Galio Pantheon duo to work in terms of team fighting role 5 vs 5.
Final remarks on the bans. Lulu, Nautilus, both gone. Lucian going to go as well as a possible pairing. They're thinking about what could have gone with the Varus. Again, remember that Varus still can be a flex. Into the Yorick. Let's see the preference for Keen, though, as Poppy's going to be taken away as well. And stop some of the mitigation of mobility here. But T1 needs an 80 carry. And there's a couple of majors up. But we've lost things,
I think
like the Victor.
Sivir makes sense into the, if you're expecting the Varus to be bought, Sivir works well here, and it does good into like the melee comp, but maybe you don't want to pick it on 4 since you don't know where the Varus is going. Then you could just end up taking a support instead. We'll see though, 41. I think the Varus, where it's going, really is going to dictate how this draft plays out.
Pays typed about 3 names in 1 second that he had to pick.
The suspense is just building.
They're smiling.
Maybe he just didn't like any of the options.
It is a misclick. We're having a remake of
So I think if it's the Varus bot lane, I think the Sivir works really well into it because obviously she's good into any casters. You can spell shield. There's abilities. We'll see if it's going to be the on-hit or the poke Varus that comes through. I also think that Rakan has a good amount of value here, specifically if you're pairing it with the Galio for Genji. I love Rakan Galio, how you get that initial engage, the ult on top. So maybe if we are putting the Varus top, you could lean towards like a Xayah Rakan for Genji. I think there's options ultimately at this point.
Yeah.
But it just depends. Are you willing to put that Varus top lane into the Yorick, or has that scared you off and you're going to give Keen something else in the matchup? And if so, what? There is the Renekton, I believe, available, and Renekton does pretty well into the Yorick. We've seen that matchup just really snowball and run away, and then you'd have this very thick bruiser frontline for Genji on the top side of the map.
And you
you'd
can
really
also
just
play
want
for top side, right? Because
you absolutely could. And you really would just want to consolidate that with some engage. You could just go, even like Varus Rakan would work, honestly, or Varus Rel, Varus Alistair. So I think that's an angle you could go towards for Genji.
Also, we didn't mention it, but I think the Syndra is still there.
Yep.
Right? So the Syndra as an option for that bottom lane also still exists if there's going to be more flexibility with the Varus. And for someone like Yorick as well.
I mean, also for the side of T1, if you're playing into like Galio, Pantheon, Syndra does a pretty good job of disrupting
Another good
those.
angle.
The stun can just completely cut them down.
Sides.
Wouldn't have the most damage to cut through them, but you have a decent damage profile already. I don't see Yorick into melee champions in team fights. I think Yorick struggles into like, if something just massively outranges him, he has to find good angles. But when he's just rolling with melees, the Maiden gets so much damage down.
And I feel like it's a bit awkward for T1 to also separate Ashe, Seraphine, since they are on first pick in that particular draft. They could potentially angle that if they could pick it together as a duo, and they knew what they were playing it into in Genji. It fits the theme of the comp with the Bruisers and the Orianna, but splitting it apart, you could end up in a situation where it just gets countered down bot lane, and if Ashe, Seraphine kind of get shut down pretty early, it just becomes very difficult because they're both immobile to play out the game.
Let's see if it's an angle that can be played towards. Of course, we are waiting. We're in a pause/a hold because there was a misclick. It was Pays or I'm not sure who it was. Smiles were going across. I think Carrier smiled at him. So
there we go.
It might have been a misclick here from the bottom side of T1, but we'll find out regardless what that exactly was. However, for now, we're just going to run it back. Exact same pick and ban up until that point, up until the 0 seconds on pace. So we will go very quickly to this 4th pick for T1 to find out what they're leveraging here before Gen G have to put cards on the table.
Right, so all same picks, the Oriana plus the Shinzao from T1. They get some little bit of extra time to think about this as well. I feel like that 4th pick for T1 is going to be very important, whether they want to solidify their AD carry, not knowing where that Varus actually goes. However, they need to make sure that the threat of the Pantheon Galio is dissuaded some way. Again, things like potentially even Zaya might pop in mind right here for pace.
So for sure. And I think I'm just interested to see where the Varus is going to go, whether they're going to commit to it in the bot lane or top. I think I'm leaning towards it being in the bot lane at this point. And I think Keen might bring out the Renekton in this situation. But we will see.
I think if you get walled as the Varus top, very interesting.
Here we go. He has now 26 seconds.
All right, well,
he had a bit more than that.
I think already he would have claimed what it was a lot
There
of time
is.
in these remakes, so he just had to slam it. So it is that Syndra. We talked about the Syndra before. Syndra's going to get locked in, and again, going to be bot lane Syndra most likely. We've also seen bot lane Ori, but more likely going to be that Syndra. And now the question is, Gen G, is that Varus going bot or not? They're going to show us the next 2 picks. We need support.
I think
an 80 carry slash top.
This kind of makes on-hit Varus a bit uncomfortable playing into like Syndra Ori.
Yeah.
Hard to walk up, hard to get the auto attacks off. So if it is going bot, more likely to be poke Varus. Though it looks like they might be leaning towards this could be Seraphine carry with an engaged support. You have these bruisers in the Galio and the Pantheon. You can kind of go forward and you can just ult through them. And if it connects onto Pays or Faker, that'll be a 1-team fight.
Is there enough damage, though, to do Seraphine with the support?
No one's that tanky on T1, so I don't think it's too much of a concern.
Okay.
And you have a good amount of damage from the rest of the team, and it is going to be Seraphine, Alistar bot lane. So you have the setup, you have the engage, you have this big bruiser front line, and then you actually have the AD carry in the top lane with the Varus. You have that sustained DPS if you really need it. But to be honest, if that initial engage works, that should get a lot of the job done. And now for T1, what are they going to respond with? Pairing up with the Syndra in the bot lane into these heavy bruises.
I mean, technically, Rel could work really well. A lot of melees on Gen G, so the counter engage could work. Keria is a Pyke expert right here. He's going to be locking it in.
Lovely.
I'm a little bit worried for the damage output on the side of T1. I'm not going to lie.
So this Pyke definitely feels like a snowball pick, a lane pick, because you have a lot of threat onto the Seraphine, but also into the Alistar matchup. If Pyke is priming his Q in front of you, the best way to interrupt is to headbutt him, but he'll just dash backward and then you're stunned. You're going to get the CC layered with the Syndra as well. It's not a fun matchup for the Alistar early on. It's not a fun matchup for the Seraphine. And really, Gen G need to get out of that laning phase and have that value in team fights that the champions really provide.
So I'm going to ask you, is there worry if Keen doesn't have an all-time game? Is there worried if Canyon isn't able to use Chovy, rather, to help unlock the map here? What is your concern with Gen G running into this T1 comp when there's a lot of comfort, but also a lot of operation within the ultis, within the team fights that feel like there's a lot of threatening angles that come through from these champions?
They're very tanky. The shields definitely help prolong the fight. So when you are lacking damage, but you can prolong those team fights, eventually you will do enough to weather the other team down. My problem for Gen G is actually getting there. I feel like the level 6 is going to be very important for them, and obviously not allowing Keria to do whatever he wants on the map in the early stages.
It's also like with picks like Syndra, Pyke, who have those executes. If you're not able to get the health bars even close to the execute range, they're going to feel much worse. Pyke, if you do not snowball in this pick, you do not impact the map, the Pyke is just going to feel useless in the team fights. There's too much CC going around, too much damage, they'll just explode you. So I really think T1 need to get the ball rolling and get some momentum. And ideally, if they can free up this Pyke to impact top lane, that Varus, Keen's Varus, should be targeted heavily, shut him down, and the game gets a lot easier.
Well, just like the road to MSI, we're at the final game. T1 triumphed, went to MSI, and Gen G stayed at home, onlookers at the event. This time they've been knocked out, but moved to the third place match where T1 stand in their way. Revenge would taste amazing in Paris, just like all the food does. But the real question is, can Genji bring us a game one like we saw in this series? Because that was exceptional. That's what it's going to take here. I've made my production team hungry. Don't worry, there's another best of 5. They can eat during that because that is going to be a delight. And I'm not talking about the support.
I love this tech because getting a ward in the lane brushes is so important for top laners, especially in a rangeless melee matchup. So we see Duro come over and put the ward down level 1, but Carrier comes over and sweeps it. And it's just a little funny interaction matching that. Carrier's, and I talked about him impacting top lane. I was thinking, you know, maybe after like 3 minutes. He's there now.
He is.
Duro sniffers it though.
Lane swap
Still
meta.
staying.
Okay, let's stick it around. Quick base from Carrier, maybe. Still hovering. Duro cancels his base. So does Carrier. And so both supports are going to be late to this lane. I mean, solo experience for Pays and Rule Up.
Keep just canceling. Keen just checked to see if Carrier is actually back in, and now he's gone.
By the way, Duro soaked a minion from top lane. Carrier did not. So, might be a small EXP difference. I mean, Doran's going to hit level 2 here first, despite there being a range matchup. The ghouls are out as well, so Doran on that next wave will have 2, will have the E, but Keen obviously is going to be able to get the auto attacks down on the minions first, which does mean that they match level 2 at the same time.
Now, both sports returning to bot lane. I will say, I feel like the level 2 spike from Pyke is so threatening, and Genji T1 not able to capitalize on that window here and now because of the attention being put towards top lane. Does give a bit more freedom to Duro and Ruler. Notably as well, Duro has gone for Aftershock. We often see Spellbook on Alistair. He's pretty tanky in and of himself, but really prioritizing that durability in this
Orders
game.
coming in. Yeah, Chovy forced out of the lane, has to teleport, but as you expect, the range advantage is going to take care of Galio early before he gets more resistance.
Love this also from Canyon. He went Raptors into bot side, into back, into longsword. Owner has been doing this for forever. And because he knows Owner's going to end up on the top side of the map, could potentially match Keen a bit too far forward. And Owner is
He's
right
also
behind
got 3 calls as well. He landed the morning mist, the dark procession around. Keen's going to flash away, but wind becomes lightning. And death comes for Keen. First blood to Owner.
And if death wasn't enough, just look where those minions will land when Doran is done resetting. The lane will push further down, which means that Keen, who's flashless and teleportless, is going to have to overextend to catch his wave.
And I really wanted to see T1 putting attention towards top lane. So good that they've done it so far. Doran set that gank up really effectively. And we even see double scuttle secured with Pays and Carrier moving up to get this bot lane scuttle, while the top lane one was secured by Owner. Just good proactive moves in this early game.
Pays, who doesn't have to use the TP because he hasn't actually backed away yet as well. Moves away as Ruler has with the amplifying tone. TP going to be used. Faker stands his ground, but it's mainly just to clear the wave. As Duro's also roaming, supports as they do at level 2, just crossing bridges in the mid lane. And Carrier will go back while Duro, remember, slight experience advantage, now has margined out a little bit. He gets level 3 off the mid wave.
Carrier fishing for an angle down here in the bot lane. The CC layering very threatening.
Spots Canyon, I believe. You'll see Duro right now. Spots Canyon on the ward that was placed earlier. So they do know the whereabouts of the Pantheon. And again, this Genji composition truly unlocks at level 6 the Galio plus Pantheon that can hit the side lanes. Hopefully they can play to get some more money, potentially into Ruler's Seraphine. As Kin, not gonna lie, he's a little bit cooked up topside, especially with where the wave has been kept from Doran this entire time. Makes it really, really difficult for Keen to walk up and CS.
I mean, when we look at the bottom lane, headbutt pulverized. Duro's found a mark. It Pays. Yeah, the crowd's a bit confused, but Duro finds an angle.
Just a big overstep. The fact that the Alistair can get behind you and set up that headbutt without even using flash. You know you're in a bad position then, and it's an easy pickup. You are this immobile mage, and it's just an easy handover to Canyon on this Pantheon.
Nicely done, King.
That's where you want your gold in the early game. Pantheon is going to be the moving piece in the entire Genji composition. So getting that extra gold, the extra first item. Now with the Tunneler in the inventory, Cannon really has the chance to impact that early game.
There's a ghost in the water. Carry out Bone Skewer is nice under Ruler. Halo Blades come through, but he didn't get the last two auto attacks of it. Paige just gets chunked out, and right now Ruler and Duro chilling in yet another laning phase here in this series.
Yeah, Ruler low mana, so he has to reset to get out here. And this was just, you know, Carrier can kind of do things like this because he's on Pike. He can go aggressive. But look how far forward Paige was.
Yeah.
Trying to grab the Grom.
Oh my god.
And then the headbutt back into the Pulverize, into the stun. No getting out of that.
No one takes his Grom.
No, he is pals with that Gromp as Canyon looking around for an angle, maybe looking for a bit more deep information. Going to spot out jungle attention here from Ona, especially on that ward. Over this next scuttle, level 6 to be acquired. That's from Canyon especially. Ona a little bit behind on the EXP game is very looking for a Bone Skewer, delays Canyon a little bit, but as he gets that ward and keen here to auto out, especially with level 6, no one wants to walk into this level 6 Varus, as the kill threat definitely there. And Pays, speaking of kill threat, a couple more of those, and Ruler will have his number.
Duro also shows up in the mid lane wave next to Chovy, so T1 knows that there is a numbers advantage in this river for Gen G. They're gonna let go of that Skull Crab. Cannon very, very close to his level 6. He's gonna get it off his camp right now. And this is where the threat happens. Level 6 on Chovy, level 6 on Canyon. Dragon is up. Where is Canyon going to use his first ult?
He's gonna fly in with Chovy, that's for sure. Dragon being an Infernal for the stats to start. Grubs up in 1 minute 30. Carrier hovers again. Faker looking for the push out as well as Chovy takes a decent chunk, but with the null magic mantle, it's getting better here. The Chovy on the Galio.
Hoppers come in from T1. They've sent the Yorick down the bot lane, and we have Hayes up top side. We actually saw, so Keen walked most of the way top lane. You can see him in the base now. They were late on this. He walked most of the way top, and now he's beelining towards the bot lane. T1 head and tempo when setting up this swap.
They're trying to match seeing the Yorick down that bot lane. Great catch, Ox. They want to play for potentially the next Dragon, and also having Keen around on the shortest route possible, matching that Yorick down bot lane. He's going to grab that wave just in time, so the extra distance is not going to be so punishing. I feel like when he hits every creep, he's most likely going to almost equalize in CS versus Doran right here. As Keria is hovering around mid, going towards the top of the map where Pace is waiting on Syndra.
Spotted out by a quick scrying scuttle here is Ona walking over as well. Ward's placed down, control now spotted. Ona looking deep, see if he can take that for now, but they don't know where Canyon is, and obviously with ulti up it's dangerous. A shielded Ranchok are going to bring in Chovy under threat. He flashes away, it's Matt, free Talon Strike. Ona was one away from getting the knock-up, so Chovy lives.
Good disengage there from Chovy. Fortunately does win the flash, but if you're trading with Ona 1-for-1, it's not too bad in that situation. Now though, Paige, you might be in, okay, had the vision of Canyon, able to back away. Ruler and Duro moving in.
Canyon is looking for the ult, he's gonna press it.
Duro looking for the engage, finds it first. There we go, Ona gonna fly on in, or at least press the button to stop them from doing so. 4 members, but an encore flies, and Ona is down. The first goes to Gen G. Keen, meanwhile, also finding a solo kill on the man with the eulogy. The Varus top comes in clutch.
Gen G able to get 2 of those grubs, and they're just too bulky right now. You know, the Galio flies in, the Pantheon, the Alistair. There just isn't the damage, the DPS to cut through it from T1. And in the meantime, the fact that Keen, who obviously got ganked early, able to find the solo kill in the 1v1, feels fantastic for Gen G.
But that's what really worried me through draft for T1. If we look at this one more time, you see Canyon ulting in. On top of him is Chovy, who grabbed his wave through mid lane and then joins them. And my problem right here is that Syndra is more of a burst mage. Orianna with the shockwave becomes a burst mage as well. I do not see the consistent damage from T1. And their consistent damage could be Doran, but he's currently losing on a winning matchup on the side lane.
Yeah, look for the angle, but couldn't chase Keen too heavily because he was so close to tower. And once Keen has lethal tempo stacked up, he's such a threat. Doran overstepping there. And the thing is, in that fight around the grubs, Duro didn't even have ult, and they still couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
So once he has that level 6, it's going to be an even harder target to cut through. Dragon is up and available, and likely a focus point now. We can see Canyon moving over towards it, and they have a good amount of vision. in favor on that banana brush. You can see Chovy clearing on the control ward now, and there is a Scryer as well, so I just don't think any way for T1 to contest this.
It's a really cool way that Gen G are approaching the fights, depending on whether they have that Pantheon Galio ult combo or not. Right here, they're just walking in, they're playing melee range, they're engaging the Dragon, they're looking to play inside their own bubble, whilst at the Void Grubs, they allow T1 to walk in, and then they're re-engaged from range, which then utilize very well the two semi-globals that they're sporting. Really nice way to showcase how to use the comp, whether you have that ability or not.
And nothing pressuring them from having to force themselves to a play without it. For now, those cooldowns almost back up and available for Canyon and Chovy. T1 hovering around the topside play. It looked like Duro was just waiting for the step up from Doran, especially without the eulogy of the Isles. The 1v2 threat, the 1v1 threat just really isn't there from the Yorick. And the sustain and the insane damage that comes through.
And I think what's gone well for Gen G, they've been patient, they've been controlled, and Duro's been moving to match Carrier. And Carrier just hasn't been able to have the impact on the Pyke, and this pick is absolutely on a timer. It's going to just be less and less useful as the game goes on, especially in this Gen G composition. So even though the gold is pretty close, I'm starting to feel a bit concerned for T1. They need to start making some proactive plays and finding some momentum somewhere.
Talking about T1 being concerned, 9 seconds on that Pantheon ult, and Pace is all alone down that bot side of the map. Raptors is what Pantheon is on right now. However, you're looking at top lane being pushed for T1, bot lane's being kind of pushed by T1 from Pace right now. It's going to take a reset, but you have to expect that now that Thunder Sky is complete for Canyon, he's going to be looking for his next victim.
Flashbone skewer is a whiff. You don't often say that. Duro disengaged with the headbutt. T1 still want to follow it up. But they're out of gap closes. They are getting desperate, Orcs, I think.
That was so close. Duro with a little sidestep. He had heal as well for the movement, but didn't use it. And Carrier commits the flash. You can see he really wants to make things happen. Speaking of making things happen...
Doran will have the ulti. Will he pull it out? Flashes instead. Chains Corruption going to land at max range. Pressing that E now for the ulti. It's a little bit late, though. Doran going to get chunked. And the wife will die. Owner comes in late. The hero's entrance. Owner gets out of it, if only just. The ball now on his head, looking for an audacious charge. Faker needs a shockwave as Plays, misses the stun. It's only a one-man onto Canyon. He gets the stun. Owner crescent guards, a re-engage, but Canyon running for his life. Surviving for now. Carrier with the engage gets flashed on by Keen. Forward with the dissonance. Faker will do it himself. He sends the ball out. The stun, the ulti. Keen is dead as well. T1 gets some gold, but Chovy will take one back. A stun onto Faker. He'll slowly, Winds of War, the beast. Faker will dodge, but he will die. And Chovy will pick up in one return.
And you see T1 trying to get more out of that, but in the end, it's still favored towards Gen G. The exit kills, the trade-off kills coming out pretty huge there here. This setup on the Doran was pretty fantastic. They're really patient, waiting for his flash to make sure that the ult from Keen connects. So he's just guaranteed doomed here. But then when the counter-engage comes in, they have the TP flank for the Syndra, they have the rest of T1 moving up. They're not immediately able to capitalize here. So right now it's a 1-0 for Gen G. And they end up focusing down Canyon, who doesn't have the Aegis immediately available. The stun doesn't connect, unfortunately. The shockwave does. But I think it's actually the Winds of War later for Chovy that ends up getting a kill here. Oh, we're going back to live.
No, we're going to go to live. Doran's in trouble again, and the wife was used before, so 1 versus 3, he is dead. He has no flash. The kill's over to Keen. The Virus top better, and Doran is burying himself with his own shovel.
So when I said I needed to see attention top lane, I was actually talking about T1 putting attention top lane.
Really?
Gen G just being further and further ahead.
And I feel like they did that pretty early on. Carrier tried to pay a visit, Owner paid a visit where they got the extra first kill over on Shinsao by ganking Keen, taking his flash. It just never ended up revisiting. I feel like this Pantheon Galio combo has been so potent from Gen G. Canyon has been using it on cooldown, and it's coming off cooldown soon again. There are a couple of flashes missing from the map. Faker doesn't have one, Doran doesn't have one. So if these two overextend in any lane, and I'm looking at Faker right now on the top side of the map, Canyon could be looking at his number.
I'm very worried about the top laner of Gen G. 2,500 gold, and he's really maintaining most of it. The T1 invade is happening, but Keen is isolating bot with the Dusk and Dawn. So while there is some gold going down, there is more arguably going to this Varus, who is going to take the first turret at 14 minutes in the game.
This is not how this matchup goes.
Well, apparently this is how it goes.
This Yorick is stuck on Phage and Sheen, right? And there's a Dusk and Dawn on the other side. Keen has gotten out of lane. And that was the most important thing from Gen G. Do they trust to put him top lane in a counter matchup and him getting out of it? Currently, he's 2,000 gold up, 1 item up, and he's in a great position to carry.
Carrier looking for an engage onto Ruler. What can they find? Bone Skill waiting, trying to get the flash, but Carrier advises against it. Phantom Undertow to escape, and him and Paze are going to group up while Dragon's up now. First one of the game went to Genji. Canyon going to start it again in the control here from T1.
Looks like they're going
At this point, it's just a trade.
Trade the objectives, yeah. I mean, I think it's the right call with the current state of things. They have the control in that area. You can't really just face check into it. But Genji feeling pretty good about this one. We'll see what Soul is. To be honest, with how bulky their comp is, even a Chemtech, oh, there we go. I think it still works very well with the composition.
Yeah.
These bulky frontliners is going to be even harder to cut through. The shielding and healing that comes to as well going to be very high value. So if Genji get the hands on this, it's going to be so difficult to deal with. And I'm looking at Chovy as well. We already know that Galio, very good against mages. He has Abyssal Mask and the upgraded Merc Treads. He's so hard to cut through for these AP champs.
Oh, they're running for Keen right here, but I feel like Keen is just going to push out that wave and just back off. He knows that if he overstays, somebody will show up from T1 as they always do. I feel like the T1 rotation for that Dragon right there was perfect with Faker over the top side whilst being shattered by his team, so he cannot get shut down through the top side of the map. So Faker got some time to actually push under Jovi's tower and get a bit of CS. I feel like they're going to very heavily rely on that Orianna to make plays.
Oh, do you guys see that sign?
When that's G2,
yeah,
why did you point?
No.
Why did you point this out? Because people can't see, but you kept pointing at me. Read that sign. Why is that, Ox?
I just wanted to know the answer.
You know what? EU is still in the final.
True.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
But it doesn't matter, so is Korea. That's the problem. We can't win this trouble. Hawks has three. Look, to be fair, I don't know the answer to that question. I think people have forgotten it. So, yeah, can't answer that for the fan. Engage, Duro. In a bit of trouble. He's slowed down by the audacious charge. Aftershocks now down. He's going to be knocked up, pulled back in. Might be a free kill, but we're going to bring in the Gundam Galio. Chovy onto Ono. Crescent Guard already pulled on out, and Ono flashes away. He's got the ball on his head, so he needs to re-engage to find an angle for Faker. Genji group up as 5 through mid. They have all waves pushed right now, and the freedom to move as they will.
That was both teams kind of throwing whatever they had at each other. It was majority Genji using the Galio ult to keep the Alistar alive. They are really bulky. Carry on.
Chovy's deep. He's going to just punch, but gets caught out. Carry almost dies, though.
Yeah, who got caught there? I'm not
I don't know.
Sure.
Why is Chovy not dying? I need an answer now. Shotrev's going to bring him in. He flashes away. He just punches again. Chovy takes a year to die, but die he does. A shutdown over to Faker. T1, a breath of light, and Faker is the only one with gold in this game.
That is very big, though, because Orianna, I feel like, is going to be the game changer right here. The consistent damage is coming through Orianna with the Q, apart from the big pop from the Shockwave, might be able to change those fights, especially when we're looking at the damage distribution. 41. There's just not a lot of consistent damage of it. Owner.
Knock up, yeah. Owner's punishing this. Always Page. Good scatter of the week onto Canyon under Tara. Tara not hitting just yet, but there is one. Encore comes through. Page in trouble. Duro, two-man pulverized, and a bait it is. Owner jumps back in. He wants something out of the play, but he won't find it yet as Carrier wants to bring death from below. But all he needs is a skewer, and that misses. Genji walk away, drawing out Faker's TP.
Just shows how long it has taken T1 to cut through these targets and how much respect they have to pay. And in both of these situations, Carrier's like, hey, I found Chovy, and look how close he gets to death. Just trying to set up this play for his team. He flashes in and just nearly gets deleted just by a bit of damage from from Rula and there from Chovy. And then Chovy does try his hardest to get away. It does take a very long time to cut through him, though. It's still a good kill for the side of T1. But here, the CC and turnaround potential of Genji composition cannot be disrespected.
Yeah, Pace walks up without flash, gets caught on the chain CC by the Seraphine, and gets punished.
Oh, Doran could be in trouble now. That tower's very low.
Here is indeed. He's sticking around. Carrier's coming to help on out, but the turret regardless is going to go down to Keen. Whether they continue to play or not, Carrier backing away, but Keen is just in these side lanes. Right now, Doran can't match him, even with the Trinity Force. That guy is about to have a second item here on this forest top.
I feel like the pace of the game is picking up right here. Cannon also, with his ult up right now, could be looking. The second that towers go down, this is where Pantheon shines, because you think it's a 1 versus 1, suddenly he dives in, and suddenly becomes a 3 versus 1, as Galio can follow up on that as well, on the side of Chovy. So T1 are going to have to be very careful on the side lane push.
50 seconds on that Dragon, and Baron going to be up and available as well, so I feel like this is the pivotal fight. If T1 misstep, not only do Genji get potentially 3 dragons, but also can head over to that Baron. They don't have the most DPS of any composition, but they're very bulky, so they can withstand it. If they get a clean fight, they will just take that objective.
They will indeed, and Keen now also just picked up his second item, so let's call that a power spike. He's got a proto belt now on this Virus top.
I'm wondering if Chovy's going to have enough for his second item. The Imperial Mandate is insane on Galio. This Abyssal Mask Imperial Mandate, so much extra percentage damage increase, and the ability haste you get on almost all your abilities. It's only a Q that the Imperial Mandate doesn't apply to. Is just crazy value.
Very importantly, we're here for Pace. No flash available and so much CC on the side of Genji. If he gets caught or tipped by the Seraphine ult, then the chain CC comes through and we saw him overstep over in mid lane and just getting one shot. So very important for Pace to not get caught as T1 are approaching, trying to get some visions on their own jungle. Keria will be the first one to stand forward, but Genji have already started it.
His Umbral Glaive has been used. Len's now down as well. Gets a bone skewer to start us off, but this Dragon feels like it's gone. Owner's coming in from mid to the Dragon Pit. TP's going to be used by Genji defensively. Engaged from Duro. Sets it up, and there's Chovy to fly in after the fact as well. No knockup, but they're all in range. Owner gets sent away, or at least sends Canyon away. 3-man shockwave. Not bad, but not enough damage right now. And in the middle of it all is Owner, who's going to drop first of all. A bone skewer onto Chovy means naught. As Genji find the fight, find the Dragon, 3 up, and threatening Baron here with T1 losing a member.
You get a 3-man shockwave, and basically nothing changes. The sheer bulk of Genji so hard to cut through, and it just feels like a brick wall that T1 are fighting against. They do get value from Doran in the side lane.
He'll get bot as well. Actually, not a bad TP.
I feel like this is going to be the name of the game for T1. Try to buy as much time as possible while Doran is taking down those towers. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Hullbreaker even come out in the later stages from the side of Doran, just to try and get something off the map. The 5 versus 5 is really rough for T1 right now.
Close to this turret, moving down to Genji. They've already used some of those semi-globals, so they won't be able to catch Doran just yet. Carrier's also doing a bit of coverage here. So a bit of gold back over to T1, but remember again, they're facing Soul Point, with Genji feeling so comfortable in this game 3. Seraphine with 2 items. Imperial Mandate that Orcs talked about, that's now been picked up. So it really is Chovy getting unkillable, or at least annoying at this stage. Duro at half HP. He doesn't hold, or rather have the unbreakable will. Owner ulties again. Keen gets the ulti down. Owner is on an island. And Chovy comes in to make sure he drowns. Genji again, another pick.
That TP from Chovy was so beautiful because he completely cuts off the ramp, isolates Owner, and then Owner dies all alone since the rest of T1 could not carry forward. What a beautiful TP.
This just does not feel fun for Owner. He goes in, he gets bounced around, knocked up, CC taunted. Doesn't really get to play the game.
Look at that TP.
Yeah, cuts them off completely, and Owner ends up going in, but the thing is with the Crescent Guard, it only stops people outside of it from damaging you. No one's outside of it. They just all got in with him and beat him up, so Genji furthering their lead once more. We did see Doran obviously pull back a decent amount with his plate taking, but with next Dragon, with Soul on the cards in 2 minute 40, Genji feel in a really comfortable spot. I think for the side of T1, if you're going to approach them in the 5v5, which you may have to deny the Soul, you need to think about how you can reach Ruler or Keen. Those are the squishier targets, although I will say Keen has that Seeker's Arm Guard, which is going to make things a bit trickier.
And I was going to mention
Faker's new Shockwave, yeah, the ulti's going to be launched in. Chovy and Canyon flying in. Faker's now already out of the play after needing to burn his flash. Tried for the chunk onto Duro, but now, guess what? He doesn't have flash or shockwave, a blast cone, stunned up, taken by Chovy, so there will be no escape for the mid laner of T1. And a spear to silence all the fans with him. Baron sits in front, and Genji are unstoppable in this game.
And they have so much chain potential on this Baron, and so much bulkiness and sustain. It's so comfortable to start this up. They can just be ready for T1 to approach, and the second they see a target, they'll go.
Doran making work on the bottom side. That's only his wife. He's walking up himself at 7k. Can they do the 4v5? Canyon relaunches himself into Paze. Everyone forward on Genji. Once again, Owner's ulti used exceptionally well, but he's left isolated. Paze comes in with the scout of the week. Genji are getting low. And to the credit of T1, they have pulled Genji off the Baron. They have gotten some health chunk from Genji, but now they must escape. The follow-up from Duro, the heal, the protobelt from Keen. Chains Corruption lands on his counterpart. The burst with the AP top lane 80 carries enough. and Keen finds a kill.
Faker.
T1 running for their lives. The winds of war. Faker comes back, but a blast cone, a shield of Duran. Gundam Galio sends T1 down. A mecha unstoppable beast from the mid lane this time. It's not Faker, it's Chovy, it's Gen G with a wipe.
They managed to clean house. The initial turn doesn't find success, but they chase down the targets. T1 even call in reinforcements, but it's not enough to put a stop to Gen G, and they move back over to the Baron.
It was also very scary because Owner was around, so you never want to take even the slightest chance of Owner getting inside the pit. And since they have committed so much to chase them out, might as well take them down as well. Pays very patient with his last auto on the blast code to try and save Doran, but the auto attack had already come through from Keen, so takes him down. And Jovi so patient on this blast cone. The second Faker walks in, takes them both down with the taunt.
And you know that T1 kind of get the vibe that if we let everyone die here, the game might just be doomed. Because the fact Faker TP'd in to try and save them, really just committing everything to try and get these last members out, but unfortunately weren't able to do so now. 5 seconds until that soul. Genji a little late to it, rushing out the base, but in such a strong position. Will be looking to push in here. Can T1 get the jump in them from the fog of war?
I mean, I'm worried because the face checking's so easy. Chovy can just run on in. He's got to seek his arm guard. Good scat of the week. Starts on to Duro. Keen, remember, as well. Sonya's just completed.
There's the
ulti in. They want to send it and finish off third place. Shield of Duran, easy as that. Doran hasn't had the best game as the charm brings them in. And T1 are destroyed. It's not even close. It's not even competitive in this third and final game.
Genji pile up on top of T1, and their composition is not durable enough to fend them off. Genji with the Baron are gonna push as many lanes as possible. I don't think Cannon is even taking that dragon as consolation prize.
At this point, it feels almost impossible for T1 to cut through all this bulk and the engage, the coordination from Genji. This is what we know from this team. This is them at their best. Curious looking, this pipe just feels so useless at this point. The champion does not have nearly as much to offer.
But this composition is just so good at tanking T1. T1 have burst primarily. Doran didn't get ahead on Yorick, so he's not really an AD threat to them. And as you can see all around the board, Seraphine, extra HP through allies. Mid lane, he's only building tank and support items plus his Seekers. You look at top lane, there's an Hourglass.
And honestly, even the Yorick, like the Maiden does percentage HP magic damage. So not the best help there, not the best contribution. You can see Canyon has gone for a lot of magic resist itemization. Doran seems to be in a bit of trouble. He's trying to defend the Krugs, which I get. We know who he is.
He's Krugs.
Maybe Duro saving him from himself, obviously. The wife. Down she goes in a quick moment, or at least close to, yep. And as you said, near impossible, it feels like for T1 as they're going to lose their inner at the bare minimum here.
He now has the Verdant Embrace, I think it's called.
So he's going Banshee's fourth.
But the fact he has that Spell Shield, and the Zonyas, and the Rocket Belt, and Flash, and Ghost, he is not an easy target again.
And Solari from Alistar.
Yeah, there's so many defensive tools for these. I say squishies, they're not even that squishy. Look at the health bars of the Seraphine and Varus. It's becoming so difficult. It already was so difficult. For T1, you can see the Baron power play over 5,000 in favor of Genji.
Moments away from silencing what is a majority-based T1 crowd here at EWC 2026. And in Paris, hasn't been many cheers for this third game because I think they've known the comp has set itself up for success in Genji. An engage tried by Doran, but a Mega Blast Cone from Duro that builds the space. Genji, there's 4 members down here, but they are not giving T1 an inch as they try and overload with all 5.
T1 had to try and make a play here, see if they can catch someone. Canyon was all the way to the top side. No TP to join. His ult was not in range to join. He had to reset as well to get an extra item in his inventory. Now Rift Maker for the Galio, so a lot more damage coming through as well as tankiness. And T1 just missed their window.
Gains corruption, dodge out of the way with the Proto Belt. The burst is insane. Faker for the shortwave for Keen goes golden. You can't kill him. He's got too many tools. As Duro sends Owner once again into the middle of Genji, which I'm sure he's getting pretty bloody sick of right now. The Winds of War hits pays a double down. The base in tatters. 29 minutes, and Genji are going to take it home.
There's only a Yorick and a Pike to defend the base. Don't think there's anything Doran can do here.
He's going to flush away. Genji are going to chase, but the Nexus turrets are next. a Pantheon, sure, but Doran is out of his own base, sent out by Chovy. Genji matched by DK, but T1 are just another day in the woodwork for the LCK team. And while it was a rough tournament that they're not defending their title, at least they'll be able to take down their rivals in T1. Now it won't be yet, as Kerry does drop. Owner's coming up in 5. Fake is now alive. Genji will have to retreat as Shockwave brings him in, but Chovy buffers with the Justice Punch. Shielder Duran, Winds of War, Faker dies on the respawn. Owner gets back as well. A scatter of the week, but Chovy's right back in. You can't stop him. And I doubt that you can kill him as well. The next Nexus turret, they turn and go, you know what? We've killed another one. Let's get the Nexus. Third at EWC 2026. Unable to defend their title, but able to defend their honor versus T1.
Genji will win their final match of the tournament, and the reigning champs unable to reclaim that same prize, but will get the 3rd place finish and get revenge against T1, who denied them in the road to MSI.
I felt like there was so much patience in this best of 3 from Genji. From draft to execution in that particular last game, they just knew if they play this game clean, they get to the item breakpoints. There's no way T1 has enough damage to beat them, and they were right.
There was such a nice pace to that game if you're a Genji fan, right? It felt useless. It felt so hard to watch if you like T1 because Genji just held their control. We talked a lot about the comp. I think also talking about how Keen just, once again, on another 80 carry top, kind of smashed Doran out of the woodwork, even though Doran had that great Cassante game. It wasn't enough here. And on the Yorick, fell short.
I think Genji are a team who are so good at dictating the pace of the game and controlling it. T1 needed to get things rolling, needed to get things going, relying on Carrier's Pike, and it was just too hard, too thin odds, too thin chances to make things work. But always, this series delivers. Genji against T1, always a legendary matchup.
It's always nice, it's always great. And you know, back to LCK for both, and we'll see what the final split has to offer before Worlds. Both have high expectations on their shoulders. The fact that they bowed out of this tournament and had to play this 3rd place match was already a surprise. But I think a lot of T1 fans will be asking for more, especially with a loss against Genji after their loss to G2, after the loss to KC. May sound negative, but it's a hill to climb that T1 can do, as Genji are the winners and Ruler is standing by on stage for his 3rd place interview.
He is indeed, as Genji locks in that 3rd place finish. Paris, make some noise for Genji! Standing by here with Ruler. You came here to defend your title. It wasn't to be. How did you find the energy and passion after yesterday's loss to come here and compete against such a fierce rival and play so well?
일단 룰러 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 타이틀을 다시 가져오진 못했지만 그래도 어제의 패배 이후로 이렇게 다시 와서 또 강적인 또 라이벌인 T1을 상대로 이렇게 승리하게 되셨습니다. 사실 그 원동력이 무엇인지 정말 궁금합니다.
어제 경기 일단 지고 나서 좀 다 같이 조금 분위기가 좀 사실 많이 안 좋았어요. 많이 안 좋아서 오늘은 좀 되게 편하게 저희가 못 해봤던 것들이나 그리고 좀 저희가 부족했던 부분들이 뭔지 알고 있지만 못 고쳤던 거라서 그거에 대해서 되게 좀 많이 이야기하면서 좀 플레이를 해서 이제 좀 좋은 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, after yesterday's loss, we felt a little down. However, yeah, let's play much comfortable as possible. So we tried to do things that we didn't do, and we didn't fix our mistake last time. However, we just tried to fix this time, and I think that worked as well.
Now, of course, you'd much rather have been in that grand final and competing for the trophy, but coming 3rd and winning here against T1 comes with its perks as well. You get $220,000 to take home and 500 club championship points secured. When you get home, how do you think you'll reflect on this year's performance?
이제 타이틀 디펜더에 실패를 하셨지만 그래도 상금 22만 달러와 함께 클럽 챔피언십 500포인트를 획득하시면서 이제 돌아가시게 됐습니다. 그래서 올해 이번 대회에서 이제 룰러 선수의 경기력을 좀 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 평가를 해주실 수 있을까요?
이번 EWC 와서 제 경기력에 대해서 좀 생각해보면 그냥 좀 마냥 좀 잘하지 못했던 것 같아서 좀 계속 아쉬움이 많이 남는데요. 좀 좋지 못했고, 네, 그냥 좀 아쉬웠다 생각합니다. 제 폼에 대해서.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think I can say good words to my performance individually. So I'm disappointed to my performance in this EWC. Yeah, that's it.
I think everyone here would love to know, Ruler, who you think will win the grand final. Will it be DK or will it be Carmine Core who takes the trophy home?
이제 다음 경기 그래도 결승이 좀 기다리고 있는데 DK와 KC 중에서 어느 팀이 이길 것 같으신지 예상을 한번 말씀해 주신다면요.
진짜 좀 어려운데요. 제 생각에는 이번에 뭔가 느낌이 카라민코프가 우승할 것 같다는 느낌이 좀 듭니다.
It's hard to say. However, I have a feeling that Carmine Core will lift the trophy.
The ruler thinks that Carmine Core will lift the trophy. We're going to get to that later, but one more time, what a performance from Ruler and his team in the third place finish. Paris, one more time, make some noise for Genji!
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You want to go to the Eiffel Tower? Taxis are so much worse in Paris. Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just going to have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
the Eiffel Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait one second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
from Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. One second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay.
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
A lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All right, well, what can...
Regarde la rue! That means watch the road.
Ah, where's the part?
There we go. Just that le.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
True, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city yields traffic lights and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour.
We.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like.
Wait.
She did not like it. Oh wait.
Oh wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait. I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this. Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Trey Bell, LaShawn.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No!
Well, I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel
Tower. No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant!
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to go to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the... What's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, just
not.
I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know, just.
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche.
Oh, wow.
Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Okay guys, it's grand finals time and it's time to figure out who's the GOAT of League of Legends in France. Kameto?
Or Faker, obviously.
Bon du coup les gars, on en pense quoi? Bah Kamel, based.
Choose wisely, I said. I told you before. I told you before to choose wisely.
Based. French house.
No,
KC.
Faker!
So what do you guys think? Kameto or Faker?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Ah bro, come on. Bon alors les gars, le GOAT, Kameto ou Faker?
Kameto! Bro, why are we picking KC jerseys every single time?
Bro.
Obviously, they're going to pick their biggest fan.
Kameto based, but you notice how the closest guy to you always puts Faker, scaring for his life, you know?
Big fans. Let's go, baby. Good choice.
So guys, who's the GOAT?
Boom!
Guys,
Let's go! Good choice. I had a feeling.
She has a KC sign on the cheek, man.
She doesn't give. No,
look at her.
There we go. That's better. There, thank you.
So guys, who's the GOAT?
Yeah, it's my CEO.
Wait,
my CEO,
what?
Kameto, bro.
Wait, you hold up the. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Les gars, c'est qui le GOAT?
C'est Kamel.
We book Esport World Cup.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends Grand Finals. As we set the stage for our unlikely underdog finals, I'd like to welcome onto the studio space Mr. Chris Greeley, head of LOL Esports. Is that the right title? I want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, head of LOL Esports.
Head of LOL Esports. Greeley, it's great to see you, man. How are you doing?
You too, Dion. Congratulations on getting married.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. How has this venue been for you so far here in Paris in the KC Blue Wall, firing on all cylinders?
So loud, man. It's awesome. The drums, the screaming, the flags, just all the energy in the room. It's just been amazing.
Yeah. So we just wanted to start diving into the LOL Esports ecosystem and EWC. What are some of the great things that come out of this so far for us as a League of Legends esport?
I mean, I think today's finals is like the best example of what we get out of this. But the EWC qualifiers was another big one. It gave us like a second layer of competition during the year. So we were able to watch. You had your regional league, you had your qualifiers going at the same time, and that put us, man, that blue wall's so good.
It's so loud.
It's so loud. And it gave us this great opportunity to have a bunch of teams qualify for EWC that weren't in MSI.
Yeah, and you know, also, speaking of qualifiers, over in Europe, the ERLs had several teams qualify out of it into the tournament proper, like Galleons and Solary. Like, how awesome is that for Tier 2 teams to have an opportunity to play on the international stage?
I think as we try to talk about ways to make Tier 2 more attractive to organizations, more aspirational for players, these are the kind of opportunities we can create that make teams and pros really want to hop in and engage. So it was great this year. It was a really good test with the ERLs, like one of the best Tier 2 systems in the world, and we're going to see if there are ways that we can expand that for future years and create more paths for more Tier 2 teams towards EWC.
Well, one of the ways that that there will be more competition is through the Esports Nations Cup. ENC is coming later on this year. What are some of the exciting prospects of that for you, and what are some teams that you want to watch out for?
Yeah, sorry, man. So we want to make sure we have, man, that's so good.
It's so awesome, isn't it?
The most exciting part about ENC is like getting to see a lot of the regional matchups that I think fans are really excited for. So a couple of years ago, I got to go out to an EMEA Masters final that was France and Spain, and the energy in the room felt a lot like the energy in this room right now. So I think getting a lot of those to come out, like USA Canada is going to be pretty great. Like a lot of the European, like intra-Europe matches are going to be good. So we're really excited to see what ENC can bring overall to the ecosystem.
Yeah, and obviously, for those of you that don't know, Chris Greeley knows ball. Greeley, who you got in this grand finals? It's a best of 5. It is the LCK unlikely hero against the LEC, not the one that everyone would have picked to be in the grand finals. What are you looking out for?
งานภาคเรียบร้อยสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับผม
All right, so my prediction's 5 games because that's always what I'm rooting for. I think watching Khalees yesterday on Ezreal, like the broadcast did such a good job of flipping the pro view and showing him like down in bot lane in 1v1s. Really interested to follow that storyline. Again, I do hope we get 5 today, and like really looking for this place to explode and have some like the in-person experience here has been so good. Really just looking for that energy and that noise today.
Again, he toes the line, doesn't give us a prediction.
คู่เมื่อกี้เป็นไงบ้างผมได้ดูแค่เกม3ตอนท้ายนิดเดียวเลยแล้วก็ถึงบ้าน
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, y'all, you can all join on in the action with EWC Play Experience by making your picks. Let's see how it works right now.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with the results table.
ใช่ไหมซินจีชนะใช่ป่ะแต่ดูจากเกมตอนกลางเกมก็พอเห็นภาพ
every group stage and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
สำหรับที่วันแฟนรอเวิลด์อย่างน้อยก็มี4สล็อต KC DK คุณให้ใครให้ KC นะคิดว่า KC จะชนะ2ทีมนี้ไม่ได้เชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษในแง่แบบว่าทีมอะนะแต่ว่าก็อยากให้ KC ชนะเพราะว่าเป็นยุโรป
Welcome back to
อยากให้
the
ตะวัน
desk
ตก
as
ได้
it is time to
ได้
set
มีโอ
the
กาสจับ
stage
ถ้วย
for the big one. It will be a new name etched in history. Will it be the French outfit in front of their crowd, the raucous blue wall after a massive string of upsets, Carmine Corp, or will it be the scrappy
แต่เกม
underdog
3 ดับ
squad
แย่จัด
from the LCK, the
สอง
team
เมตร
no
ใส่กาลิโอ
one thought would be here.
อินเกมก็ไม่ค่อยดี
They found a way through the
แย่หลายอย่าง
qualifiers, through matches against the
ผมว่า
LPL.
ล้าละ
It is
กลับไป
D plus
กลับไป
Gia.
จะบอกว่ากลับไปพัก
Welcome
พักไม่ได้ดีกว่า กลับไปก็ต้องไปแข่ง
Finals
เคสป้า
pre-show.
ต่อ
Tegan here alongside Trouble.
เจอเจนจีด้วยนี่หว่าใช่ป่ะเคสป้า
To set the stage, it is going to be a great match here.
Oh, absolutely, especially since we've got two teams in the finals already.
ถ้าในเรื่อง perform 2 ทีมเหรอ ผมว่า KC ยังดีกว่าครับมาเอาจริง DK ดีกว่าเพราะว่า DK เล่นค่อนข้างคลีนมากถ้าเกมนำแต่ KC แก้เกมเก่งกว่ามากผมคิดว่าตอนนี้นะ
It is such a celebration of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup, and we're so happy to have joined us the winner of the EWC Creator Program. It is Lu from Vietnam.
ถ้าสแมทได้เกมนำได้ลีด
He
อ่ะ
hosted
มัน
over
เก่ง
at,
จัด
for
เก่ง
the
จริง
LCK, the KRX live show. Lu, welcome back, brother. It's great to talk to you again.
Thank you, Digon. My pleasure to be on the interview. I was surprised. I didn't know I win the creator program. I was told I was on the #1 spot, not winning the thing.
Lu, you are by far leading the way, and
Okay.
I think the next person, I think you have like almost 2 million points because all of the fans in Vietnam have activated and followed along. I think the next person has like maybe like 500,000 points. You have like almost 4 times the amount the next creator has. You could probably add up the top 5 spots. What about League of Legends is so huge over in Vietnam?
Yeah, I mean,
เคสป้านับเป็นคะแนนไปเวิร์ไหมไม่ครับผม KC ชนะนั่งรถหรูแพ้เดินกลับบ้านนะ DK ตอนนี้น่าจะได้แบบบิสเนสคลาสละถ้าเกิดว่าชนะวันนี้ก็นั่งเฟิร์สคลาสกลับบ้านเลย
continuing growing viewership for league, even the regional league like the LCK, RPL, and the World Championship. So again, thank you, the Vietnamese fan, for the passion you keep for 14 years.
So seeing the KUM DRX roadshow in Vietnam was super cool, and it's been so amazing having LazyFuel as part of the LCK. How much did it mean to the Vietnam community and fans to have LazyFuel as the first import
นั่ง
in
ปกติ
the
นี่แหละประหยัดดี
It's a huge impact because in Vietnam the LCK is the
อย่างน้อยผมก็มาทันรอบชิงด้วย
regional league. We have a huge
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าจะไม่ทันรอบชิงเกมแรกๆด้วย
And when we knew the news that LazyFuel will be a starter in LCK, it's quite a commotion in Vietnam. And I think if you watch the workout of LazyFuel in Hanoi, you feel that's how we feel when we heard the news.
Now, obviously, here at EWC, you had 2 amazing Vietnamese squads representing the LCP in Team
มาเฉพาะใน LCK เลย
did
ไม่ใส่
fantastic
ใช่ครับ
over
ผม
at MSI, and then GAM Esports, who's been leading the way for Vietnamese esports so far. How great does it feel to see that representation over at EWC as a team?
I mean, EWC as a whole is a great opportunity for the Vietnamese esports community because not only in League of Legends, I think that we have a couple more team
เห็น
representing
ประกาศพระราม 3 ปิดการจราจรก็นึกห่วงอยู่ว่าคุณจะกลับมาทันไหมโอ้ผมออกจากออฟฟิศมาเลี้ยวซ้ายทีเดียวแล้วเลี้ยวขวาอีกทีก็คือขึ้นทางด่วนแล้วผมแทบไม่แตะถนนพระราม 3 ด้วยซ้ำโชคดีว่าออฟฟิศมันอยู่ใกล้ทางด่วนครับ
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to get back to the LCK, see the votes from VNcast, and I know that you're leading the way for there. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on leading the line here at the EWC Creator Program.
Thank you, Diga.
All right, that is such a great feeling and a reminder of how global esports is, League of Legends is, and Lou, along with many other creators that you know back home. I saw Freeze, I saw my boy Yamato on there. There's a Polish creator that was on there. Again, EWC has such a massive footprint, which is why winning it feels so good, and that is what we're diving into now. Our grand finals, it's D+ versus KC, and this is our Crunchyroll story of the day for both these squads. It feels like they've had had such high highs,
โอเคผมเห็นละ
such low lows, and now an
เดี๋ยว
opportunity
ค่อยแล้วกัน
to reach that untapped potential.
I think for both teams, they had so many issues about how they try to deal with the pressure on stage. You know, I think for D+ Kia, they were successful like 5-6 years ago, but now with new rookies, only Showmaker as a veteran leading the team, finally showing up the potential that they had. It feels like they're finally getting unleashed, right? But for KC as well, they've been in so many finals, like regional split and
สวัสดีซิมเมอร์กับน้องเทียนครับ
but I
สวัสดีครับ
think this is finally the
น้อง
moment
เทียน
that
อยู่
they
นี่
can actually prove themselves on stage internationally in
ตามนั้นนะ
front of the French fans.
Yeah, and Ox, going into the tournament, we have our top 5 pick'em squads here for League of Legends at EWC. I don't see either one of those squads at more than 3%. It was actually 0% for D+, 1% for KC.
How far do you have to go down before you reach
Keep
these
going.
teams? I mean, it was so unprecedented, so unlikely, but that's why LoL Esports, why EWC is so fantastic as well. Seeing these unlikely teams make it to the top, and the fact that we are no matter what
คนโหวต
can have a new winner for League of
99%
Legends at EWC,
โหวตทีม
that no
อื่น
matter
ที่ไม่ใช่
what
2 ทีม
can
นี้เข้าชิง
have a miracle run. It's just fantastic.
Well, our next guest knows who he wants to win. Please welcome to our broadcast, Kameto, joining us from the co-stream. Kameto, brother, I have to ask you, how do you feel, and did you imagine you'd be here in the finals in day number 5?
I feel amazing. I can't wait for the games to start, but I don't know how I feel. I'm a bit
ดีไม่ได้ชื่อ
stressed,
แจ็คกี้
but
เลิ
I'm
ฟ
excited.
ชื่อ
It's a
เทียน
mix
ชื่อ
of
เทียนเดี๋ยวจะหา
everything.
หา
And
ตัว
of course,
หา
I
อีกตัว
thought we
ชื่อ
were
แจ็ค
in
กี้
the
เลิฟ
final because
ขอ
we don't play in a
ดู
competition.
ลาดเราก่อน
for the win.
Kameto, after MSI, were you a little bit worried coming into EWC and having to face again all those giants in terms of the performance of your team?
Yes, of course, I was worried because the team was not showing their true skills and their true level, and they had like some mental issues, mental block, but they worked on it, and in this competition, it helped us to bounce back, and that's what we wanted. So yeah.
Kameto, the crowd has been absolutely insane. The support has been non-stop. I can't even imagine how crazy it's going to be if the win comes in. Can you give us a bit of insight? How do you think the arena is going to react? How do you think it's going to be?
Well, even I don't know. We never won an international event, and it's in France, so I didn't experience that. So I guess we will see. It's gonna be crazy.
Again, has been close in the past. First stand, very, very close. Kameto, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy.
ไม่ใช่บับเบอร์หรออีกตัว
Thank you
ไม่ใช่
so
อีก
much.
ตัวในที่นี้หมายถึงต้องเป็นอย่างอื่นไปเลยที่ไม่ใช่ปูอะ
Some of the stats here between the regions. It is the LCK versus the LEC.
ก็ไปอย่างนี้วันดู LEC เราจะได้เห็นวันที่คุณต่อยน้องเทียนก็เป็นไปได้อยู่ครับ
It has been pretty close.
You know what? I'm surrounded by LCK casters hosts.
ตอนนี้4-4 ครับซีรีส์ที่ชนะแพ้ LEC กับ LCK ครับ
Because actually this year we have been
แต่เป็น
doing
G2
pretty
เกือบหมดปะ
well.
ที่ชนะ
And I feel like
มี
specifically
KC มาชนะ
from the
เกมหนึ่ง
G2
ตรงนี้
stats, coming out of first stand, taking out Genji and Fear X. I feel like those stats have really taken off.
I mean, it was only G2 who had a successful against LCK teams mostly, but I think it's really surprising to see Calm and Cobb actually finally like proving themselves against one of the greatest region in the league. And yeah, final step for KC now.
I'm starting to get a bit nervous because I feel like LCK's had the edge for a long time. I think back to a previous time where LCK didn't have the edge. It's 2019 and a lot of things went down in that year. So bit nervous.
ภาษาจะให้ดีสำหรับเวิลด์หรือไม่ดีสิเพราะเวิลด์ก็จะสนุกไงยิ่งทีมแต่ละรีเจนใกล้กันเท่าไหร่เวิลด์ยิ่งสนุกครับแต่มันก็แล้วแต่คนเนาะแต่ว่าอย่างสำหรับเรานี่แบบยิ่งเกมโคตรสูสีเท่าไหร่นะแบบ NA ชนะ LCK LPL EU ชนะ LCL ยิ่งสนุก
You bring so much hopium, like, you know, we just needed to make sure the numbers were good. You know who doesn't need to worry about having the card stacked on his side? It's Kalist down on the bottom side of the map. He's been so good throughout this tournament and throughout his career, and he proves it yet again.
Top 1080 carry in the world. I feel like Kalist, I cannot name it any other way. He plays very ballsy. He knows he's good. He takes trades super aggressively. And the one thing that actually stuck with me is that sometimes it's gone wrong for him, but he just doesn't stop.
To me, Kalist has that winner's mentality.
เขาเบรกนานมากเลยนะกว่าจะเริ่มแข่ง
Being safe
and just trying to do damage. It's about how do I win the game? How do I take the game into my hands and make sure that we're the ones destroying the enemy nexus? And we've seen that on display at this tournament.
And also, this is amazing to see how he adapted on this meta. When I asked about the bot lane meta, I was expecting him to like kind of be annoyed, you know. But I think he said that he's enjoying this moment, that like he can just do so much more than before because it requires so many different roles here. So it feels really good to see this French Prince popping up.
Yeah, well, standing by for more insights is Callist. We were able to catch up with him before the match.
You guys are in the finals of an international competition against none other than D+ Kia. You beat T1 yesterday. First things first, how is the atmosphere in the team right now?
I mean, the atmosphere is obviously really good. We came in Paris with the mindset of like showing a different phase that we showed in MSI, right? Showing that we can be a good team and we can be strong individuals and also have a great team play. And I think against T1 it showed that we had good individuals but also pretty good team play and resilience. So yeah, we're really happy with the win against T1 and really excited for today's finals.
What do you think has been the difference between KC we've seen at MSI and the KC that we're seeing right now at EWC?
There's a lot of things. There's like meta read.
คุณว่ากี่เกมคู่นี้ผมว่า4หรือ5
The most important I think is really confidence.
ไม่ที่วันไหนไปแล้วคุณโอเคครับจันทร์ไลท์ลิฟอังคารเคสปาพุธพฤหัสหยุดศุกร์เสาร์ภาควูว่าแล้วก็ LEC ศุกร์เสาร์ที่ LEC ตามนั้น
Obviously, we don't want to lose at home. We don't want to lose in front of them.
แต่ผมน่าจะป่วยผมน่าจะมีไข้แน่นอน
Make them feel bad and stuff.
มันมีเสพหางแต่เช้าแล้วแล้วไอไม่หยุดเลย
Pushing hard.
เคสปานี่คือว่าปาร์ตี้เหรอจับเวลาครับ
With their voice and stuff, they were giving us a lot of strength every time we were doing a good play. So it was really giving us a lot of strength to go further.
So looking forward then to the final. It's going to be best of 5, probably a long series. What's the mentality of the team heading into that one?
โควิดนะคุณช่วงนี้ระบาดมากผมว่าคิดอยู่โดนโควิดป่าวะไปภาค RV มาวันเดียวอาการมาเลยที่ออฟฟิศอาจจะมีคนเป็นอะไร
Just follow your heart, basically.
I like that one. Follow your heart. This is the new iteration of KC that we're seeing. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Good luck on your game today. That's it from us. Digon, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Callist, for those insights. We are less than a minute away, so let's take a look at our EWC Pick'em predictions from the fans at home, and it is a 66% way of D+ Kia. So quickly,
I need to have the copium right here because we just beat T1, which made it to MSI and did really well there, and we took revenge. So I need
prediction ทำไม DK มันชนะเยอะไอ้กองทัพ KC มันไปไหนวะ
I'm going with D+. Smash just looked phenomenal, and you know D+ are hungry for that win.
KC 3-0.
What?
One of us.
That's crazy.
Let's fire him, Digon. He's gone for the LCK.
You know, it is a squad based on potential, and yet again, another mountain to climb for Showmaker. It is KC and D+ as they do battle to write their name in the history of the Esports World Cup.
뭐 이번 대회에서 제 폼이 만족스럽더라도 아직 대회가 끝난 것도 아니고 뭔가 아직은 좀 이른 것 같고 좀 더 겸손하게 내일 경기 준비해야 될 것 같습니다.
오 이거ทำ 티저ด้วยว่ะ
한 5년 만에 국제전 결승에 오게 되었는데 정말 꿈만 같고 결말이 꼭 우승으로 끝났으면 좋겠어요.
จริงๆผมว่า KC ชนะได้เว้ยค่อนข้างชนะได้เลยผมว่าสไตล์ของ DK กับ KC ผมว่า KC แม่งโคตรคลิปตัวใน DK เลยด้วยถ้าเป็น NG ผมว่า KC ชนะยากกว่าเยอะแล้วบอลตี 2ไปสนามบินออกตี 3ไม่ได้ดูไปดูบนเครื่องต่อเลย
I'm really excited to play this Grandfinal. I really hope we can like leave Paris with the trophy and be happy with it. No one could expect KC down 1 in the finals. Like looking at the bracket, it would be really exciting, and I'm really happy to play them.
아직은 저희가 모두의 예상을 뒤엎고 결승전까지 진출했는데 꼭 우승해서 트로피와 함께 돌아갈 거고 좋은 경기력 보여드리고 싶고 너무 감사드립니다.
Comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien, donne énormément de force, surtout je pense dans la Game 3 contre T1, ça nous a vraiment beaucoup aidé. Donc un grand merci pour le soutien à toutes les personnes qui sont sur place et aussi que sur les réseaux, donc un grand merci.
โอเคมาเลยครับไฟนอลครับไฟนอลของ LEC ครับครั้งที่2ของปีนี้ปีนี้แข่งทีกว่าปกติป่ะแน่นอนปีนี้แม่งมีเอเชียนเกมอีก LL เพิ่มเป็น3สปิดมี International 3 ทัวร์บวก EWC บวก Asian Game บวก ENC ถ้าดู LCK คุณก็มีเคสป้าตอนที่มันเป็นงี้เพราะไม่ได้พักด้วยป่ะผมว่าเกมท้ายมันโคตรแย่แบบไม่รู้ดิผมไม่รู้ว่าไมซ์เซ็ตในการเล่นชิงที่3ของเขาเป็นยังไงอะโอ้โหโชว์แม่งอลังการว่ะเขาทำโชว์ดีมากเลยเนี่ยมันอาจจะไม่ได้เวอร์วังอลังการเหมือนที่เปิดเวอร์อะแต่มันโอเคเลยนะ
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue sur la faille de l'invocateur. Paris, l'heure est venue. The time has come.
Now you might think that this is a story about East versus West. It isn't. This is a story about belief. About how two teams crashed a party no one expected them to attend.
Ils n'étaient pas sur la liste et pourtant les voilà en finale de l'Esports World Cup. And on one side is the legendary return of a Korean powerhouse, and on the other, a villain story nobody saw coming except their fans.
For one of them, all of the talk about Cinderella stories and miracle runs comes to an end. One will undoubtedly leave here remembered by the world, but the other gets to cement their legacy as the Esports World Cup League of Legends winners.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous le savez, il faut choisir. Now you have to pick one.
Who's taking it, Paris? Will it be D plus Kia?
Un peu de sérieux. Mesdames et messieurs, qui est là pour K-Su?
เฮียไม่จับแอมเบียนแม่งแตกของจริงจัด
Of course there's favoritism here, but this crowd has been phenomenal all week here. We need to get on one page, one time, before we bring out the teams.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour vos deux finalistes, s'il vous plaît, tous ensemble, faites du bruit!
The time has come. Let's welcome our first team onto the stage. It's D plus Kia!
เฮียแม่งโหโคตรระยำ
Shiwu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, Korea. 4 players chasing the
เอ้ย
first
แล้วที่3เขามีคีย์คลัชปะ
of their careers alongside a world title winner searching for the first EWC
หรือไม่มีละ
title of his own.
ไม่มี
They have brought D+ back to
เพราะ
an
คีย์ถูกคลัชไปแล้ว
international final, against the blue wall, desperate to block their victory. But Smash said himself, they specialize in killing the home team.
La banlieue influence Paname et Paname influence le monde. Carmine Un shonen, ça se vit et ça s'incarne. Nous avons le boss de la Kim, Kanakorp, avec Yahoo, son loup. Pas de 50-50 quand Yak est sur le serveur, avec un support Stokos, Bouzio et le prodige, The Prodigy, Kali.
ถ้า KC นะครับชนะเนี่ย KC จะเลือกคนที่เอามาทำฐานได้คือ AL เซน T1 แล้วก็ DK ถ้า DK ชนะเนี่ย DK จะเลือกได้คือ BLG เจน G2 รอบแรกเขาชนะใครวะเราก็เลือก KC ได้ด้วยผมจำรอบแรกชนะไม่ได้ชนะใครวะคือทีมที่ชนะมาครับเขาสามารถเอาไอ้เศษกุญแจที่เขาบี้ทิ้งไปแล้วมาทำเป็นฐานได้เว้ยเลือกคนที่ชนะมา
Thank you so much Lou and Ian for that incredible introduction. Two teams we were not expecting to be introducing here today. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Jack Spectra and Wolf to get into this grand
วันนี้
final.
คุณรอฟังเลยครับเสียงเชียร์รอบแรกDK ชนะรอบแรกสุดรอบแรกสุดเลยอะ
story to have these two underdogs face off in the finals, but there is a very clear crowd favorite here.
Oh yeah.
And we have had so many Korean teams make it deep into tournament runs like this, like T1.
คาไมขอบบูไซครับดีพัสเคลียร์ second pick ครับ
For the first time in years, we're not
เลือกใครก็ได้ไหมครับเลือกใครที่ชนะมาครับเลือกใครก็ได้ที่ชนะมา
But they are going to have to win this best of 5 here against the home team in Paris.
รอบแรกแพ้ AL ชนะ G2
I do think while KC has the home crowd on their side, for me they're probably still the underdogs going into this matchup. I think DK showed such great tenacity against Gen G, and while KC took down T1, I think T1 for me, they made more blunders than I'm used to. Well, I feel like DK took down Gen G while Gen G was still playing incredibly clean. So for me, that victory felt more meaningful.
And it's kind of crazy because both of these teams very similar as far as the upsets are concerned. AGAL absolutely no slouches, especially when it comes to EWC. KC were able to wipe them out of the tournament and then being able to stand up against T1 in that 3-game banger series that they're able to claim at the very end. But BLG, they were on a golden road until like a few weeks ago. The team that really did look like they were going to shatter all expectations, and then taking down Gen G, who are the defending title holders. It's absolutely ridiculous that both of these teams are here.
It's been insane. There's one player that I'm really excited for. I actually spoke to the president of the Lucid fan club, and he elected me as the vice president because I'm just the biggest Lucid fan on this cast. Been watching
แต่พี่แล้วเจนชนะไม่ได้แข่งกับ T1 ก็โดนเลือกนะอ๋อเหรองั้นก็เลือกใครก็ได้เลย
I'm excited for him as well. I mean, obviously, Lucid has had some ups and downs in his career, right? I think that there's no denying that. I think for me, I favor D+ to win this finals. I will predict them to do it. But players like Lucid and Shu have been inconsistent in the past, and a bad series on the day in a best of 5 could be the difference maker here between these two squads. One thing I want to talk about for both these rosters is they both had an incredibly difficult run to get here, and not only the caliber of opponent they had, but they both played incredibly tough games that looked
ถ้า KC ชนะโคตรเรื่องใหญ่
no way back in, and they were able to fight their way through.
เวิลด์ปีนี้แม่งจะแบบว่าแล้วเวิลด์ปีนี้ TNA ด้วยนะมึงเอ้ยทุกแมตช์ที่แม่งเป็นเวสเทิร์นบวกกับอีสเทิร์นน่ะเสียงเชียร์แม่งเลยยิ่งกว่าทุกๆปีที่จัดที่อเมริกา
is what makes these miraculous runs even cooler.
And it also makes this final potentially extremely volatile because how much is emotionally left in the tank for both of these teams to be able to
KC กำลังใจน่าจะดีมากๆเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้เพิ่งดาวมาจาก MSI แล้วก็คัมแบ็ก DK น่าจะเป็นลักษณะของ scaling มากกว่า
moving towards this point. But here we are, ladies
น่า
and
รับเกมแรกมาครับ
gentlemen, into the draft for game number 1 of this best of 5.
ทัวร์นี้ไม่มีผลต่อเวิลด์
I agree with Mr. Greeley.
แต่มีผลต่อเงินในกระเป๋าครับ
Just 5 games. Just give me 5 games. That's why he's the head of all esports. You know.
โอลาฟแบนครับแอสเซราฟีน
And
นะ
honestly, yeah, 5 games. That's
เคซีเหมือนอยากได้เซราฟีนนะครับแบนโอลาฟแบบนี้ป๊อปปี้แบนครับเจสแบนเพราะว่าเคซีมีท็อปเป็นคันหน้านะเจสเกาหลี2ทีมนี้ใครภาษีดีกว่าผมว่าผมให้ดีเคดีกว่านิดหน่อยแต่ผมว่าสไตล์เคซีชนะทางดีเคนะน็อกเทิร์นแบนครับ
The Oriana, Jace, and the Vi taken away here by
Vi ban.
They have second pick and red side. Very interesting to start it off this way.
Yeah, I'm curious to see.
Camille first pick ครับ KC
I haven't been loving EU
ลีโอนา6ได้นะครับสำหรับ DK เพราะว่ามีโอกาสที่คาริสจะกด6เกม1สูงมากนะ
Playing the Camille earlier today, the Silas Camille, and it just if you don't get the level 1, the pick is not very good. So that's the worry I have for KC, and I'm thinking now if Lucid wants to go for his Lee Sin, that means a lot of early game pressure in the hands of DK.
No, they can save the support for
Victor ครับ first pick DK ชอบที่จะเฟล็ก Victor กลางกับล่างมากนะ
Jungle pick here. The Victor will be a flex, but likely played in the bottom lane into this Camille lane based on what we've seen so far in this tournament. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Lee Sin here. They could play around something like a Jar, but with this Victor already here, doesn't look like a dive style comp is what they're really looking for.
Yeah, and I think that they could also just grab the Shen, and that's what they're looking at. This is
โอเคหยิบเชนเลยครับ
the Camille, and
แล้วเชนเฟล็กซ์ด้วยเพราะว่า KC มีโอกาสกดแอมเบซ่า
if they don't go for the Ziggs, Camille, or something like that towards the bottom side, you can always very easily pivot. This is one of Yahu's favorites, though.
นี่คือหนึ่งในตัวที่ดีที่สุดเลยนะในการเล่นในแมตช์อัพเจอคามิลนะครับเชนลีซินของ KC ล็อกเลยครับย้าย KC ลีซินและซิกซ์ครับสแตนดาร์ดดราฟต์ครับจากคาร์ไมน์คอป
Being at the right place at the right time in this tournament, but I haven't seen the Lee Sin caliber of someone like Lucid, like Owner, and it looks like 6 for Kalis, so it's going to be the 6 Camille, presumably up into the Victor, Shen, and bot lane for DK.
And Wolf, do you reckon this is Cassiopeia time? Are we just going to pick both of them?
I think it's likely here.
ต้องหยิบป่าเคาน์เตอร์ก่อนเลยสกาเนอร์อุดาฟ DK มี CC เยอะมาก CC ใหญ่ทั้งนั้นเลยนะครับลีซินเล่นยากมากอ่ะเจอ3ตัวนี้ลีซินแม่งแทบเล่นไม่ได้อ่ะเคแบนต่อครับผมคิดว่าน่าจะอยากแบนนาของคันหน้าทิ้งนะเพราะว่า DK มีโอกาสบลายท็อปเพราะว่าเขาน่าจะอยากเฟล็กวิกเตอร์แอนิเวียแบนครับแบนแอนิเวียอาจจะอยากได้แคสเซโอเปียเองเคซีชนะไหมครับผมว่าเคซีสู้ได้ไม่น่าจะแบบว่าเกมขาด DK ก็ไม่ได้เล่นคลีนมากนะครับแบบมีข้อผิดพลาดเยอะเหมือนกันแบนแจ็คแอมเบซ่าคอครับ DK ก็จะเฟล็กเชนขึ้นท็อปเพื่อเคาน์เตอร์แอมเบซ่าป่ะตอนนี้เหรอจากรับ3ตัวแรก DK ดีกว่าเยอะอยู่ครับ
The Jack span, this is kind of crazy, but they could put the Camille top.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They could flex it and actually go Leona, Camille. Imagine how much lockdown they have if they have both Leona and Camille.
DK อาจจะบลายนาท็อปนะแต่ KC มีโอกาสเฟล็กผมคิดว่า KC อาจจะยอมเฟล็กเกมนี้นะครับ
There's no Vayne ban here either just yet, so that Gnar is still a strong possibility.
One of the problems is there is nothing that's solid about DK's draft just yet. Even a Skarner is a flex to the support role if you'd like to. So even though, yeah, they're threatening the Camille top lane, the amount of pivot that you can just immediately do is incredibly easy. So we'll see whether they do actually lock that in towards the top side, because the final answer, it remains with D+.
I completely agree with you, Max, because DK can just put the Shen top.
Yes.
If KC want to go for that, and we'll see what DK decides to pick on 4 here to break one of these 3 flexes.
It's real.
It's going to be the Victor mid. With Smash looking in ADC.
Victor mid เลยเหรอ
Of course.
Flex Victor mid เลยเหรอ
ใครบอกตีทูแม่แชมป์โลกแบนให้หมด I like Kai'Sa a lot here.
KC คณะจะได้ใจเจ้าบ้าน DK คณะจะได้เจ้าของทีมใหม่พร้อมเงินเดือน
and you scale so well. And if you go AP,
แต่หมายว่า DK จะชนะรายการนี้หรือไม่เขาก็ขายทีมอยู่ดีเพราะว่ามันขายไปแล้วมันเหลือเดือนเอกสาร
It's just like when I think of Smash, his debut on T1.
หยิบใครสาครับหยิบใครสาไปเจอซิกคามิลก็โอเคนะใครสาออกสัญญาได้แดชออกได้นะครับ ผมคิดว่าแบบนี้ได้เคาน์เตอร์มิดเลยนะกดไซรัสได้เลยครับเคฮูอันติดีมากทั้งวิกเตอร์และก็สกาเนอร์ใครซื้อไปไม่รู้อะบลายเวนท็อป What the fuck บลายพิกเวนท็อป
KC hovering Vayne at any stage, but they're gonna immediately lock that one in. They were like, you know what? We don't have enough 80 carries. Let's just pick all of them.
This would be such a cool pivot, actually, if they were.
กาลิโอมิดครับเคาน์เตอร์วิกเตอร์เขาอยากได้แครี่เว้ยเขากลัวดาเมจไม่พอล้มแทงเพราะขวาแทงเยอะมากกูกดเวนเลยกูเจอตัวอะไรไม่รู้แต่กูละลายแทงได้ก็ถือว่าเป็นตรรกะที่ถูกต้องนะเว้ยคือแบบก็กูเล่นเมจเล่นล่างอ่ะไม่รู้จะเอาตัวอะไรมาละลายแทงอ่ะนี่ไงตัวละลายแทงมาไฟน่าจะดีแต่ดาเมจขาดแน่นอนแล้วข้างบนยังไงก็ต้องเป็นตัวดาเมจเพราะว่าทีมดีเคแทบไม่มีดาเมจตอนนี้ทริสนาท็อปของซีวูเคาน์เตอร์เวนท็อปล็อกแล้วครับโอ้โหแล้วคือเวนแม่งจะโดนดันติดป้อม24 ชั่วโมงอะเวนเคาน์เตอร์เวนเอามาเคาน์เตอร์คอมทริสนาเคาน์เตอร์เวนผมว่ามันคือตัวที่ดีมากนะทริสนาเกมนี้ผมว่าทริสนาเจอนาวันก่อนถือว่าน่ารังเกียจนะครับเป็นพิกที่สมควรติดคุกนะครับแต่ว่าพิกนี้ดีจัดเลยเพราะว่าถ้าดันเวนติดป้อมได้นะสกาเนอร์แม่งวนเวนโคตรง่ายแล้วในไฟจริงทริสนาก็สามารถจะผลักคามิลทิ้งได้ด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นทริสนาตรงนี้ได้แวลูสูงมากจากการเคาน์เตอร์เว้ยแต่ถ้าทริสนาตายแล้วอันเดอร์โคตรขยะทำอะไรไม่ได้เกมเนี้ยค่อนข้างเสี่ยงสูงมากครับผมว่าดีเคดับดีกว่าที่เคาน์เตอร์ท็อปแต่เสี่ยงสูงถ้าเกมนี้ไหลไปเลทได้อะจริงๆเวนก็ยังมีแวลูสูงมากอยู่ดี
And they will just you as Vayne. The thing is, you don't have any option to not fight. If the enemy wants to fight you, you don't have any long-range wave clear. You can't just like receive.
เวโก้เมาไคหายยาวเลยใช่มันไม่มีที่ให้ลงเลยเมาไคเล่นยากเพราะว่าเล่นกลางที่เป็นกายภาพมันก็หายส่วนเวโก้ก็เอาจริงๆค่อนข้างเล่นยากในเมตาที่ดาเมจจัดขนาดนี้
Tristana gets grubs, for example, that could be a disaster for KC, you know, and the split push power is insane. So a very volatile top matchup. That is, I think, I agree with you, going to be the focal point in this game, which is quite the opposite of what we normally have.
ผมบอกเลยว่าเมจบอทไม่หายไปผมเชื่อว่าเมจเลนล่างจะไม่หายไปอย่างต่ำคือจบปีนี้ครับเพราะอะไรรู้ป่ะมันยังไม่ได้โดมิเนตเมตาคุณอาจจะรู้สึกว่าแบบเอ้ยเมจบอทอยู่ทุกเกมเลยไหนบอกทำให้มันหลากหลายใช่ป่ะแต่ในความเป็นจริงอัตราหยิบระหว่างเมจกับแครี่แท้มันอยู่ที่ประมาณแบบ60-40อะมันอยู่ในจุดที่แบบว่าไลออดอยากได้เพราะนั้นมันไม่หายไปเร็วๆนี้แน่นอนถ้าคุณไม่ชอบเมจบอทคุณอาจจะไม่ชอบเมตาไปอีกแบบ4 เดือนแล้วคาเรียเดินขึ้นมาเลเวล 1ครับบูซิโอเดินขึ้นมาเลเวล 1ครับนี่เดี๋ยวนะนี่เรากำลังดูเลนสวอปเมตาป่ะฮัลโหลเอ๊ะแครี่ซับเวนทิสนาเลเวล 1เอ็กซอร์เลยเอ็กซอร์สวน
It's kind of like they were competing for top lane and they were like, you know what, we're all just playing top lane. I'm not gonna swap with you.
มันไม่มีเรื่องดีนายนี่ไงดีนาย EXP แล้วอ่ะไม่มีแบบพันิช
Oh, that is the mayor of Paris, by the way, in the crowd here for the EWC.
โอ้บูโซเล่นดีมากครับบูโซเล่นดีมากครับเพลย์นี้
It's also funny that Busio and Career are both playing top lane champions while wanting to just stay in top lane. And neither of them has base just yet. While Career looks to finish it, Busio wants to try to roam mid lane here. Maybe force a summoner from Showmaker, but he should be fine just hovering both sides.
Okay, everything just cool, calm, and collected now. We've got some normalcy coming back to the Rift as these supports do make their way back down towards the bottom side of the map. Busio, I mean, he needs to start listening to me, but decides instead gonna go for a bit of a flash here.
ใส่เลยครับชังเลือดครับ
That's a big summoner committed. Obviously, Camille is quite mobile.
คามิลบอกแฟตกูยิ่งถ้าใช้ก่อนคูลดาวน์ก่อนเว้ย
but
กดก่อนเลย
doesn't even flinch here in the middle lane, knowing that he's not really under threat of being killed by this Galio.
แฟลชไม่ต้องใช้ครับ
So it feels like a slight edge gained here from D+, but it relieves the pressure for
บุโซ
Yale
แม่ง
for just a moment.
โคตรโลกจิตเลยว่ะช็อตเมื่อกี้
Midwave now, but he should be able to do it with the chunk on Showmaker, but not the start that Busio was looking for on this Camille. At least both him and Career are pretty much similar XP, so he didn't lose. I mean, he was able to steal some of the XP on mid lane while Career was bot.
Nice little satchel there onto Smash as the wall dive.
โอ้เท่สวยนะด้านล่างครับ
Here for Busio. Still able to dodge their way out of it, and DK will be just
ชังเบิร์สโพก3คำนี้ลดเลือดเหมือนกันบริบทต่างกันยังไง เบิร์สมันคือทำดาเมจอย่างรวดเร็วอะวิเดียวตายช็อตเดียวตายเบิร์สโพกมันคือตอดครับตอดมันคือไม่แรงแต่มันทำเรื่อยๆอะแต่ถ้าตอดแบบแรงมากมันก็มีเกมที่แบบตัวโป๊กมันเกิดจัดอะไรเงี้ยลูซิดโดนเลือดเยอะส่วนชังเลือดคือการไม่ได้กะฆ่าให้ตายครับเอาเลือดออกช้างเลือดจริงๆช้างมันอยู่ในบริบทเบิร์สแต่ว่ามันช้างมันหลุดออกจากคำทั้งหมดคือช้างมันเป็นสถานการณ์มากกว่าการกระทำช้างเลือดกลางเพื่อเอาพื้นที่อะไรเงี้ยมือการแบบลดเลือดอ่ะช้างเลือดสมัยตำแหน่งโอ้โหโดนนิกไนท์ยัดใส่เกือบตายสมัยแฟดโอ้โหเล่นล่างเคซีเล่นดีจัดแฟดไม่ต้องมีครับบูซิโอยัดหมดลูซิดเดินมาแฟดออกโอเคเจอตำแหน่งครับโอคาเลียเจ็บมากครับเคซี30เป็นไปได้ไหมคือมันก็เกิดขึ้นได้ทุกสกอร์ผมว่าผมทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้อะไรก็ได้ทั้งนั้นแหละโอ้โหใช่ไหมไม่ได้กลับ
and then they get the aggression on the Shumpik, don't get his flash, but put pressure on, get that lead there, then go straight to the bottom lane and threaten Smash. They don't get any kills, but they are certainly putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Kalist
ชังแบบเคลินยิงติดเลือดไม่ชังมันคือการมันต้องเอาอินเลยชังเลือดมันคือแบบว่าทุกคนแฟลตไปตรงกลางเพื่อเอาเลือดออกเคลินนันติลดเลือดมันแบบโพกมากกว่าแต่ก็คือมันใช้ได้อย่างที่บอกอันติอันของเคลินอันเดียวยิงออกไปมันควรจะเป็นโพกเว้ยเพราะว่าการกระทำมันคือแบบสถานการณ์มันไม่ใช่การเอาอินเพื่อเอาเลือดอะใครสาจะกลับมาเก่งได้เมื่อไหร่ใครสากลางเก่งมากนะครับในเมตาตอนนี้ในแข่งไม่เล่นนะ
Not entirely sure. Just I could shoot because they're on the screen. I'm trying to crane my neck around, and it's just like
ทำไมทัวร์นี้พอสบ่อยจังไม่รู้เลย
a little bit silly, but that's absolutely fine. Shia, let's hope that everything is going to be sorted out. He's in a difficult matchup there up against the Vayne, and actually currently has the only gold lead of the team against Canna 4 now. I've really enjoyed the pressure though that KC have put on, and honestly, this is good for us. It gives us a little bit of a moment because there has like the tempo of this game has been kind of extraordinary out of KC.
I think we're seeing a very similar game from KC from how they've been playing in their last few games. They just keep looking for plays over and over again.
ใครสาล่าง
What improved so much.
คิดว่าใครสาล่างจะไม่ถูกบัฟเพิ่ม
EWC
เร็วๆนี้เลย
much more reserved. It felt like
เพราะว่าโพซิชันของไคซาตอนนี้มันอยู่ในลักษณะของ situation carry แบบสถานการณ์เฉพาะเจาะจงบางรูปแบบจะทำให้มันเก่งมากกว่าตัวอื่นทั้งหมดและเขาต้องการให้มันเป็นแบบนั้นไคซาดามนี้คุ้มยังไงอันติไคซาเป็นแครี่ที่ออกสัญญาได้หลบคามิล6ได้แล้วก็มีอันติที่สามารถออกจากทีมไฟได้ครับโอเคอันพอแล้วพออีกรอบ
We're going to repause here for just a moment, make sure things are good. I find it to be a very risky play style in a best of 5, especially in the finals too, because if you are of that mindset of we're going to constantly push, the moment you lose that momentum, it could actually be quite mentally draining to play on the edge of your seat constantly and be the aggressor when G+ can otherwise just be defensive. Not to say that it's not a valid strategy. In fact, I think it's the way League of Legends in most cases should
DK จะขายทีมเหมือนเปลี่ยนเหมือน DNF เปลี่ยนชื่อเป็น DNS ปีนี้ไหมไม่เหมือนครับอันนั้นเปลี่ยนสปอนเซอร์ครับ
I think this for me is what KC is the best at. Like when we looked at KC in the LEC,
ถ้าของ DK เข้าใจว่าน่าจะขายเลยอาจจะขาย organization ไปเลยอะไรอาจจะเปลี่ยนชื่อ
to really beat G2 and be a complete team. And I feel like the fact that they've doubled down on the fact that we are going to try to outplay you in every single skirmish, and we're going to keep going for that. Oh my God, the KC shoeies?
เดี๋ยวนะเรามีรองเท้า KC ขายด้วยเหรอ
My Australianism coming out. Maybe if they do win, we'll get a shoey out of those guys. We'll have to get the cameras back on them. We will see. The crowd.
Such a high-profile game. We had the mayor of Paris. You know, there's having the crowd be against you, but there's having the city be against you.
Yeah, we needed to fly the mayor of Seoul in or something.
I guess the only thing that would have been crazier than the mayor of Paris showing up to this match is if he opened his shirt up and had a D+ jersey on underneath.
I'm sorry. Like I think it was his son sitting next to him or something like that, and he's like, "I'm sorry, son," and just like rips open his shirt. It's been me all along. I started following in 2020. I just love Showmaker.
You know, people think about
แบบซัมซุงเป็น Gen G อ่ะมันถ้ามันเปลี่ยนจะต้องเปลี่ยนเลเวลนั้นนะถ้า DK ขายทีมเข้าใจว่าน่าจะเป็นแบบนั้น
At times to forget. As Kana is completely equal in this matchup up against the Tristana. Really nice early game from him. I have to feel that some of that probably was from Busio.
แค่ซีเลนเฟดผ่านมาดูดีกว่านะเนี่ยพิชนาด้านบนหลังจากที่บูโซไปช่วยก็ทำให้กดดันไม่ได้ง่ายขนาดนั้นกับเบนนะครับสมมติเมตานะถ้าเราสมมติว่าเราฟรีซแพทช์นี้ทิ้งไว้สัก1 ปีนะเว้ยผมอยากรู้มากว่าดับแม่งจะไปจบตรงไหนวะแบบเลนล่างแม่งจะไปถึงตัวอะไรอ่ะเรามีไซรัสเลนล่างกันแล้วล่าสุดแล้วคนซ้อมไอโคเลนล่างเพียบเลยคือมันจะไปถึงแบบว่าไพท็อปชาโคแครี่เซตซัพพอร์ตอะไรอย่างงี้เลยวะคือตอนนี้ต่อให้ไม่ต้องบัฟเนื้ออะไรเลยนะผมว่าหน้าดับแม่งเปลี่ยนทุก2 อาทิตย์อะแม่งไปได้หมดเลยอะ
But overall, Kalist kind of baits the gank, wastes Lucid's time. Casey get the first dragon.
Yeah, talking about level
ตัวนึงที่หายไปเลยคืออาเซียนะอาเซียนี้ไม่โผล่แล้วนะคาทัศเก่งไหมตอนนี้คาทัศอยู่ในซัดเทียร์เลนล่างนะสำหรับการเล่นโซโล่แรงนะ
Your Shen travel with you is a big part of what makes this composition kind of cool moving into the mid to late game. But yeah, Korea does need double the levels if he wants to be able to actually.
เกมแม่งเจ๋งจัดอะถ้าแบบแพทไม่ต้องปรับแล้วเมตาแม่งยังแบบเชนไปได้เรื่อยๆทุก2 อาทิตย์มีโอกาสเห็นซีเลนล่างหรือไฟเตอร์เลนล่างไหมมี1,000,000%โอ้โดนว้าวโอ้โหคันหน้ากับย้ายเพอร์เฟกต์เพลย์ครับโฮลีแล้วย้ายไม่เสียแฟดครับโคตรคลีนเมื่อกี้ผลักทิศนาเข้ากำแพงรีซินใหม่ฝั่งกำแพงโยนสกิลคิวสุดระยะแล้วทิศนาตายครับเคาน์เตอร์พิกนี้โอ้ my goodness ทิศนากำลังจะซึมครับแล้วทิศนาเจอคอมที่เป็นเบิร์สแบบนี้ไม่ได้เล่นอ่ะในไฟอ่ะ
For Shiwu is you always want to continue jumping in, continue trading, but now Kana is so tanky that it's going to be really, really difficult for Shiwu to be able to replicate that.
เนี่ยโอ้สุดระยะเลยอ่ะเอ็กซอสผลักทิ้งแล้วคันหน้าโดนเอ็กซอสแล้วแฟดยิงตายว้าวโคตรคลีน
Certainly do. Meadow feeling pretty happy about how this one's going so far. Relatively early days, but an 800 gold lead is pretty decent here for Carmine Corp.
ใครบอกเวนก่อป้อมเขาแก้ดีครับเคซีเขาแก้ดีจับได้2บูโซแฟดออกโอเคย้ายตายครับ
Lucid recognizes the numbers advantage that DK has. He flashes onto Yike. Yike doesn't have time to react. It's a clean CC chain. They're able to get Busio's flash as well. And Yehu, he TP'd in, but it was... Oh, he's...
Full combo.
All right. He's a little taunt to come on through here as Canner is a little bit further away.
วิ่งออกสวยครับได้เลยทิศนาไปครึ่งหลอดครับ
Bit of a cheeky chunk. He even cancels
โอ้โหไม่ได้กลับบ้านครับ
Really unhappy about that.
He is not enjoying his game right now. He took a ton of damage. I think that was actually a pretty smart risk
เมื่อกี้สการเนอร์แฟลชไปแล้วนะ
Let's go back to the play here. It's a very quick turn from Lucid, knowing they have this rotation.
กาลิโอมาช้าไปหน่อยครับ
Over here,
เพลย์นี้
there is no mid laner. The TP is happening now, so he realizes he gets the suppress here into the double impale, and then the gravity field is layered on top. There's no mobility here
ดีที่ย้ายไม่แฟลช
They get the kill, they get the secure of the grubs.
จะแฟลชไม่เมคเพ
3
ย์
grubs for Tristana. That's at least a nice consolation prize, but he's gonna need quite a bit more help to actually start winning the 1v1 again, to be able to be the one pressuring and actually utilize those grubs.
Well, Showmaker now, just with a little bit of attention from Busio and Yike moving on over here, just going to be playing defensively. On the bottom side of the map, Callista's just trying to get towards that first item. Ludens is such a huge spike for the Ziggs. We'll be getting there relatively soon.
Something we haven't talked about so much is this Vayne pick is really, really good apart from the Tristana matchup. So the fact that Kana has survived this matchup, like when I think of my favorite ADC to play Vayne into, it's Kai'Sa. Because she's so short range, she always needs to interact with you as Kana gets the stun and gets another good trade. And then
ชนะแม่งอย่างซึมอะแล้วเจอเพลย์สตีลแคปอีก
so many of his spells, you're playing against the Shen where it's so easy to dodge or even cancel his taunt. I think this is a really...
LCK กับ EWC อะไร priority กว่าครับ
Yeah, I think he does need a lot of condemns.
ถ้าถามผมนะ EWC ครับ
If they all pile in on top of him, he can only condemn.
EWC ไม่ได้โควต้าไปเวิร์แต่แม่งได้เงินครับ
That's a good one. And you can go untargetable as well, right? Like with the ability to be into stealth, you can kind of deliver the Galio into a weird spot at the start of a fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Vayne to be doing that, but
I mean,
maybe.
We've seen some Vayne play in
เพราะว่า LCK ไม่ต้องได้แชมป์มันก็ได้ไปเวิร์
Coming up here, by the way.
It's a dangerous
They
thing.
don't have Yike nearby. He's fairly nearby, but they don't know about this. There's no vision. Kana could be in trouble here.
There is the taunt flash to come on through. Is kind of trying to get himself out of here.
คาเรียแทงอยู่
From Smash might be able to
โอ
grab
เค
him.
ได้ไปเยอะอยู่ครับ
Gets himself the barrier to keep him alive.
สวอปนี้สวยนะครับ
Now DK wanted to take some plates from this lane as well.
คาเรียตายครับ
Is yeah, he's going the wrong direction here as he does shadow dash towards the inhibitor turret.
Seems like Yike doesn't want to try to force it. I mean, he's gonna have to execute regardless, but DK, they recognize that if they just leave Kana in the 1v1 against Shiwu, that Shiwu will just continue losing. So they go for the swap, and they're able to take down
เขา
Kana
สวอป
and
เพื่อ
get
ช่วย
some
ซีวู
plates.
ครับ
The return is that Kalista is able to hit this bot tower and get some plates of its own.
If he had grubs, this could have actually almost been a backfire for D+, if the Ziggs was able to hit a little bit more on that turret, maybe even put it in the satchel range, but because he has none, because of that great play from Lucid earlier, he gets money. It's a great response on the other side, but it's not as good as it could have been. As you can see, he's actually most gold in the game right now on this Ziggs pick with all the additional time.
And that is with Smash getting the kill as well. So a lot of plates going over for Kalista. He's able to pick up the Ludens. So he's going to be quite a bit ahead of Smash now if they decide to fight for this Cloud Dragon.
Yep, already
ดับ
has
ไหน
the
เล็กกว่า
Sorceress as well. So Luden Sox is gigantic as far as the power spike is concerned. You're talking about that dragon. This
เวน
cloud
มัน
is
ค่อนข้าง
not
จะ
available.
eat them all นะ
Mountain and
ใช่ไหม
Cloud
ด้านล่าง
first two of this
โดนไล่ครับ
Text Deck Ultimatum
อันติ
onto
เชน
Smash. The Galio coming in.
คาเรโอโดนมา
And Korea
แพทท็อต
wanting to
ระเบิด
try and
โอ้โห
stop him
ส
from
กิล
getting
พ
his
ลาด
and he will
เคฮู
be able to do that. But the taunt was not exactly
แต่ไคสาต้องกลับบ้านครับ
D+ gonna have to
ช่างเลือกไคสาได้แต่ไคสากำลังจะรีคอร์แล้วกลับมานะครับ ต้องรีบเบิร์สมังกรอยู่นี้เลยครับ
Yeo fumbled it. He missed the Galio Qs. He wasn't able to kill Smash. They still get his flash and should be able to pick up this dragon unless Lucid is able to get a steal.
I don't know. Showmaker's coming over here, but he's still fairly early in this game to do damage. Career
little taunt to come
โอ้
through.
ตายเลย
It's just the kick to death onto this
ข้างบนกำลังหนึ่งกันอยู่ครับ
A lot of buttons now on cooldown though as KC losing their health bars as well. Lucid secures the dragon and the Void Seeker comes on through. Great satchel to interrupt Lucid, but you can see Yahoo taking so much damage.
โอเค ได้อีก2คิว เคซีได้ตรงนี้เยอะครับ ได้มังกรด้วยครับ เบิร์สมังกรไม่ทันว่ะ เคซีขาดดาเมจครับ เวนไม่อยู่เวน1-1กับทิศนาข้างบนครับจ่ายเอ็กซ์ซอร์กันไปทั้งคู่
He was massively far behind on gold. Now he's got a 400 gold lead. I do want to mention briefly there was an all-in on the top side attempted by Conley, tried to knock Shiu back, and neither of them ended up dying. It ended up being just a reset up there, but that was also happening during all this action. They now have their teleports online, but did not moments ago, because here's the fight again.
It's very interesting here how DK, after Career dies, they recognize despite the fact that they're playing 2 versus 4, because Yike used the kick and Busio is so chunked, and the fact that Smash is moving, they're the ones that can take control. They can push KC back, and then after this, they're kind of spacing KC to not give Yahoo this taunt, which then sets up Lucid to flash in, force the flashes, and just make it a clean.
And it's two consistent damage dealers here in the Victor and the Kaisa, and Callista's otherwise cooldown based, right? Kana can't join the fight, so in these really long extended fights with those cooldowns used early, they realize they have the damage as we get a bit of a hide on Bush.
Yeah, Korea. Who's going to be okay for the moment. The one thing that I do want to say is that it must be nice for Showmaker to play one of his favorites when it's been taken from him by Smash over and over again.
มันจะน่ากลัวตอนวิกเตอร์เริ่มมีสัญญา
Absolutely incredible. Even though I think he went down like 0-3, but it was never his fault in those games. He was so incredibly strong on this Victor pick throughout this year, and he's demonstrating it once again. 0-0-3 right now as Lucid looking to move in. Actually going to get distracted by Busio, who was lying in wait. That is a lot of damage on the Yehu's the Arcane Storm.
โอ้ตายว่ะข้างบนโดนไดฟ์ดิซินอยู่ข้างล่างครับพยายามซ้อนแล้วครับแต่คอมเพติชันน่ะสการเนอร์มันชนะคามิลลีซินครับตอนนี้มันเลยกลายเป็นภาพที่แบบว่าสการเนอร์ทำเกมยับแต่ลีซินทำอะไรลำบากมากครับสิ่งที่ KC ต้องทำคือสเกลลิงให้ได้สเกลมังกรให้ได้แล้วปล่อยเวนเล่นตอน4ชิ้นครับ
There's really nothing they can do except try to push this bottom lane here. We'll grab another plate. I think that's going to be the last bit of gold they can get. Trying to dive this will be so tricky. Shiu does have his flash and ultimate available here. So even in a 2v1, it's going to be rough.
1.5k ลีดตรงกลางวะ
there for Yehu used his taunt early. They're on the top side. Is just pushing in, and even though they had Lucio there to defend, the Skarner gets first right of rotation there, and down goes that top side turret. So a big explosion of gold here. Now D+ is gold lead, the biggest we've seen so far at 2.2k, the advantage.
Lucid is going to get stunned up here by the wall dive. Hextech ultimatum comes down as they deliver a gargoyle to the skull.
โอเคได้ชัดดาวครับอยู่ลึกเกินไม่ยอมถอยย้ายรอซ้อนใส่กลับไปก่อนแต่ว่าเพื่อนกลับไปแล้วครับเวนกลับครับถ้าเมื่อกี้เวนยังอยู่อาจจะเล่นได้ทิศนาเมื่อกี้อาจจะตายเขาพยายามถ่ายป้อมด้วยทิศนาครับตอนนี้แล้วก็เสิร์ฟเงินให้โชว์เมเกอร์ให้เยอะที่สุด
They split the recalls there, and it looked really scary for a moment, but ultimately it's just going to be a huge win here for D+. Not a kill, but the entire turret.
I wonder if Kana stayed, if he could condemn Shiwu there and one-shot him with Yike. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought they were planning, but...
Yeah. Maybe a slight miscommunication there. It ends up being
รอบชิงโบ5ใช่ไหมใช่ครับ
despite the fact that Lucid dies on the top side.
ใครสะ2ชิ้นแล้วครับเงินนำ 2.5k ครับ
Now at 2.6k.
สแมช30นะสแมชรวยมากเลยครับนี่คือสิ่งที่ทำให้ DK ชนะมาตลอดทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้เลยคือสแมชนำ
There's some parity as man. That Voidsig almost taking the Raptor. That would have been heartbreaking for Yike. Thankfully, he's able to lock that one down before that happens. But having a look at these items, we were talking before about this Luden spike, right? Like the Sork shoes on top of it. Such a huge moment for Kalis. Well, now there's a Kraken Slayer and a Rage Blade.
เดี๋ยวคุณมาทันดูแค่คู่ทีวันกันดีไหมคุณมาทันดูทีวันคู่ไม่ทันครับ
And they have a Victor who's about to get second item here. Blackfire plus the Andres. There's a lot of long-term damage. I think for KC now, you really need to win the fights quickly. You need to win them early. You need to use your Camille Galio to get picks and delete a carry immediately. Otherwise, I don't think you win the fight ever.
And KC cannot fight this Drake. They need to fix their lane assignments and have Kana into Shiwu.
โอเคปล่อยลิฟต์กลางครับ25วิมีมังกรนะครับหกได้ป้อมกลางDK ถอนป้อมไปหมดแล้วนะครับเงินลีดของ DK ถ้าเกิดว่า KC ได้ป้อมคืนน่าจะอยู่ที่ประมาณ1,000 กว่าแต่ KC จะไปป้อมคืนยังไงครับนั่นคือคำถาม
He's on the edge of maybe able to get something here. It's going to be close. I don't think he can get him.
It's too deep. Shiwa has both sumps as well, and he's quite tanky as well with the plated steel caps on level 13. Has the bone plating as well. So Busio can't really threat alone, and KC desperately need to get Kana into Shiwu, or they cannot really break this because they don't have the damage on Yehu to try to gank him either, unless they can find a satchel there on Smash.
They will be able to get that. There's the flash to come through. Hextech ultimatum. They get into
ผู้คอมโบตายเลยครับชัดดาวทันทีวิกเตอร์สกิลคิวพลาดเตะกลับคาน่าตันครับค่อยๆฆ่าสการเนอร์ย้ายพยายามยื้ออยู่ได้มาอีก1คิวครับ ซิกรวยมากครับตอนนี้
And this is what we talk about with KC. They just keep fighting. If we're getting pushed in every single lane,
และโชว์เมเกอร์ไม่มีแฟลชไฟหน้าครับนั่นคือสิ่งที่ดีที่สุดเท่าที่ KC ทำได้เลยครับจริงๆถ้าได้คิวโชว์เมเกอร์ด้วยจะยอดเยี่ยมมากนี่ต้องชมว่าคอได้ดีถ้าคุณเล่นคอมซิกกาลิโอคามิลคุณต้องทำแบบนี้ตลอดเวลาเว้ยคูดาวมาต้องเอาคูดาวมาต้องเอา
Victor, right? Flashes to follow here. It's still such a close fight with one of the main carries deleted instantly. And I think that's a sign that maybe the hourglass is running out of sand here for KC. If they can't turn this game around soon, it may just be too late.
I agree with you, but
ได้เงินคืนมาพันครับ
really peeled nicely there because Yike was setting up to kick Showmaker as soon as he TP'd in.
ทำไปเรื่อยจนกว่าใครสาจะมีสัญญา
Deep trying to get that insect. It means that while KC areใครสักกับวิกเตอร์ไม่มีสัญญาก็วนแม่งเข้าไปครับมันคือวินคอนของเขา มันต้องเบิร์สให้ทะลุอันติเชนไปเลยอ่ะ
Ozama's about to cash out his call. He's got 6 stacks left on that. He'll be putting together a second item soon. But this Victor is the biggest one on the Rift. Double items here for Showmaker, who's incredibly fed. It does so much damage. So if you kill one of these 3 carries,
แต่ซิกรวยมากคือเรื่องที่ดีมากครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดว่าซิกแรงพอแล้ววันช็อตได้1ตัวจะถูกดีลิทก่อนเริ่มไฟไม่ว่าจะใครก็ตามทิซาน่าวิกเตอร์หรือว่าใครสะคนนึงตายก่อนเริ่มไฟโคตรเสียหายเว้ยเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดว่ามี1คนที่แบบหายออกไปแล้วทีมไฟของ DK พยายามจะสวนกลับเวนจะกลายเป็นคนที่ฟรีวินคอนดิชันของ KC อ่ะนอกจากการที่ทำให้ซิกมีดาเมจแล้วอ่ะมันคือการที่ทำให้ไฟอ่ะมันออกมาเป็นสภาพที่แบบทุกคนแม่งแยกๆออกจากกันพยายามจะลุมพยายามจะมั่วโอเค3 แครี่เปิดบารอนครับแต่ซิกโพกได้นะครับ
Yeah, this is very dangerous against Kalist because if he lands, I mean he's the one getting poked out
โอ้
right now.
แรงมากคลิส
I feel like if he lands a few bombs, he can really chunk DK, and a huge 6 ult when they're on the Nasher can be really dangerous.
This is probably the most Baron damage we've seen all tournament, by the way. Like this composition just shreds the Baron.
As a domestic commentator of the LCK, D+ doing Baron, looking for turns, threatening, then turning the poke back onto KC. This is not a D+ I saw a few months ago. This team has had serious growth. They're being so decisive here heading towards the late game. This is a different D+ Kia, and I like it.
Well, let's see whether they can actually
เฟสเช็คครับไม่เฟสเช็คครับเจ้าป้อมโอเคซีเล่นใจเย็นมากเลยว่ะเคซีไม่แบบแพนิคเลยโชว์เมเกอร์โดนโพกครับ
It's very strange. He's just throwing rock after rock, looking immortal with his Spirit Visage now completed alongside that Protoplasm Harness. And yeah, I think they should go for another turn. They've got Shio on the top side, taking down this turret as well.
จะฟอร์สบาลอนอีกรอบครับเคซีกลับบ้านฮะเขามีวอร์ดฟ้า
Right now, they have to rush over, but they just have no vision. If they try to walk in, they'll just get caught. I think they're just going to have to give it up. The bomb is desperation.
Yeah, it does spot out that this Baron is being taken down.
บาลอนไปแล้วว่ะ
They need to keep him out of
มาไม่ทันครับ
I don't know whether he can get in. There is the secure from the Kaiser and D+ Kia.
3 แครี่เบิร์สบาลอนโคตรไวครับเอาป้อมกลางคืนแล้วเคซีต้องเล่นมังกรตัวหน้าครับเคซีต้องได้มังกรตัวหน้าจริงๆก็ไม่ขนาดนั้นแต่ว่ามังกรตัวนี้เป็นมังกรที่ถ้าเกิดว่าเคซีชนะได้ชัดดาวบาลอนตัดโซพอยต์แล้วตอนนี้เนี่ยเคซีก็นั่งอยู่ในสปอตที่แบบว่าพร้อมเล่นมากแล้วนะซิกกำลังจะได้ลาบาดอนเลยครับตอนนี้เวนของช้าไปนิดหน่อย
Camille, maybe that's one way back in. It's not going to happen right now, but at least they got that one little counter pick there in the mid lane.
D+, you're talking about it just a little bit too late as far as the dragon spawn, and so KC couldn't leverage that extra little bit of map pressure given the resets.
Busio has a potential flank though on Showmaker if DK decide to put numbers into the bot side. He's looking for it.
Yeah, there is a nice little satchel.
Whoa!
There's a kickback onto Showmaker. They're looking to explode the victory.
คลีนมากเสียแฟตด้วยทอนไคซ่าแฟตจับได้1ตัวไม่ค่อยคุ้มนะครับ
KC look to reform the battle.
อ๋อแล้วเขาจะได้ป้อมเพิ่ม
Can't do damage. So yeah, you got Showmaker, but it's a trade here. Busio's gone. There's no more engage, and
แต่เสียแฟตเชนแฟตโชว์เมเกอร์แฟตสแมชครับ3แฟตนี้สำคัญมากกับ BK เว้ยโชว์เมเกอร์หลุดตำแหน่งหนักจัดเลยครับ
And Showmaker's down, but what do you do next? Career's able to flash over the wall. They get the taunt here, but Smash can follow flash. Sure, that's a big win. You took away the flash from the Kaisa, but D+ just have more damage output.
You get flashes on both the carries, but the fact that you're not able to convert that into a dragon.
คามิวยังมีแฟตอยู่และยังมีอันติเมตอยู่วิกเตอร์ใกล้จะได้สัญญาเลยครับใครใส่ยังไม่มี
The fact that the role on the Dragons was ocean in this game if I was KC because they have so much like upfront burst, right? If you don't get through a target, they just stand back and their health bar just refills. That's assuming they're able to grab this next one in about
ที่น่ากลัวคือโซเพราะว่าคอมโพกแบบนี้มันถ้าโดนโซมก่อนน้ำโคตรเรื่องใหญ่
make this burst composition work.
And now we're looking at a Shiu who's massively ahead. Right now, the side lane into the
โอ้
vein.
โคตรแรงสิ
Now it's controlled by D+.
Yeah, she was really strong. Busio does still have the flash, while Smash and
จบแล้ว
Showmaker
บาลอนนี้
in the fight.
น่าจะดัน
He's
ประมาณ
able
นี้
to
ครับ
find another flank like that where he can flash hookshot onto the carry, set up the Camille Galio ultimate.
พิษณาเริ่มมี power มั่งแล้วนะ
There's still
2 ชิ้นแล้วนะครับ
on either Showmaker or Smash against her.
คอมดับเบิลแครี่แม่งหวาดเสียวอ่ะคือใครโดนก็ตายอ่ะเอาจริงๆนะ
As far as 3 items are concerned, that is a large amount of damage that he's representing here onto the squishies of DK.
I think D+ need to be aware that there's no major objective up here for 3 or 4 minutes. And while their flashes are down, they should just clear waves and play safe because there are so many tools for KC to steal away this game if they make a mistake, if they overstep, and they absolutely have no reason to right now. They have a lot of vision around the map they can fall back to, clear wave by wave, and not necessarily try to
ซ้ายมองเป็นออลอินได้ไหมใช่มันค่อนข้างเป็นลักษณะนั้นครับมันเป็นคอมพิกออฟออลอินแต่มันพลิกได้ทีละตัวนะสกาเนอร์เป็นดาวที่น่าจะแวลูที่สุดละหน้าจอนี้นะพิษณาแม่งซึมเพราะว่าวิธีเล่นในเกมมันแบบช่วยไม่ได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
In order to lock this one up, Kalista giving him the good thumbs up that he's been throwing around all tournament.
They have control vision around Busio. It's almost like he's trying to say like, oh, maybe you guys should try to go for a play here. But he's otherwise just going to sit back and clear the wave. This is the kind of play I'm talking about. They're hiding here.
Balon 2 นาทีครับ
will make a mistake. And so far, they have just not taken the bait.
ซิกกำลังจะได้เจาะเวทนะครับ
So much ability power with the Rabadons with the Shadow Flame. He still doesn't have
ถ้าคาริสสามารถเล่นซิกได้ในเลเวลเดียวกับที่แบบซิกเกาหลีแม่งเล่น
to be able to take down the front
เห็นตำแหน่งสกาเนอร์ครับ
These luxury items are starting to come in. You were talking about the arm guard, the Zhonya's. That arm guard has been completed now for Smash, so he is not a target for Busio to jump on, right? Alongside this Galio anymore. Will be being put together by Showmaker as well, unless he decides instead that he wants like a Death Cap or a Shadow Flame or something like that, because he is Showmaker who does just like to do damage, if he can find it.
I mean, I feel like Seeker's Arm Guard counters this comp so damn hard. It's going to be really, really difficult for me to imagine how you can try to get that Camille Galio combo once Showmaker gets his Seeker's Arm Guard as well. I guess you can still look for Shiwu, but that also speaks
ซอนย่ามาเลยครับซิกเกอร์อัมกาของ Smash ครับและวิกเตอร์กลับบ้านรอบนี้ได้ซอนย่าแน่นอนครับเพราะฉะนั้นตัวละครที่เราต้องจับตอนนี้คือทริสนาครับ
This was their best archetype all last year, right? We were calling for it, we were asking for it, and they only
ไฟเคซีเล่นยากมากแล้วอะ
20%
It's one of the things that are running on the qualifiers here as well to get to EWC in the first place.
And what we call this KC comp in Europe, the shotgun comp. You have one bullet. If it lands, you're golden. If it doesn't, but the problem is you have 3 targets and they can all stand far apart, which pretty difficult for a shotgun.
จับไงทริสนาไม่รู้อะแต่มันเป็นตัวเดียวที่จับได้ตอนนี้อะ
Mega Photobomb is a decent area as now Shiu wasted no time. There's the buster shot. Just playing
อันติไม่ทัน
with Busio.
กดอันติช้าบุซิโอ
D+ are just giving KC no options. It's not that KC isn't being proactive. It's not that they're trying. They're trying so hard. They're finding any angle they can, but they're just being shut down at every turn.
Smash looking for a little bit of a window towards Kalista. Doesn't find the void.
Baron's up.
5 seconds time, exactly right.
เขามีไม่มีแฟลชกลับครับ
Purple buff available for DK to allow this siege to actually work.
ซิกแรงมากนะครับถ้าไม่มีซอนย่าอันติซิกคือเป็นพันแน่นอนพยายามตัดเว็บกลางครับ
Ignite though catching onto this wave. Busio once again in a frustrating position. Avoidseeker is going to go wide.
คามิลอ้อม
Korea finds himself the taunt on towards this Camille. The wall dive is going to connect onto Showmaker.
โอ้โชว์เมเกอร์
Is just dead. He avoids the heroic
Fat.
entrance and flashes away from Yahoo.
โอ้แคลเรียแฟตมาบังคาริโดนล้วงอุสมัยเกือบตายแต่วิกเตอร์ยังไม่ตายครับทอนตายแล้วแต่ซิกอยู่ไกลมากครับไม่มีดาเมจเมื่อกี้นี้เชนแม่งบังสกิลคิวให้โชว์เมเกอร์สวยมากครับเพลย์เมื่อกี้เชนแบบเล่นดีจัดไม่งั้นโชว์เมเกอร์ตายนานแล้วครับโชว์เมเกอร์กดซอนย่าช้าไม่ยอมกดซอนย่าหลบอันติซิกเว้ยแต่ไฟนี้เล่นดีเต็มที่แล้วครับมันดีที่สุดเท่าที่จะดีได้เลยเว้ยผมคิดว่าโฟกัสสแมชน้อยไปหน่อยโอ้โหสแมชก็เกือบตายออบเจกต์เกิดเลยครับมังกรเกิดคาน่าไม่มีเทเลพอร์ตครับเคฮูมีเทเลพอร์ตผมว่าน่าต้องไฟมังกรนะบาลอนเสียไปแล้วครับดีเคได้แฟตของ KC ไม่มีสักคนเลยครับไฟนี้
And then there's a follow-up from Career. Guess what? Jamaica buys Sonya's. He's got another one for the next fight, and they're even further ahead now. It starts to feel like we've already seen many Hail Mary attempts. I don't even want to say that that's the only way back in for KC. It's going to be D+.
ทิศนานำ3เวลตอนนี้
But they have every single piece of the map control. The last possible objective to take for now is that Ocean Soul, and they've got their eyes on it. Busio's looking for Shio here, but he's a bit short.
Okay, that's some damage as he dives on top of him. Busio will be taken down, but the heroic entrance is going to come in.
โอเค1แรก1ครับค่อนข้างคุ้มนะครับแลกท็อปกับซัพพอร์ต
Probably okay here for KC as far as that trade is concerned of champions. But I mean, Ocean Soul, we said it already. It's such a frustrating soul for KC's composition to deal with.
จะเสียป้อมกลางไหมครับ
And the bottom lane as well, as Victor has just hobbled his way over and is looking to break open the base down there. Lucid
โชว์เมเกอร์มาเคฮูต้องออกหลบสวยครับแต่ไม่มีแฟตตายวะกดสัญญาเวนกำลังกลับบ้านครับเวนกำลังกลับบ้านเวนกำลังได้ชิ้น3ครับเสียอินฮิบิเตอร์บาลอนมีเวลาอีก1 นาทีครึ่งครับ2อินฮิบิเตอร์ครับบูโซเกิดแล้วผมคิดว่าทิซ่ามีเทเลพอร์ตโอ้ดึงสวยจัดลีซินตายจบไหมคณะได้ลูกดาวน์เต็มอีกชิ้นครับโอเคเกมแรกน่าจบแล้วครับซิกแรงมากซิกทำดาเมจไม่ทันอ่ะKC พยายามเลยครับแต่ว่าคอมมันเลยเวลาเล่นไปแล้วทุกคนมีซอนย่าพอทุกคนมีซอนย่าคอมโบมันก็ใช้ไม่ได้เลยครับเกมมันต้องนำอ่ะเราต้องสแต็กเดรกให้ได้เวนยังไปไม่ถึงแบบชิ้น4เลย
D+Kia played through that mid to late game because we've often seen this team stumble there. We've often seen this team not close games out because they're not ready to make that tough.
ไม่คุ้มป่ะคามิลตายมันทำดีที่สุดแล้วอ่ะเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดว่าปล่อยทิศนาไว้ตรงนั้นแล้วเก็บสกิลไว้อ่ะมันก็จับใครไม่ตายอยู่ดีเว้ยในไฟอ่ะเพราะว่าทุกคนมีซอนย่าหมดมันก็ต้องฆ่าทิศนานั่นแหละเหลือไฟ 4-4 มันพอมีภาพแล้วแต่ว่ามันไม่มีอะไรจะรวบให้คนมาโดนอันติซิกหลายๆคนแต่มันโดนเขาต้องพลิกอะเข้าใจได้นะฝั่งของคาน่าแบบทำอะไรในเกมมันลำบากไปหมด
Thank you very much, guys. It is the LCK squad striking first here. D+Kia take the victory in game number 1, much to the chagrin of the blue wall of Carmine Corp. But it is 1-0 D+.
And I think the approach that they went with the draft, they were just talking about the casters, was really inventive. The fact that they had this Tristana into the vein,
who also has the buster shot against the Camille. You look at the composition of KC, Camille, Galio with the Ziggs on top, you know what the game plan is, but two of the enemy carries can build stasis with a Seeker's Arm Guard, which they got later in the game, and the other one has the buster shot to break the Camille out, and I think that meant it was actually really difficult for KC when they fell behind, because a lot of their attempts just didn't quite work out.
เขาไปหยิบข้าวก่อนยังไม่ได้กินข้าว
Today that can't really quite get access into the backline, the taunts, the seekers that Oaks mentioned earlier. It pretty much becomes that this champion gets really strong in the early game, but late game he just becomes a kick, and if you cannot find that either, it's kind of like a 4v5.
Let's take a look at some of the replays here, starting off on the bottom side of the map where Kaisa was the protagonist in this one.
I mean, I gotta say, DK was kind of greedy to picking up Kaisa and Victor in the same team against Ziggs Camille, but this attempt that they tried to kill Kaisa on the bot lane, it didn't work out, and I think this helped DK to have so much space in the early game with the scaling picks.
And it's crazy that they use these big tools to make that play happen. It's unsuccessful, and yet they still go for the fight afterwards. And they also just commit the Lee Sin kick there to take out Korea. And in the extended fight, they end up losing out because look at the health bars, the tools that aren't available, and Smash is back on full HP to pick up the kills.
They have the burst damage, they have the one-shot combination, but after all, you just have to deal with the Victor Kaisa chasing you down here.
Yeah, and you can see the thinking, right? If we eliminate one of these targets on the opposite side, that makes our Drake fight easier. But as you said, Ox, you didn't have those cooldowns. You then lose the ensuing fight because it goes longer, and that Kaisa still lived. A tough spot for Casey to be on. Then later on here, 28 minutes, much further down the fight, the Drakes were starting to stack up here against Casey.
Yeah, there'd been a lot of control from D+, just picking up picks into objectives. Here they look for Showmaker trying to take him out, but the stasis, the value of this disrupting that engage, and then he can flash after the ult has timed out. And look at the cleanup smash, just trying to run down Cleast. Doesn't quite find him, but the fight is firmly in D+'s favor.
Also huge props to Lucid right there, breaking apart the fight. He was zoning constantly the two carries from KC of walking up and killing that Victor. So you can see the access was there, but once the Camille goes in, gets one shot, Lee Sin cannot follow up, your carries are not around, and just fell apart for KC.
I mean, now we should talk about the draft once again, because I think this is their second time bringing up the Kaisa against the AP bot lane. I think it's more about having better teamfight composition, because it has been really chaotic, you know. I think none of the teams that can actually snowball from the early game like cleanly, you know. So I think it's all down to the team fight, and as long as you have the card, you have the power for the team fight for the late game, then I think you can always come back from the game, and that's the main theme about the DK right now.
I also think when you're playing a more static AD carry, you're trying to just get those auto attacks across. It's so hard into picks like Ziggs, you can just ult you and you lose half your health bar. With the Kaisa, you can still function from a distance with the W, but when the engage comes in, you can go in and follow up and instantly make the play. You also have a lot of tools to dodge abilities. I do agree with what we did said. I think the laning phase can also always be a little bit delicate if you're picking Kaisa into the likes of Ziggs. But if you get through that, which they did manage to, then you're really powerful.
I just felt like seeing them versus T1 and how well coordinated they were. I felt like Busio and Yike really truly made the difference in that particular series, and I just didn't quite see Busio on the same page as Yike in this one, particularly since you really need to get that Lee Sin ahead. It just didn't happen. So maybe they'll just roll back a little bit more on comfort champions to just get that spark back for game 2.
Especially because that was a high priority pick for both of them on that Lee Sin. Lucid very deadly with it, Yike having the opportunity to play it, and Lucid on tank duty, and still not to be able to get over the hump feels like a pick wasted. And we're not in best of 3s anymore. We are in best of 5s with it.
I mean, for me, Kamikop is one of the team who has LCK playstyle when it comes to LEC, right? So I feel like they can just fit in just like DK is doing right now. So just put the classic carry on the Kalist and stabilize the game with your strong laners, who is Yehu in the mid lane and also Khan the top side.
All right, now before we're back with game number 2 of Karmine Corp versus D+Gia, don't forget Season 2 of Level Up. The EWC documentary is live now on Prime Video, so go check that out whenever you can. See you right after this.
Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
ดีเคชนะรอบนี้ได้กี่ล้าน
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 미드 맡고 있는
18란
쇼메이커 수라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 디플러스 기아에서 정글을 맡고 있는 로스트 최영혁이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 이번에 또 EWC 하게 되어서 또 파리로 온 만큼 이번에 한번 프랑스 음식을 먹고 한번 평가해보는 시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그냥 칩인데? 감자칩?
แต่ตอนนี้ก็การันตี10 ล้านแล้วนะ
뭐지?
치즈칩, 치즈.
냄새를 한번 맡아볼게요.
생긴 건데.
ทำไมได้แค่นั้นเอง
냄새가
นี่ก็เยอะแล้วนะ
냄새가
쉽지 않은데요?
ก็
과자에서
ทัว
이런
ร์
냄새가 날
แช
수
มป์
있나?
โลก EWC เกมส่วนใหญ่มันก็แบบเล่นๆ
냄새랑 다른 맛이 나는데?
ฟรีไฟต้อง300,000
우유 맛이 나는
3,000원
느낌인데?
몇 점 주시겠어요?
저는 한 8.5점?
8.5점?
저는 진짜 맛있습니다.
저는 제 취향이 아니라서 2점 줄게요. 2점.
ของแอลมัน 600,000
좀 제가 이렇게 뭔가
어떤 부분에서?
좀 느끼한 것 같아요.
그래요?
제가 치즈를 막 엄청 선호하지 않아서. 오,
이거는 뭐죠? 이거 빵.
ทำไมเห็นภาพเกมแรกมันเหมือน DK 30เลย
미니 초콜라?
안에 건포도인가 이거?
그냥 빵집에서 파는 빵 냄새가 납니다. 일단.
무슨 맛이에요?
맛있는데요?
프랑스 콜라, 콜라인데 초코 들어있는 거. 와, 아니 너무 맛있는데요?
맛있네요. 맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 응? 뭐야 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데?
오렌지 주스, 탄산?
그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요.
เวิร์บอยู่แล้วกี่บาท
그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌?
말 그대로 그런 것 같아요.
맛있습니다. 이것도 8점.
한 7점.
เอาเวิร์บไปแล้ว1 ล้าน
감점됐죠?
ล้านดอน อันนี้ก็ครึ่งหนึ่งของเวิร์บ
그런 것 같습니다.
그저 그렇다. 저는 맛있었어요.
과자랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
ไม่ใช่เลย
뭐지?
치즈케이크 같은데요?
일단 되게 맛있는 냄새가 납니다.
오.
MSI ได้ 500,000 รายการนี้ได้เยอะกว่า MSI 100,000 สำหรับแชมป์นะ
케이크는 아닌 거죠?
점수 한번 매겨주세요.
저 한 5점?
5점.
Not my style.
ถ้าเกิดว่าเป็นแชมป์2 รายการติดก็รับซับเน้นๆเลย
9점 드릴게요.
ล้านดอน
와, 이거를 9점 준다.
굉장히 맛있고
이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
끝나고 몇 개 더 가져갈게요. 맛있습니다.
전 빵을 더 갖고 싶긴 한데.
예?
이게 뭐예요?
버섯인가?
달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아.
엄두가 나진 않네. 뭐?
냄새 한번.
가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠?
좋죠. 가위바위보?
안 내어진 거 가위바위보. Try it. Let's go. 네?
맡아봐.
이게 뭐라 설명 못하겠네. 뭐 약간 안 좋은 냄새와 뭔가 그
바닷가 냄새
그것도
나.
안 되기
뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고.
점수요? 저 10점이요.
왜요?
너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고요.
10점이라고요?
네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데.
First Stand ได้ 250,000
10점 드릴게요.
แสดงว่า First Stand 250K
저는 프랑스 하면 또 생각나는 게 에스카로고기 때문에.
MSI 500K
먹고 싶었는데 또 괜히 대회
แล้วก็ World
그렇죠.
나중에 한번 트라이 해보는 걸로
1
하겠습니다. 이렇게 한번
1M
프랑스 요리
EWC อยู่ตรงนี้
되게 맛있었던 것도 많아서 되게
EWC นี้
재밌었던
600,000
앞으로
$600K
EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
ถ้าสมมติว่าคุณเก็บ Golden Road ไม่นับในบ้านนะ คุณจะได้ทั้งหมด 2,2,350K นะครับ 2,350,000 US ประมาณสัก สมมติคุณเก็บ Golden Road International อย่างเดียวคุณได้ประมาณทั้ง60 กว่าล้าน70 ล้านนะวันนี้ตลอดปีนะล้านบาทขั้นมาสตรีมเดือนเดียวก็ได้แล้วผมสตรีมทั้งชีวิตนะทั้งชีวิตก็อาจจะไม่ได้ด้วย60-70 ล้านนะ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. T Plus Kia lead the series 1-0, but this is a best of 5. They're going to have to lock in for at least another 2 games if they want to come away with that trophy.
Hopefully another 4, but we'll have to see what KC, how much of a fight they can put up. As game number 1, the draft was difficult to execute. They tried their hardest, but they weren't able to find the picks that the draft needed to be able to find that win.
EWC เอาทีมเชิญหรือแข่งทำอันดับมา EWC มาได้3ทางเป็นแชมป์ EWC เก่าได้แชมป์โซนตัวเองนะครับแล้วก็ Road to EWC 3ทางนี้ในการมา EWC ปีนี้
This is the most consistent they've been since their 2020-2021 days.
เดี๋ยวนี้เขายังมีเราเตอร์ฝั่งไทยอยู่ไหมมีนะก็ยังมีเราไทยแลนด์อยู่
LCK fans are praying that they'll win this and they'll take it to the LCK, but there's
เกม
still
2 ครับ
more EWC left to play.
This is the ridiculous thing because
เกมแรก KC ทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
Legend Group. They were celebrating out of their minds that they made top 5
คอมมัน
in the LCK and they got very
สเกลนานเกินไม่ใช่สเกลนานเกินเล่น XQ ได้ช้าเกินแล้วโดนสเกล
and from that point they have now made it all the way here to the grand final of EWC for 2026 and yeah I mean
Poppy J Cinda band ครับ
Cinderella stories and how one of them has to end
Oriana Vi band
crazy to see
Nocturne หลุด
either of these teams walk away with this trophy as already we have a bunch of bands to come on through the Jace the Poppy and the Syndra all understandable here on D Plus's side as there is the Vi being taken away from Lucid always does need to be removed as well as that Oriana that
แชทเขาลืมเปลี่ยนแถบด้านล่าง
Yeah, I'm looking at the Cassiopeia.
มันต้องเป็นโบ3โบ5อันนี้มันเป็นโบ3เซอร์ลักเขาลืมเปลี่ยนแชทแข่งโบ3มานานเกินทีมงานเบลอผู้มันดูนี่ทีวันเก่าไหมใช่ครับเก่ามากก่อนผมเริ่มเล่นแอลอีกเลบลองแบนว่ะ
but he will dominate lane and often just take over the entirety of Summoner's Rift with it. But drafting it this or banning it this early in the past in the LCK specifically,
Cassiopeia Flex first pick
or something like that, but it just makes the Cassiopeia first pick so free here as well.
But I wonder if maybe they're worried that if DK go Cassio first pick
เขาจะเอา Nocturne
and face the answer with the Anivia, then LeBlanc can have a very chill time into that Anivia pick. So that's what I assume Yahoo is going to go for here, and then probably a jungle pairing for Yike, probably the Jarvan, as that pairs well.
DK จะอยู่รอดไหมครับค่าปีนี้การเงินนี้ไม่ดีขึ้นโอ้บาทหลุดครับบาท DK เขาขายไปแล้วครับตอนนี้คือทำเอกสารรอเปลี่ยนมือแล้ว
as well for Kalist that he has had so much success on so far this tournament. That is a phenomenal core to start things off for KC in this draft.
I mean, it was the main
บาทอะไร
reason
อะ
that KC was able to win game number 2 against T1 was Busio on Bard and Kalist on Ezreal. Busio had like 6 kills on the Bard. He was just roaming around the map, doing so much
Anivia lock ครับ
And there's the Anivia for Yehu up against this Cassiopeia, but now Lucid gets his hands on the Jarvan.
Yeah, and now you could go Jarvan Ezreal here in theory.
You could. You could also go for the Gnar pick.
อันนี้นี่ก็ flex นะ
answers have been taken away.
แต่น่าจะเป็นเลนกลางคืออันนี้น่าจะไปเลนไหนก็ได้อะที่แบบแค่โซเปียไปอะจาวานครับแต่จาวานลงโทษนกได้ดีแต่ว่าแพ้บาทนะครับจาวาน
And because as you say so many of the picks are out I think it's a really smart strategy if DK decide to go for it especially considering Kana
คุณทันตำนานเฟเกอร์ริวเซตริวไหมได้ดูสดไหมไม่ทันครับ ผมรู้จักไอ้ตำนานนั้นคือแบบปลายปีแล้วปลายปี2015
not known necessarily for his NAR play nowhere near players like Kana or Zeus on this
เกียร์ตามหลังคือสปอนเซอร์ครับโอ้ตัดนาของคันหน้าครับตัดนาทิ้งออกไปเลยครับแล้วที่ชนะไปแล้วเขาคิดว่านาตรงนี้คือฟรีพิกครับเคซีดรอปท็อปหยิบบอทไซด์ถูกต้องควรเป็นอย่างนี้ถ้าปรับมินเนี่ยนในเลนมาเวลาเดิมจะได้เห็นเอดิเทสเลล่ามากขึ้นไหมครับไม่ต้องเอาโฮมการ์ดออกครับเวฟเหมือนเดิมได้แต่ว่าต้องเอาโฮมการ์ดออกเพราะว่าเวฟ15 นาทีแรกตอนเลนเฟสมันออก30 วิอยู่แล้วครับเวฟมันออกเร็วขึ้นตอนกลางเกมกับเลนเกมเอาโฮมการ์ดออกเห็นผลผมคิดว่ายอริกหน้าแบนนะซินเฉาแบนครับใหญ่น่าจะอยากเล่นนาฟรีแล้วผมคิดว่าดีเคจะปล่อยนาฟรีไว้เช่นแบนเมื่อวานนี้ฮูปูมันให้คันหน้าคะแนนเท่าไหร่ 8.4 ผมว่าแม่งควรได้10 เต็ม 10เลยเกม3นี่คันหน้าแม่งเล่นดีจัด
Nautilus is gone. I think that's a great ban here because the best way is to lock an Ezreal down guaranteed in a team fight.
It was an incredibly similar draft that Yike played the Kiana though.
ผมว่าคาเรียนน่าจะอยากเล่นไพ่ชัวร์
And Casey decided we're not going to have a front line.
เขาน่าจะเล่นแบบไพ่เมล
and just put up
ไพ่แค่เสื้อเปียล่างหรือแบบ
put the tempered fate from Bard and poke you out from range and never give you that normal standard team fight. And they were able to execute it against T1. So I feel like doubling down on it, I would like
and
it.
they ban it. So
yeah,
we're on the
ban
same page here, I think. I guess. As we'll see what KC decide to do now, as they really do need something explosive here for setup. And
is it just the Varus? I actually really wouldn't mind it for Kana towards that top side of the map, and you can pick it away. Otherwise, Smash might be able to take that himself. Obviously, locking in a jungler does give you the ability to understand exactly what you're up against, and then pick accordingly for the top side.
ทำไมเขาถึงซ่อนพิกท็อปเลนมากกว่าป่าเหรอ
I like the fact that they're delaying top until 5 because that way Kana can see all 5 champions here and lock in something that's good. The worry I have about
ผมคิดว่าคันหน้าน่าจะกดแอมเบซ่านะ
Lucid can just cap top and make him completely irrelevant in the game, especially
คุณมาไลฟ์คุยเรื่อยเปื่อยย้อนหลังวันไหนนะมาถึงยังไงนะครับเคทลีนคาม่าเหรอแพ้บาทนะเคทลินลักก็แพ้บาทอยู่ดีอะแต่ว่าถล่มเลนเก่งกว่าคาม่าผมว่า DK อะประเมินบาทต่ำไปนะเขาหยิบตัวแพ้บาทออกมา3ตัวเลยนะเว้ย
Learn from the best, right? Back on T1, very strong on this pick, and it is going to be a risky mid game with this. Late game with 3 scaling options here, including the NAR. D+ have a lot of late game power.
I imagine a lot of the EU fans.
ซัดเลยว่ะคณะโอลาฟท็อปครับ
This is the new NAR counter pick. It's kind of coming up. It's a thing.
Yeah.
คณะนี่น่าจะโอลาฟเกมแรกปะผมไม่เคยเห็นคณะเล่นโอลาฟมาก่อนเลย
Standing alongside who's managed to find an absolute profit.
โอลาฟกับบาทเป็นสิ่งที่เข้ากันได้ดีแบบยอดเยี่ยมมากๆรวมถึงโอลาฟกับแอนิเวียด้วยครับผมว่าดราฟนี้ KC วินแบบวินเลยเพราะว่า DK ประบาทบาทมากครับ
Wow, this is loud down here. So Helen, listen, you've got an amazing story because you downloaded the EWC app and you made a prediction a while ago. What did you predict?
So basically, there's an EWC app which is super awesome, and they closed their entry for the Pick'em tournament winner this Tuesday. And who I picked, of course, is D+ Kia with 0% selection. I can show you.
So you knew right from the start you had so much belief in this team.
เคเดลแหกปากเป็นบ้าแล้วมั้งเนี่ยตอนนี้มีคนเลิก DK ว่าจะชนะทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้
How intimidating are they?
Well, I don't really hear anything, to be honest, isn't it?
ฟอร์มT1จะไหวไหมไม่รู้เลย
Everyone knows that Showmaker is good at where he is facing the home ground. So you know what? Today is gonna be the Perry Library. We all know this, right?
They said it's gonna be a Paris library in here by the end of the match. Let's see what happens and keep on moving.
Oh my goodness, that was I was a little bit scared for that little section of the audience, but managed to make it through that entire interview. And here we are, ready to get onto the Rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 to see who is going to be able to lift this EWC trophy. And here we go. All right, Casey, I do like this draft a little bit better, but I also feel like DK kind of had the answers once again. The null lock-in definitely working out, but with the Olaf there towards the top side, I think that Kana has a lot of agency in this game.
Yeah, I think if Kana is off to a good early game, he can really take over team fights, because Lux is not going to be able to do anything against them, and Jarvan, he can commit the Cataclysm, but that's not who you want the
โจทย์ของข้าไมค์ขอบเกมนี่คือผ่านต้นเกมให้ได้ครับแล้วสเกลถ้าได้มังกรตัวแรกตัว2โคตรเข้าทางแล้วจะชนะเกมนี้ได้ง่ายมาก
to really get played, to get strong, because 20 minutes into the game, you'd always rather have the Karma with the Mantra shields and the movement speed that she provides, but Lux provides more early game pressure, so it's up to Career to make that happen.
Yeah. See how this top lane goes, because we've seen this matchup be super
เคลินลักไม่ใช่คู่ที่เล่นง่ายนะ
This one is more pivotal here.
เฮ้ยคาริสพลาดมินเนี่ยนเยอะนะ
It's been a matchup we've talked about so much more recently. You know, Atlas and I were talking about the first time we saw this tournament. I initially kind of thought, well, if you're perfect with the Gnar, the Olaf shouldn't be able to do anything, but it just hasn't worked out that way. Showmaker's going to take a huge chunk here, but we'll be fine. As if you hit an undertow, you hit another undertow, you run at the Gnar, you've got Ghost. Showmaker continue to trade level 2.
Yeah, that Noxious Blast, if that had landed, yeah, he might have just been dead. Is drinking his potion though, Showmaker doing the same thing. The Snake Lady definitely feeling very comfortable at this stage of the matchup. Wave is going to crash towards the turret though, and it looks
เขา
like
เห็นตำแหน่งลูซิดครับเขาเห็นตำแหน่งลูซิดเห็นแบบเห็นเลยครับ
Wolves now as the Raptors have now been taken.
โชว์เมเกอร์แฟลช
Flash out of the way here from Showmaker, avoiding the stun.
เอาจริงๆแคฮูเล่นกับโชว์เมเกอร์มากี่ครั้งแล้วก่อน
Anivia.
ก่อนหน้านี้เขาอยู่ใน LCK น่าจะเจอบ่อยเขาน่ารู้ว่าจาวานเดินเข้าใส่นะครับโชเมเกอร์ไม่มีแฟลชนะครับแล้วบูโซเดินแล้วนะจาวานเดินเข้าไปขโมยหลุมครับ
I wonder if Yike will. Does he know? He seems to know.
Yeah, he's just immediately going to bounce over. There is the smite from
เขาเห็นแล้วครับ
Lucid, finds the cue for
โดน
most
อิ
of
น
the
เวดไป
little
1 หลุม
rocks there as well. So a decent early
อินเวด
start
1 หลุม
here
แล้ว
for
กลับไป
DK
ฟาร์มฝั่งตัวเองครับ
with that flash
ฉลาดมาก
being down from
ลูซิด
Showmaker
เล่น
in
ดี
mid lane. These roams from Busio that the Bard really wants to be doing could be
I
absolutely
just don't know if
deadly.
he's going to get to roam that much in this matchup, though. He's kind of locked in right now as Smash and Career going to crash this giant wave, and they know that Nefuri's top, so they can sit on this lane. If you don't know where the Nefuri is,
Nefuri
you
อยู่
gotta
บ
be
นครับ
cautious here, but because
ได้
they
ตำแหน่ง
do
ด้วย
know, they're taking plate money.
One thing that's really nice about
ได้เพลทแล้ว
this
1
pick is as the Astral in this lane, you'd really want to go to teleport so that you can get a free recall early on. But if you go teleport against the Lux, you're so vulnerable to that flash cosmic binding. So that's why Kalista ends up going for the cleanse, which means it's a harder early laning phase for him.
It doesn't have teleport, doesn't have any barrier either, obviously combat-wise, so just very vulnerable in this early game. As they're looking to punish this flashless Cassiopeia, but Showmaker is very aware of it and is willing to sacrifice a little bit of lane here in order to be safe.
I mean, Yahoo is stepping forward with 300 less
เหนื่อยนะครับ
HP.
เล่นล่าง
So nice that Showmaker realizes Yike needs to try to cross mid lane here and get that bot crab.
ไม่มีเทเลพอร์ตนะ
I'm not sure if he'll be able to get it just due to how strong DK's laners are, with Showmaker being full HP, both lane being completely pushed in.
Wait. They're just getting miasma, taking a lot of damage here. Does still have the egg, which is why he can still play a little bit further forward, but might need to invite the doggo to come back towards this mid lane. Try and keep him alive. That will be that crab going down. Yak does collect that one for himself as Lucid. Gonna come on over, look to pick up his Raptor camp when it is respawning.
Anna's having a rough time.
Yeah, exactly. It's not feeling great at this stage of
เขาเจอตำแหน่งลูซิดครับ
Lucid
ตัน
going
สวย
to
ครับ
get hit by these daggers.
ได้เลือดไปเยอะเลยครับลูซิดเจ็บมาก
Gets that shield out onto the Jarvan.
โชเมเกอร์มานาหมดครับ
But there is an egg in the mid lane, and Showmaker is just biting it with those twin fangs. Does manage to respawn. Now back to not a very high health bar. Is now Kana looking to go aggressive.
โอ้ขว้างขวานโดน
But there's the undertow, and here is the all-in.
เรียบร้อยโซโล่คิวโดยคันหน้าครับ ขวานดอกนั้นโดนคือตายแล้วครับ
Lands every undertow.
โซโล่คิวใส่นาซีวูอ่ะ
In the early game down in
โฮลี
CS, but now getting the solo kill.
โอลาฟมันตัวละครที่ของจริงชิบหาย
Out of this Olaf.
Was it before level 6? Just hits the right, he finds the right window there. It's enough damage and pops the ghost. So you can see right now, obviously a little bit low on health, but that's where Olaf wants to thrive.
เลือดครึ่งเดียวนะโอลาฟกด W คว้างขวานโดนติดคอน GG.
And the follow flash is there. Great undertow accuracy there, of course, from Kana to set it all up. And he picks up a massive win here. First blood for KC.
You have to feel the
เป็นเฟิร์สบัตที่ใหญ่มากนะเพราะโอลาฟจะได้ลีดนะครับ
Especially when you're playing Olaf. I feel like Olaf is a momentum champion. You know, you always need to click forward.
แล้วได้เพลย์สตีลแคปเลยครับ
aggressive, even when you're low, even when you're struggling. As Busio wants to try to get a chunk on Showmaker here.
Showmaker able to slither his way out, but does still get caught by the stun out of Yahoo.
I feel like Showmaker's had such a fantastic tournament.
Oh yeah.
And especially game 1 as well, it felt like for me it was the biggest difference makers. Maybe I jinxed them now.
Perhaps
Okay,
Busio is up here towards his top side. Showmaker just going to slink on over towards him. So Busio, even on the return, able to quite find the value here.
And a 2v2, Showmaker's ult way more valuable than the Anivia's as well in that type of exchange. So I think as soon as that's hit, it's just
5 นาทีผ่านมา2เพจครึ่งครับเลนล่างแต่ CS ห่างไม่แย่มากนะครับประมาณ10ตัว
And Busio needs to be careful because he's paying a price every single time he goes for these roams. There's now 2 plates going over the side of this Caitlyn Lux and a 10 CS lead for Smash. And if Busio continues roaming like this, suddenly Caitlyn can take that bot tower, swap up into top lane and just explode the whole game.
Yeah, we see that oftentimes, especially if a gank goes off, you see a dive, then that happens every time, but Lucid's been patching holes elsewhere on the map. We'll be losing this scuttle, and right now, this timing, they're looking to potentially start this dragon. They do not have a ton of control just yet.
Yeah, Career and Busio are in the area. We do see the flag going down to get information of this Cloud Drake being started potentially by Yike. Showmaker going to be catching this wave though, as tempo advantage does go towards KC, using that for a reset for the Anivia. And Career and Smash just continuing to walk towards this turret in the bottom lane and remove crockery every single time. Plates going over. That's a third one here in Smash's back pocket, moving him up to a 450 gold lead.
DK need to be a bit careful. They still don't have a ward. I was going to say that Yike's about to level 6, but he just decides to clear his topside camps. So there's not going to be a gank there available. He just wants to clear all those. And wait, Showmaker and Yike are going to find each other.
โอ้โหขวานแม่งแรงชิบหาย
Showmaker's not sure where he's going.
Wrapped all the way around.
Showmaker เดินไปไหน
I think,
กลับบ้าน
did Yike? I don't know if Yike spotted him. I think he was maybe in the bush. Otherwise, I feel like Yike would have tried to chase him, delay his tempo, not let him recall. But still, he has to walk quite far, so he's going to lose some minions in mid. Speaking of losing minions, Kalista is struggling in both lane.
Showmaker's not going to commit the TP, interestingly. He's just going to walk all the way back and sacrifice some CS here, put himself 300 gold behind in total as a result. His plate, I believe, also, yes, did go over to Yahoo. Ooh, not going to matter.
The sneaky little trap behind the turret.
เขาน่าสวอปเลยครับเลนล่างน่าจะเอาเคลินขึ้นบนแต่เอาไว้กับไทเพลทคาริจะแมชสวอปไหมครับไม่วะเคลินเดินลงล่างครับแต่โอเคแต่เอเซียสวอปเลยครับ
magically journeying over does miss the cosmic binding though and is now just going to take a lot of damage from these twin fangs
ผมคิดว่าโอลาฟสามารถวิ่งใส่เคลินเอาตายได้นะถ้าโอลาฟวิ่งออกขวาออกขวาไม่มีวอร์ดนะครับเกี่ยวโอลาฟวิ่งเข้าเลนวะ
champion that he has had struggling times on in the past but these scrubs have been
เขาเห็นโอลาฟด้านล่างเลยครับ
I think D+ should have control of this and KC should just evacuate.
KC เล่นไม่ได้เนี่ย
Staying very long.
Yeah, the house does
แฟดออกครับ
fly on through as the flash out from
จริงๆซีวูไม่มีอันติย้ายไม่ต้องแฟดแต่ว่าน่าจะแบบไม่มีข้อมูลใช่ปะน่าจะอันติติดคูดาวป่ะโอ้ยมีแล้ววะ
Smash should know that Kana is here.
ใช่เขาเดินผ่านบอลนะ
Kana does a crazy undertow, maybe could force the flash.
Going to quite find that one as the Ragnarok not going to be invested either. Shorts the undertow there. Career going to be able to come on over and help. There is a Lucent Singularity in the air. Peacemaker goes wide.
Very, very tightrope walk there. From
yeah, a lot of things
เกมตึงมากเลยวะ
not hitting.
Yeah.
สแต็กเบรกได้ไหมครับแต่ถ้าว่ากับไป3ตัวดีเคคือตามโจทย์เลยนะแต่ถ้าเคซีสแต็กมังกรได้ก็พิดิกเผื่อแล้วจริงๆโดยปกติเคลินควรสวอปขึ้นไปครับแต่ว่าดีเคน่าจะมองว่าแบบไม่ต้องสวอปก็ยังสู้ได้อะไรเงี้ยได้คอนโทรลก่อนรูดมา2โอ้รูด
finding the combo is Kalist.
โอ้โซโล่คิวแฟดออกแฟดตีโซโล่คิวว่ะ
Him down. There is the solo kill for the Gnar. Showmaker going to get walled away, but you can see Yike down to sub 100. Kana is basically dead as he's going back to base. Very brave.
เกือบตาย Yike
is going to let his top laner live
ได้มังกรครับ
and somehow
คาลิสพลาดว่ะ
base in the hole.
It's an absolute disaster
ไม่รู้ว่าโดน
for KC. They get solo
ใช้
kill
แฟลช
on top. They're not having
น่า
the
จะกด
damage
E
to
โดด
do
เข้า
the
ใส่
break.
เลยปะ
As we see how Shu was able to pick up this solo kill. He
อ๋อหลบ
dodges
หลบบูมแมลงไม่ได้ครับ
He has the damage
ต้องแฟดอันนี้แต่ไม่ได้แฟด
on the edge with the Mega Gnar ultimate.
And I'm not sure if that thumbs up was to signify you got me or I got away, but it was on the edge. And either way, it's a thumbs down from KC fans. The result, that is to say, as she picks up the solo kill there. And in the moment, in the bottom lane there, the double root was just the cherry on top. It meant guaranteed there was no way KC could win the fight, but at least they were able to get out with everyone's lives as Kana was so incredibly low that he wasn't taking an ace in the hole, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I love that Chiu is 100% everything contribution as far as kills and deaths. A solo that went his way and against him. So this Gnar in a decent spot. But kind of out of lane, not quite finding the value that Chiu has had, just chilling out here towards this top side and keeping on pushing. We'll have that Trinity Force completed relatively soon. As chasing down Kana, I mean, this is the thing.
ผมว่าคันหน้าก็ยังสู้ได้นะแต่ว่าคันหน้าดันไม่มีแฟดถ้าคันหน้ามีแฟดเมื่อกี้น่าจะยัดใส่ได้เลย
I feel like Busio hasn't been able to find any roams.
ตอนนี้ย้ายไม่ได้เดินเกมเลยนะครับนานมากแล้วนะครับ
Help Yeo out, but the fact that they haven't been able to get
ก็
anything
ผมว่านี่คือเหตุผลที่เขาปล่อยนาฟรีเว้ยคือนาฟรีมันทำเกมยากแบบไม่ว่าจะสถานการณ์ไหนนาฟรีก็ดูค่อนข้างจะแกงยากอยู่ดีแล้วเกมนี้เซตอัพของทีม KC ไม่ได้เยอะด้วยครับ
And it just feels like KC's outclassed across the board.
โอ้โหพลาดมินเนี่ยนเยอะ
Opportunity here for Yike potentially. He is here faster. They have the magical journey. Smash may get punished.
Yeah, Arcane Shift forward. There's the ulti from Yike to close.
โอ้ข้ามแถบสวยมากครับแกงล่างสวยครับลักไม่มีแฟดโอ้พลาดสกิลชาร์จโดนขัดข้างบนวิ่งใส่สู้ลูซิกกำลังจะฆ่าข้างบนโซโล่คิวครับโอ้เมื่อกี้มิสเพลย์จากบูโซทำให้ไล่ต่อไม่ได้ครับ
with that extra kill, but there is a flag and drag bringing Lucid over. Yike gets the doggos back.
ยายพยายามสู้อยู่ยายติดคอนรูทไม่โดน
Lucid trying to at least keep this fight going until Korea makes its way over. But it looks like Yehu not going to be helping out as Showmaker making his life annoying.
สรุป1แลก2เหรอใช่1แลก2
Busio great Bard portal there to finally break the formation of DK and actually open up this game. KC getting a lead now. Kana getting the solo kill back to back, showing the power of this Olaf, and hopefully he can then use that to transition into a bigger lead and
แต่เกมยังห่างเท่าเดิมนะครับเรื่องเงิน
Looking at Yike's game plan, you can see how far down in CS he is on Lucid. Lucid is playing so well around these prio lanes, consistently invading Yike, full clearing his jungle, so Yike needs his teammates to actually help him
ป้อม
out
จะ
in
ระเบิด
this
แล้ว
game.
น่าจะไปแล้ว
I don't want to say it's a drop in the bucket. It's a significant pick, but doesn't overall change the game state here on the bottom side. Smash is still going to pick up first brick here. Got this massive
เพราะว่าเจอเคลลี่ลักเลยพกเอ็กซอร์มาแบบโซโล่คิว
actually
ใส่อย่างนั้นไม่ได้
be a massive game changer in the early parts of this one. I was going to see exactly what
ขวานโดนใส่เลย
You got the ghost available. Pressing R this time he's
โอ้โห
got it.
ไม่ต้องมีอันติเลยครับไม่ต้องมีอันติไม่ต้องมีแฟดเลยครับวิ่งใส่เลยแล้วเผื่อคันหน้ามันแบกได้จริงเนี่ยโอลาฟเกมนี้คือ experimental hexblade บวกไซเบรกบวกเดดแดนจะเริ่มแบกเกมได้ครับ
Someone's going to have to get backline access, and he's going to be the one. He's going to be the one running towards Smash.
เขาต้องวิ่งไว้ถึง Smash เงินนำอยู่ 1,500 ถ้า Smash โดนเขาล้วงตายเกมนี้คือซีชนะได้เว้ย
Because Kalist is down 1,500 gold. If this is a fight where Smash and Kalist are both just able to do their damage, Smash is going to do way more, especially with Career landing the Cosmic Bindings. He's ahead as well. Got that Shirelli.
ถ้า Smash ไม่เสียแฟดก็ยากอยู่ดี
completely equal. He should be able
เกมนี้
to
SBL อีกยาวนานมาก
pressure from Lucid with how strong this Draven is into the Anivia.
Yeah, and these undertows really do need to land. With Shirelli's done, it just gives you so much extra movement speed as Busio, snagged by the light binding.
เปิดประตูใส่กำแพงจาวานไม่ได้วะ
Heck of a day today. As he lines up the angles, keeps himself safe in the previous fight, and executes Busio in this one. 0-2 now for the Bard, unfortunately, and more plates are in danger. These 3 grubs putting in work alongside the Caitlyn, just getting around the map. And I was going to say this before, this reminds me of deft and the way he used to use Caitlyn, which is park it outside a turret the entire game long, and they are just playing this siege game so beautifully. Yike now going to take a bit of damage through the doggos. Going to need to press W to get those ones back, but Showmaker and Yehu have just been fighting anywhere on the map right now.
D+ are going to group for this. And KC just don't have the in right now. Yeah, his TP, but he doesn't have prio on the top side. Showmaker gets here first. If they are going to commit those, I don't think they will.
โอลาฟอยู่นี่แต่ว่าอนิเวียกับแคสเซิลเบย์อยู่ข้างบนจาวานไม่มีอันตินะครับโอลาฟเล่นได้นะครับไฟนี้มีแฟลชด้วยนะครับ
KC just don't have a lane to play through. Calist Arcane shift forward, but he's still.
KC ต้องโฟกัสที่เล่นเพื่อไฟก่อนตอนนี้สแต็กเรกเป็นเรื่องรองต้องสร้างลีดก่อนครับตันไม่โดน
Could be a big deal. I do think the canner is going to be the most
จับได้จาวาน
There's the tempered fate catching onto the Java and not a lot of follow up there though.
แต่ไม่ได้อะไรครับ
Demanding that arcane.
อนิเวียต้องวาร์ปมาช่วยไหม
The problem is the lanes.
อนิเวียยังไม่ได้กลับครับ
The fact that DK are pushing both mid and bot. If they're going to get the dragon, it needs to be right now. They can probably get away with it. It feels like
นาไม่มีร่างใหญ่ครับ
they kind of got
ปล่อย
away
เล
with
ย
something they shouldn't have. As DK
ถ้าแบบนี้ก็ได้สเกลให้โอลาฟครับได้เวลาเพิ่ม
Small window with how much damage Fury does to the dragon. KC get the Drake.
รู้สึกเดินอินเวดใส่ย้ายยับเลยครับ30 CS ลีดในจังเกิลแล้ว40 CS ลีดของเคทลินครับเพราะว่าเคทลินชนะเลนจาวานเลยได้เทมโปในการเดินอินเวดด้วยแบบเขามีเลนแอดวานเทจอะเดินไปไหนกูไม่ตายอะไรเงี้ยอินเวดแคมยับเกมนี้รู้สึกเดินป่าดีโอ้โหครึ่งหลอด
is just taken over the side lane. He's got a stride breaker. He's going to use this. We do have a bit of a herald fight here on the top.
โอลาฟมีวาร์ปนะครับ
being able to fight away from the Olaf
โอลาฟกำลังกลับบ้านครับ
for D+ here is now Showmaker slithering his way down from that top side of the map. Lucio loses half his health bar. There's a great knock up from Lucid, and now where are they going to look? Showmaker is bearing down. Gets the flash ulti, but no stuns to come in. But he's just sidestepping the rest of KC. Kana now making his way into the fight.
พยายามโผล่อยู่ซีวูวาร์ปลงมาด้วยครับ
like nope. Get me out of there.
น่าจะปล่อยป้อมกลางต้องเล่นเพื่อไฟครับเคฮูได้ฮันนี่ฟรุตแคสเซิลเปียไม่มีแฟลชนะครับเป้าหมายของคณะคือแคสเซิลเปียครับคณะโดนโพกคณะกดโกสแคสเซิลเปียโดนติเล่นต่อไม่ได้เลือดย้ายโลเกินครับต้องปล่อยเลยครับเกมแม่งโคตรเครียดอะแต่ลักษณะการโพกมันแบบเคทลินลักซ์มันโพกได้ดีกว่าเพราะว่าตอนนี้มันยังเป็นช่วงเวลาที่แบบเคทลินลักซ์มันเล่นได้เพราะว่ามีแอดวานเทจมีเงินออกมาจากเลนนะมันต้องรอเวลาผ่านไปแบบ30 นาทีอะแล้วลักซ์ไม่มีดาเมจแล้วมันจะโพกไม่แรงแบบนี้เลยดีเคมันเล่นดีด้วยแหละสเปซซิ่งแบบเป๊ะจัดไม่มีใครเดินแหลมออกมาตายเลยดูสิเดินมาครับ
Got some friends coming though. Yeah, Cataclysm comes in. They're going to have to grab this egg as soon as possible. There's the auto attack to do it. And he can no longer move. There's enough.
โอลาฟซ่อนดูโอลาฟโชเมเกอร์โดนซับตายก่อนเลยตัวแรกครับแล้วไล่ลิเวอร์เพราะจะขี่ลิเวอร์ออกเรียบร้อยครับขี่ลิเวอร์ออก
He's just going to take the Shelly exit. He's going to drive towards this mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to come in and try to.
โอลาฟได้ตัวเดียวว่ะ
Get into the mid lane there and look to actually push that towards that inner turret.
ได้ป้อมบนครับนะ
All the while, it is going to be a whole turret taken here on the top side. I think that was the right play from KC though. You got to look for stuff.
คันหน้าเล่นดีแต่ว่า Impact ของโอลาฟมันยังต้องรอเวลารอของแล้วก็รอไฟเป็นไฟ55จริงๆ
You see Yehu get caught here. You got to just full send on defending. You got to play through egg. You have the egg here, so you actually have some additional time. Even though Calist can't get here, and ultimately, did this really work? Did they get a ton of control back? No.
คันหน้ามันรอดักสวยจัด
This Olaf is going to be their late game win.
จะใช้เวลานานมากในการฆ่าเหมือนกันเมื่อกี้
to get there, but at least they get something back. It comes at a heavy cost though, as that top turret is wiped out.
Once again, Korea is just incredible. By the way, the Ragnarok wears off, and instantly he's tagged by a light binding.
เอสเวลชิ้นแรกแต่เคลลินกำลังจะชิ้น2
Let alone timing it perfectly through a wall.
ของเอสเวลแม่งแพงซะด้วยชิ้นแรก
Apart from Kana, like you see that fight, and there's like
3 ป้อมครับ DK ถ้า KC ไม่ได้ป้อมคืนเงินแม่งไม่กลับมาใกล้กันแน่นอนเพราะตอนนี้แทบไม่มีชัดดาวเลยครับชนะไฟ DK เผลอเงินยังไม่เท่าเลย
it's going to be even more difficult for KC
คอมแม่งสเกลหนักจัดเลยว่ะมีนาฟิลี่แบกต้นเกมตัวเดียวเล่นเหนื่อยชีพหายอ่ะ
But he is just getting so much time. I'm
you're absolutely right, and that's what makes it so weird.
ทำไมถึงเอาไทรฟอร์ดหมายถึงตัวอะไรเอสเวลเหรอเอสเวลก็เล่นไทรฟอร์ดอยู่แล้วนะ
He's going to be a side lane threat. He's going to be difficult to answer. And so a lot of resources will have to be spent if D+ continue controlling this map, which right now, they're doing such a great job. I mean, Lucid here is trying to challenge the camp of Yike directly in his face. He's a full level up. Just straight up here on this Nefiri.
โอ้ล้างเลยครับ
Use his Mikhails to keep himself alive.
ไทรฟอร์ดมันได้ attack speed กับ move speed อะ
Always connecting here from Korea.
And it just feels like every part of KC is outmatched by DK. You see Lucid forcing Yike out. You see Career forcing Busio out. KC really need to find an angle to get a numbers advantage.
โอ้เกมตึงมาก
Similar situation to game 1 where they don't have one lane that they can actually play through. All the lanes are getting
ตอนนี้ KC ยังไม่มีเลนไหนที่แบบว่าเล่นได้เลย
energy that we saw from game 1 to be able to find a pick using the tempered fate.
มันไม่มีเลนไหนที่แบบปลดล็อกก็ทำให้แมปมันสว่างเลย
It's a 2 Drake game at 20.5 minutes. And D+ are going to get this third one, but I
don't
think it's one that KC should fight over. Another potential angle here for KC when their Ezreal is, at 21 minutes here, not even on that second item spike. I think you just have to play slow. I think you have to play through Kana being the raid boss. You have to play through Kana being the one and follow up on that. Try to zone with your Anivia wall and not try to play a traditional team fight, but just play an Olaf team fight later on in this game.
I also think showing how much control DK have of this game is the fact that they just did Dragon and KC's cross map was one plate on top.
Hey, at least they got a plate on top.
At least they got a plate.
And got a little bit of respite with the wave being pushed out or two. That's certainly helpful. Canna on the bottom side of the map as well is going to greet this outer turret at the same time. 3 turrets though have been taken here for DK. The map is just shrinking on the side of KC. Canna comes on over. Yes, he gets the overgrowth.
ใกล้ได้ยัง Hex Plate อะโอลาฟ Hex Plate นี่สำคัญมากนะได้ move speed นะ
KC around here in this mid lane. Lucid looks for an angle in.
KC ห้ามแพ้ไฟตรงนี้นะเสียบาลอนนะ
Possible engage option, but
I don't know about fighting into a Lux and a choke with a Jarvan here and a Gnar that's sitting on TP in the bottom lane. They have to evacuate. If you try to look for picks with this KC comp, it's not the Camille comp we had in game 1, right? Sure, they have a Nefiri.
ถุงมือว่ะไม่ใช่ Hex Plate ว่ะคณะเอาถุงมือเอาโล่มา
if you have the numbers advantage, so I think they need to play passively. But if you play passively, you just get pushed out the map. It's a losing game almost no matter what choice you make.
I do think though, when you look at the items, this is really the timing that KC should look to fight because it's 2 items
2 ชิ้นทุกคนเลยครับ
for pretty
KC
much every player. While if you stall, then now Smash can get the LDR before Kalist gets his third. Shomer can get his third faster as well.
โอลาฟกำลังวิ่งมาอ้อมเคลลินครับแมปนี้เป็นแมปเข้มเทคนะบลัสโคนของโอลาฟอันเดียวอาจจะสามารถเป็นเกมนี้ได้ครับไม่ถึงเป็นอันนี้คุณอยากได้โล่ละมั้งแต่จริงๆผมไม่ชอบถุงมือบนโอลาฟนะมันโอลาฟมันไม่ใช่เทนาซิตี้เวลาเล่นไฟอะแต่มันได้เลือดแล้วก็ได้โล่อึดกว่า Hex Plate อันตินานๆใช้ทีมั้งก็เลยมานี้
Then all of the rest of D+ rotates up, which is exactly what's happening right now. So Showmaker
ตอนนี้ power ของ Lux น่าจะเกือบหมดแล้วนะครับเหลือแต่ล็อก
DK can just continue pushing in mid. So as long as that 5-10 second timer, the side laner respects, DK can always cover that side. That's why KC needs to find someone misstepping, be really decisive on that play.
โอ้โหได้เลือด
Maybe a bit of an angle here. There's Yike coming on over, but they do manage to get the shield out for Korea, helping Lucid stay healthy.
นาแปลงร่างเป็นตัวใหญ่ไปแล้วครับฟอร์ดไฟเดี๋ยวนี้เป็นเรื่องที่ดีมากๆครับล้างออกโอเค
And Korea is now definitely going to be a juicy target here for KC.
So they utilize the
โอลาฟอ้อมหลังนาครับด้านล่าง
and moving straight. They get the flash as Kana looks for the solo kill.
Oh dear, a third one. Let's see whether he can make it happen. As yeah,
โอ้โหขาดจัดขาดจัดไม่ต้องใช้แฟตด้วยครับแล้วไฟต่อนาตายไปแล้วเคียวฮูเสียไข่ไม่นะเคียวฮูใครสวยมากว้าวใครสวยมากครับ1 แรก 1ครับ
That is Kalist now with a kill to his name as well. The Ezreal feeling better, and you mentioned it.
ผมว่าอันนี้ดีกับ KC มากๆครับดันเลนข้างได้สำเร็จอีเวนต์ไฟตรงกลางดีเลย์เกม แล้วสำคัญคือได้ชัดดาวจาวานด้วยปะจาวานมีชัดดาวใช่ไหม200ปะ
This looks good. This looks good. Fishing for stuns. He gets chained, and then I think what I would have liked to see here from KC potentially is a TP from the
Lucid คิดว่า EQ ได้
Maybe they could actually make more of this, but he was so focused. He doesn't have his ultimate, obviously. But I think even him being a body there on the other side could be more of an opportunity. This is the first-person view on the third solo kill here.
คือเขาเลือกที่จะไม่จ่ายแฟดด้วยเลยแบบเอาชัวร์เอาแฟดไปเล่นไฟหน้าโอ้แล้วโอลาฟแบบได้ลีดเลยอ่ะกำลังจะได้เดดแดนครับอีกครึ่งชิ้นครับเขาสามารถปล่อยมังกรตัวหน้ารอเดดแดนค่อยเล่นหรือเล่นเลยก็ได้เพราะว่านาไม่มีแฟดลักไม่มีแฟดและโอลาฟสามารถแฟดออกจากคาตาคิซึมได้ครับนั่นคือเรื่องที่ใหญ่มากครับตราบใดที่โอลาฟยังไม่เสียแฟดคอมของ DK จะล้ำหน้าไม่ได้เลยครับและเอสเวลกำลังจะไปถึงโชจิน KC สโลเกมนี้ได้ยอดเยี่ยมมากนะ
Definitely a big swing back in favor of KC. Still haven't done all of the work just yet as we crest the 25-minute mark.
ทำไมจ่าถึงจะออก Hex Winker ไม่ทราบ
But it's a 20-second timer on this Chemtech Dragon. It'll be soul point for DK.
โอ้บุโซ
just dead. There's the ace
เกือบตายครับ
almost dies from that one as well. And all right.
โอ้ตาย
Final spark. Sometimes the emotes come too soon as Korea puts him down.
ปล่อยมังกรครับปล่อยมังกรปล่อยมังกรปล่อยมังกรครับ
This is probably Korea's best game. I haven't seen a performance out of this guy like this for a really long time.
It's crazy. We could argue a little bit of a mistake there from Busio as well, but he just keeps hitting these bindings. The headshot comes through.
The Caitlyn is online. Like
this is
เขาจะเอาป้อมกลางก่อนเหรอ
so much damage. KC, if they want to
DK ทำไมไม่เอามังกร
they need to focus
ฮัลโหล DK
down because otherwise he will tear down their team apart.
And this is just a free draft.
DK ทำไมไม่เอามังกรนะ
I mean, look at the map. There's just no way.
อยากล่อให้เขามาสู้เหรอ
Don't want to give this up, but they don't have a choice. Kalista also in a bit of a bad spot here.
โอ้แช่โคตรสวยเทเลพอร์ตครับจากแคสเซิลเปียยายน่าจะตายนะครับโอ้แฟดออกสวยมากครับจาวันมาข้างหน้าชาร์จเข้าไปตายแล้วเนี่ยซีวูเทเลพอร์ตนี่จะเป็นทีมไฟใหญ่ครับอุโซออกคณะกำลังเล่นโอ้ทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับโดนใครเล่นไม่พร้อมกันครับเคซีเล่นไม่พร้อมกันคลองไม่ดีครับเมื่อกี้ไม่ควรเทเลพอร์ตครับเขาควรปล่อยถ้าเขาดีเลย์เกมออกไปเขาจะชนะเกมนี้ครับแต่เขาเลือกจะไฟแล้วโอลาฟเสียแฟตแล้วด้วยครับประเด็นโดยที่เคทลินไม่ได้เสียแฟต
As the final spark will stop Kalist's back one more time, and D+ are so in control of this game. As we go back to
ผมว่าเพลย์เนี้ยได้ทีพีอ่ะต้องออกแล้วเนี่ยออกเลยเพราะว่าเขาจะได้มังกรฟรีนะเว้ยคุณรู้ป่ะเพลย์เนี้ยถ้าเกิดว่าย้ายเดินออกไปได้ตั้งแต่แรกนะเว้ยแล้วโอลาฟดันล่างได้ป้อมฟรีมังกรฟรีแล้วกลับแล้วรีทรีตเอาจริงๆคือปล่อยได้แม้กระทั่งบาลอนอ่ะเพราะว่าบาลอนนี้ไม่มีทางถือทิพิเตอร์อยู่แล้วเคซีแบบเหมือนช็อตไปเองเพราะว่าแบบเฮ้ยคุณต้องทำอะไรวะแล้วก็แบบพลาดแล้วช็อตนี้ก็คือแบบกดอันติวิ่งไล่คนไม่มีแฟตและเอสเวลไม่ได้อยู่ในไฟเมื่อกี้ด้วย
Oh, well, I think this one's going to be a difficulty because just one Olaf has been a problem so far. Does have Meganar coming up, though, as Busio finds the Cosmic Binding. Still, the pressure here from...
เนี่ยโอลาฟจะได้เดดแดนอยู่แล้วเว้ยถ้ารออีกหน่อยอ่ะ
Nah is able to get away. The Dragon is taken. Soul Point is claimed. And they're going to look to take down this turret as well because I feel like that whole last section of play had nothing to do with Smash, who is now, like... 3.5 items. This Caitlyn is ludicrously strong.
เคทลินกำลังถึง4ชิ้นครับ
team fight without Smash. That was all Showmaker and Shiu. So now if Smash gets involved, it's going to be so much more difficult for KC.
ครอบ2ลูซิดเกือบตายครับแทงออกสแมชลำครับได้เวลาครับนั่งวอตปาร์ตี้มาตลอดทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ครับ ไม่ตลอดทัวร์นาเมนต์ตลอดเกมนี้เอาวอตเดอะซีบูเข้าไปตายมีทอนคืนนิดหน่อยนะซีบูแต่โอลาฟต้องกลับบ้านนะครับโอ้โดนยก
here at EWC 2026.
Dominance. Yeah, that's the only word I can think of. It felt like DK had full control of this game the entire time. Even though Kana got 2 solo kills, it didn't feel like Casey ever really had a pressure point to play around to be able to find an advantage in this game. They're going to look to cancel bases. The Temper Fate lands, but you can't really do anything.
Korea is looking to get out of the way of Yahoo here. Goes down to about
50%
is now kind of runs in looking to try and kill.
โอเคได้แฟตครับแต่เพื่อนมาช้าไปครับเคฮูมานาหมดแล้วด้วยครับและเอสเซอร์กำลังจะเกิด10 วินาทีต้องกลับครับต้องกลับ
D-Plus like, all right, kill that Olaf, and the rest of the team is just not going to be able to do anything. Yahoo has no mana. In the last part of that fight, he spent so much time trying to whittle away in this early
ไฟนี้โอลาฟไม่อยู่ครับโอลาฟน่าจะไม่มีวาร์ปคาดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าได้ลูซิดคุ้ม
You just can't deal with all of this damage coming out of Smash.
อันนี้ซีบูฮาไปหน่อยตัวเล็กแล้วโดดเข้ามาด้วย2 นาทีครึ่งครับป่าตาม2 เวลทุกเลนตาม 2,000 ยกเว้นท็อปเพิ่งมีเดดแดนครับคันหน้าแต่ว่าเคลลินมี GA แล้วอ่ะ
and DK have just been better throughout the whole game.
Just feels like suffocation here from D+ Kia. Every answer seems to be there from this Caitlyn Lux lane.
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้เว้ย KC
And then the Olaf that has found so much success in
ถ้าอยากชนะต้องเล่นเกมนิ่งกว่านี้เว้ย
against the Gnar, and it just hasn't meant anything.
I mean, let's not forget, part of the reason why Smash got so online so early was because Busio tried to affect the rest of the map with his roams. It wasn't successful. And just from the outset, D+ had such oppressive control. The Gnar is so difficult to punish, even if you solo kill him. He's still going to be relevant in fights later on.
อย่างน้อยที่สุดเคลินแฟตแล้ว
This game just hard farming.
Now we've got D+ closing in.
เอสบีพยายามเคลียร์เวฟสุดชีวิตแล้วครับ
KC that is already in shambles. Yeah, trying to avoid these noxious blasts. He's doing a decent job, but he is an Nivea.
เซียวมานาหมดแล้ว
Waves quite comfortably. There is no Baron left to help with this push.
โอเคกันบ้านไว้ได้ครับ
Minions for the moment. Miasma goes down though. Yank not very happy about that one as there is a pesky Gnar just trying to knock down Nexus turrets here. And KC just kind of getting pulled around the map. The pressure is just not going away.
DK are doing what they've done so well all game, just playing it slow.
โอ้เคฮูเล่นดีมากเลยครับในการดีไนเวฟ
have any avenue for an engage, play with the minions.
จับไม่โดนลูซิดครับ
Busio is trying, but there's nothing there.
There's nothing there, and I mean the super minions starting to hit these turrets. They're running out of time. They're running out of health. As another wave is coming through mid and top, and D+.
เคฮูต้องกลับไปรีมานาแล้วเล่นไฟหน้าบ้านครับ
Best case scenario, KC fumble the defense here, and they just lose the game right now.
Another inhibitor poised to go down here. The rest of KC are starting
to make a little bit of an attack.
Fighting against Kalist.
โอ้ขัดได้
Interrupted from Yike though, and now Yahoo has to flash out of the way. D+ always there.
เทเลพอร์ตจากนามาดักด้านหลังลูซิดตายครับซีวูเข้าไปลวงด้านหลังได้โอ้แต่ว่าข้างหน้าไม่ได้เล่นไฟนี้ว่ะเอสเวลตายไปแล้วครับน่าจะจบแล้วครับผมว่า KC ต้องเล่นแบบเมื่อวานเว้ย KC ต้องเล่นเกมเหยียบคันเร่งให้มิดกดในตัดอย่าเล่นเกมช้าอีกเพราะว่าเล่นเกมช้าไม่ชนะครับคุณเล่นเกมช้าสู้ DK ไม่ได้เล่นแบบให้เหมือนตอนที่เล่นกับทีวันเมื่อวานอ่ะที่วิ่งเข้าไปแล้วสู้ไม่หยุดอ่ะวัดเกมนิ่งสู้กับ DK เหนือกว่าเยอะเลยครับความใจเย็นช็อตหน้าบาลอนถ้าไม่สู้ KC ชนะเกมนี้แน่เพราะว่าสเกลได้แต่พอตัดสินใจไม่นิ่งแล้วฝืนสู้ครั้งเดียวแพ้เลยดีเลย์เกมมานานมากสุดท้ายแพ้ภัยตัวเอง
of EWC 2026.
And I'm so sorry for completely messing you up there, Wolf, because you said 5th place in the LCK. I remember a team that managed to win the World Championship coming from 5th place.
DK อันดับ 5 จาก LCK กำลังจะได้แชมป์ EWC เหลือแค่เกมเดียวครับ
Over to Digon to let us know what they thought about this game.
Thank you very much, guys, and that is correct. I want to quantify how unique this is for D plus Kia. Yes, they have Showmaker. Yes, their players have been stepping up, but it has been such a long time since we've seen them firing at full form when it mattered the most, and now they're one game away from achieving that potential here. It is 2-0 D plus Kia over Karming Corp.
Honestly, I've had this feeling through this tournament, and it's just really coming to the surface now. Who is this team? Because even when D plus K was having great results,
เราไม่ใช่อะไรนะดามบอลจะได้อินไว้มา EWC ปีหน้าถ้าเกิดว่าชนะแม้ว่าปีหน้าดามบอลจะจบที่ 10 ก็ตามแบบ no matter what ดามบอลจะมา EWC ปีหน้าถ้าชนะเกมหน้านะครับ
and now is that they have like specific idea coming into the draft, you know. I think
ในการแข่ง international tournament รอบ final เนี่ยไม่เคยมีครั้งไหนเลยในโลกที่เป็น reverse sweep ใช่ปะ
It finally the outcome is here. I think the theme that they have right now is just so much clearer than
เฉพาะรอบชิง
I feel like they have the early game, they have the control, but I feel like the connection between the picks are not working out for Karming Corp especially. Like you have Naferi, but what is Anivia doing with it, you know? So I feel like all the picks that they have is
จะได้มาเหรอเป็นสังกัดแล้วป่ะ
pick away from DK,
10 น่าจะ
the one that we wanted.
น่าจะอยู่กับทีมใหม่ดามบอลนั่นแหละผมไม่แน่ใจว่าครับ EWC เขามีเกณฑ์ยังไงว่าแบบถ้าขายสังกัดแล้วจะได้สิทธิ์ไหมอะไรเงี้ย
comfort and they try to do the exact same thing here. I feel like the big difference, the Smash and Career have been shutting down Kalist and Busio over and over again.
I know we've seen so much Caitlyn Bard, but then pulling out the old school Lux here, the Caitlyn Lux bot lane with so much kill pressure, and then Career just having himself such a fantastic game. The snipes, the stopping of recalls, he played so well as we take a look at some of the highlights here from that last one, starting over at the Herald.
That was my favorite thing that DK did here because I felt like they said it in the cast as well. There's been so much patience on this DK roster. You see Lucid engages because he sees all of them. The second the TP gets shut, they've used everything so make it flashes forward. They pull off of the Rift Herald knowing that Olaf is there. She shows up as a mini-nar. What do? They focus then on that mid lane whilst Career is peeking into the Herald, and after they've taken that mid lane tower, they see that Kalist is now taking that wave. They've got numbers advantage and they move back in.
And I'm telling you, regular season D+, they don't even see the TP coming in. They're just fighting. They're going in. There's no hesitation. So the level of control and patience, as you said, just a whole nother level from what we saw from them domestically in the season so far.
Yeah, again, it has been such a learning journey here for D plus Kia, not only this year, but over the last several years, adding different pieces, adding Lucid 2 years ago as the Rookie of the Year, then adding Shiwu last year as the Rookie of the Year. Now those rookies down on the bottom side of the map, they knew who they were building around in Showmaker, a proven world champion in his own right, but then slowly having to have all those growing pains throughout. As we take a look at one more highlight on the top side of the map, 26 minutes in.
And this is a situation where Casey trying to be proactive, trying to make a play happen, but I think D+ just responding really well to it. And despite the fact that she was been put really far behind, just completely bullies Yike out of the position. And as the team moves in, I think the petrifying gaze, fantastic on a Yike. They know the TP's coming in, but they just managed to deal with all the threats in such a controlled manner.
And the disconnection between the Karming Corp players, your Astral AD carry Kalist is in the mid lane, but some of the players are committing, TPing in, so this is not gonna work. DK is just having free kills here, like collecting all the golds on the top side, while them having the same plan, while having them being on the same patch here.
Yeah, and then finally, if there is going to be a bright spot, someone that's going to bring back Karming Corp and revive this crowd here at the Port de Versailles Expo Center, it's going to be the man in the top lane, in Kana, who has played so great, not only throughout today, not only throughout this tournament, but this year.
Yeah, it's been a lot of good for D+. D+ are 2-0 up in the series, but Connor did his best in this game to make things happen, and as we face the prospect of a reverse sweep being needed for KC to win the series, Connor has been showing up in this game, and they're really relying on him. I think the rest of the team needs to step up, but if they can enable that top laner who's able to find these great solo kills, then he's definitely a point of the map that can give them pressure and carry.
I feel like when we're talking about enabling,
ถ้าทุกอย่างยังเป็นแบบเดิมมันก็น่า 3-0 นะ
kind of invisible on the Rift so far, and one of my favorite players on KC, and that has been Yike. I feel like he found an incredible 3-man knockup on the Wukong.
เพราะว่าส่งเกมดามอมดีอยู่เยอะ
Constantly with a goal deficit to turn the game around and win it for them. I feel like I'm looking at the Wukong, I'm looking at the Shinsa, I'm looking even at the Kha'Zix, which is his signature pick to try and get that confidence back to try and turn it around for KC.
Wadid, you're the one that called out the KC upset over T1.
Didn't he say 3-0?
He did say 3-0, so he might be correct just for the wrong team here. Who do you need to step up here for KC?
I think it's Yehu because I feel like Showmaker is just having so much free time in the mid lane, having so much momentum. I think Yehu having pressure into that matchup is going to help KC into the game 3.
There is always a fantastic environment here at the Esports World Cup, and we have cosplayers standing by right now with Ginny. Right after this, you're watching EWC 2026.
เพราะว่าถ้าไม่ลงตอนนี้น่าจะไม่มีรถไฟฟ้ากลับโรงแรมแล้ววะ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
แต่เกมมันค่อนข้างง่วงว่ะ
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
อาหารที่วันครบ5 อย่างเลย
Powered by play.
We got some of the most incredible cosplays that I have ever seen in my own life. So it would be lovely for every single one of you to give me an introduction. Why you do what you do? What is it about your cosplay? I'm going to start with you.
Okay, so I'm Camelia. I've been cosplaying for 16 years. I wanted to cosplay Aurora because I really like the fact that she is autistic, she's very nerdy, all that kind of stuff. I really feel myself in her. And I also wanted to have an easy props to, for example, pass to people, visitors, to pose with it. So we'll have something nice to interact with people.
Hi, I'm Enzaeru and I cosplay today Vi from Arcane. And why I choose this character is because it's my main since more than 10 years. So actually that's the perfect shot for me.
Hi, my name is Kumi. I'm a French cosplayer and I'm currently cosplaying Zaya because obviously she's one of my favorite main. And I just had a little bit of bandage that I did myself to just make it high up, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Biol. I cosplay Yone from League of Legends because I love the champ. I love his design and to play him
Hi, I'm Paku and I cosplay Seraphine. It took me 1 month to create the costume, and then I had a crush on this character when she was released.
Hi, I'm Kiana, ruler of the land. You can't really copy perfection, but I guess I can manage.
Hello, my name is Lin and I choose Aries Star Guardian because it's a character from Ionia and I'm Chinese. Also, this skin in particular was gifted to me by one of my friends, so it was very dear to me.
เดินทางไป EWC โอ้ my god แต่อีเวนต์ EWC น่าจะฟรีค่อนข้างฟรีดอมกว่าแบบอีเวนต์ MSI ที่เกาหลีเพราะว่าแบบเวลาตัดเกาหลีกดมันคลิกมาก
and also the love of LOL, the love of Arcane, that's very important.
Alright, thank you guys so much for all of that. That's it from us over here. I hope you guys enjoyed the cosplays just as much as I did.
เคสป้าเหมือนจะเป็นชุดหลักเลยดูจากการโปรโมทนะ
Whatever that the best that suits you. Most important thing is you have a fantasy team on the app.
Yes, exactly. I did my fantasy team.
เห็นไทยวันแม่งหมดแล้ว
Yeah, of course. Let us start with the AD
ดื่มไปกี่คืนแล้วไทยวัน
with Ruler as a classic one. Ruler never disappoints.
That's fair.
Yeah. and then I went for Kyle for support. It was a bit of a budget pick. I tried to save some money, you know. I tried to save money for my GOAT, but I will tell you who is it. I give it a surprise.
Okay.
All right. Now I went for top lane Kana. Strong pick, as always. He did a great tournament. Yike, a bit of Kenzie owning, you know.
We're fanboying a bit now. Yeah.
Casey fanboy. And now, the last for the best, always. Chovy, the GOAT.
Okay, you're trolling. You were completely broke. You had no funds left. That would obviously be Faker, but that's fine.
Faker, yeah. Faker is too expensive, to be honest, because he's really the GOAT.
True.
You know?
Facts.
Let's keep it on Chovy, you know.
Yeah.
ผมอยากรู้ว่าแบบว่าปกติแล้วประชาชนชาวเกาหลีใต้เนี่ยสมมุติว่ารัฐเขาขอความร่วมมืออะไรสักอย่างประชาชนเขาให้ความร่วมมือหรือเขาด่ารัฐวะโดยส่วนใหญ่อะแบบเขาชาตินิยมในระดับที่รัฐให้ทำอะไรเขาก็ทำปะ
Yeah, what a blast.
나 이긴 거 같아. 이제 잡았어. 잘해봐. 나 없어. 딜을 해볼래? 나 포켓. 나 필이 노공이야. 올라프. 애니비아 만 없어. 애니비아 만 없어. 해. 예. 나도.
ค่อนข้างมีสิ่งมีเสียง
해도 돼. 나 필이 노공이 애니비아 만 없어. 올라프.
ผมแค่สงสัยว่าเคสบ้าคัพเนี่ยมีอะไรให้ทีมแข่งเขาถึงแบบทีมแข่งถึงยอมเอาชุดหลักลงแข่งในกลางปีแบบนั้นอ่ะมันต้องมีเบนฟิตอะไรสักอย่างหรือไม่ก็แบบนี่เป็นสิ่งที่ผมสงสัยอยู่เลย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It's the grand final. D plus Kia on the precipice of doing what we would have thought would be the inconceivable. But there is one thing even more unlikely. One thing even more ridiculous.
I think I know the answer.
What is it, Wolf?
A reverse sweep from KC?
That's the one!
On stage in Paris?
This wasn't a question and answer section. However, I'm really glad that you knew the answer.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to raise my hand.
It is still on the table. It is still on the table. KC gonna have to dig so deep, though, to figure that one out because Jack Spectra, this has been a rough one so far.
Yeah, I'm brought back, though, to MSI 2026. Top Esports versus G2.
You didn't have to go that far back. That was like last week.
That was, yeah, a few weeks ago. Top Esports versus G2. They were dominating them in the early game, and they won both game 1 and 2, and it felt like it was going to be a 3-0. It felt like EU's hopes and dreams were shattered. And then they got reverse swept.
True.
Look, it has happened before. We have seen it before. We
haven't
seen it at an EWC League of Legends Finals yet. Our third one maybe could be the charm. I do want to point out that KC actually went for first pick and not second pick, or for a potential counter pick for Kana going into this one, so changing up the style a little bit. I'm curious to see what their game plan is going to be. The later you go in Fearless, sometimes that counter pick can really matter. Long picks available. If a curveball is thrown in the initial bat phase, maybe they've got a strategy prepared here.
I just feel like the most important thing in the series are the matchups, because we've seen now if DK have winning matchups, they just run away with the game. They don't let you scramble with them. They don't want to tango. They don't want to get in the mud. What we saw in the T1 KC series was T1 was always willing to fight back whenever KC went for a play, but DK, they've been very, very patient, very, very disciplined. So I think if KC again draft losing lanes, if they're playing into a really strong both lane, strong mid lane, strong top lane, then DK are just going to 3-0 this game, this series.
Wow, we'll see what
ถ้าคุณอยาก
happens.
ดู
We
เค
are
เดียล
the
ให้สนุก
champion select for game number 3.
เชียร์เคซีให้รีเวิร์สสวีป
The Vibe
แล้วคุณจะไปดู
both
เคเดียลได้
taken
สนุก
away
ที่สุดใน
here
ชีวิต
from
ตั้งแต่คุณเคย
KC.
ดูมาเลย
And as far as D Plus is concerned, they're not allowed to play the Syndra, Poppy, and the
เกม3ครับ Oriana Y Band ครับ
because no one can play any of the champions.
KC เอา
There
first
are
pick
the
นะ
decisions that were made from either team.
Two
and
picks
Jace taken away as well.
That I think are potentially going to come up big in this game are the Talia and the Rise that we haven't seen yet, with so many of these mages removed. And it's certainly picks that we often see take over the map, as we will see Kana's Rumble first picked here with that first pick. We've seen this a lot in game 3s of this tournament.
Yeah,
Rumble first pick
can
up.
force Shiwu now onto a tank, and having Kana on the Rumble, being able to constantly push that tank in and just be stronger in the skirmishes, it speaks really nicely for KC's early game, which seems like they've kind of caught on. We need to have strong winning lanes if we are to come back in the series and make it a real sweep. But there's not many things that beat this Rise now with how many mid laners are outside of the pool.
โหแล้วอันนี้เวียแคสเซิลเปียออกแล้วครับเอาอะไรชนไรซ์ดิ
That's exactly what I was saying. The amount of global pressure, but the Nocturne is also up and available for what feels like the first time in the last few days. Still, it's going to be Cassante. This has been an answer in the LCK, especially into the Rumble, like you were saying, doesn't necessarily have
Nautilus บลายของ KC ดีนะ
Yeah, a little bit slower.
แล้วปิดจังเกิลไว้ก่อน
Definitely setting up a front to back and a late game composition. So the answer is like
Nautilus อะไรดี Lucian ปะ เล่นง่ายดี
I think maybe you want the Wukong instead. The only thing is Wukong's early game clear and early game skirmishing power isn't the best. But we saw you like Yike on this Wukong yesterday was so key in the
อันนี้ Wukong ครับโอเคเกม3เมื่อวานคอมนี่เลย
in last game or the last game yesterday against T1
ถ้าไม่โดนแย่งลูเชียนก็โดนแบนปะ
Wukong in the Annie that found
หรือต้องหยิบเทียน่ามาชนก่อน
to be able to come back against T1.
The scariest thing is the lack of power in the early game. It means that Kalista and Busio really need a stable bottom lane. Otherwise, they may just simply find themselves Dove and Yike might be stuck down there trying to patch that hole.
I think Lucian is a big pick for Kalista's game. Kalist could be another one. Or Kalista. Kalist.
Kalista for Kalist.
Kalista for Kalist. The only thing with Kalista is that very volatile. All it takes is one play to go wrong, and it can be incredibly scary. You also still have the potential of a Talia bot lane for Smash, in which case I would hate to play Kalista into that. So I think that could be something that KC looked to target.
I think as well, Xayah Rakan is an option. I mean, Rakan, Annie, Wukong. This is something that we've seen in the LCK, especially in our Rise group matches last year, was to keep it simple composition. The problem is you're playing into the Kings of the Rise group, which is D plus Kia down there as well. So a dangerous prospect, but Rakan paired alongside the Wukong and the Annie is very, very scary.
Interesting that they're the ones who banned the Lucian away, because I'm kind of with Jack Spectre on this one in terms of strong lanes they could play. Maybe they're looking for the Kalista ultimately in the end. They really just need to have a lane that wins.
I think maybe they're going for the Xayah Rakan. Even though they'll probably lose slightly in the early game, I think the Rakan Wukong, as you say, Atlas, it's just like it's so
Lucian
easy.
ban, last ban.
Something like a Misfortune Rel, I suppose, could also work down there. It's, again, a little bit dated, but it certainly could still be strong. A Seraphine ban.
Maybe they were worried about the Ashe Seraphine. That's also a really strong early game and really nicely scaling with the Wukong. I'm curious to see what DK wants to go for. They banned the Varus as well, so they're kind of trying to target the strong champions for KC.
ผมไม่มั่นใจว่า KC เหลืออะไรให้เล่น
KC's going to show their hand first, so D+ will have
มันไม่ควรเป็นซาย่าเว้ยคาริสกดเวเว่นได้นะถ้าอยากเล่นแต่ผมคือตอนนี้ผมคิดว่าบลายซัพพอร์ตแล้วเก็บแครี่ไว้เว้ยไม่นี่หว่าต้องหยิบ2ตัวพร้อมกันไม่ได้เคาน์เตอร์พิกลูลูแบนครับ
So we are going to see D+ locking in their first half.
เซนน่านอตหรือเปล่าวะ KC เกมมันสเกลมากเลยโอ้ my god ใครสะไม่ใช่ใครสะนิโคกับอะไรวะมันเหลืออะไรเล่นกับนิโคบ้างเนี่ย
But they're doubling down. DK won't have a winning matchup no matter what.
ราคาเขาจะเล่นเสียราคา
Seems like a last
คอมเมื่อวานเลยเหมือนคอมเมื่อวานของทีวันเลย
I was thinking like
แล้วเขาตัดเสียราคาด้วย
super good, but now
it feels like denial rather than anything else, though, right?
Exactly. The only thing now is Casey should, on paper, be pretty easily able to find a winning lane because Rakan he can survive the lane quite easily with the healing on his Q and how safe he is with all the mobility. But he's not going to win into most matchups.
I'm pretty okay with the Misfortune lane here, but they want to split Xayah, and I think they think the Xayah is so safe into
เมื่อวานซาย่ามีปัญหามากวันนี้ตัดทิ้งแม่งเลยซาย่าเรนาต้า
They lock it in anyway.
ซาย่านอติลุส
So is it going to be the
อะไรอะซาย่าลิโอนาซาย่าเรลก็ดีนะ
Rel? I like Rel a lot because then you have kind of the wombo combo.
Circles.
Yeah, a lot of circles.
อลิสตาก็ดีครับ
Consideration to the Rakan.
ผักราคาออก
matchup there.
ลิซน่าซัพพอร์ตไหม
Merc threads value though with Leona, Annie and Rumble. I like the Rel a lot here for KC, and I like the Saya. The Saya ulti doesn't have crazy value, but DK's comp is very short range, which allows her feathers to have so much value if she can stack those up. We'll see what DK goes for last. I think just a hyper carry for Smash to match up into this, because it should just be kind of a stable, normal lane. The Sivir or the Zeri I would expect here.
Sivir's so good here. Can spell
เอามูฟ
shield
ปีดมา
so
วิ่งหนี
much. Obviously not great.
เล่นกับราคาดีมากๆด้วยนะครับ
You know the Annie's trying to set up a Q stun in a team fight.
ผมคิดว่า KC ดับดีนะถ้าออกมาเป็นแบบนี้ผมว่าผมเฟเวอร์ KC นะอันนี้วูคองรัมเบิลเป้าหมายเดียวเท่านั้นคือซิเวอร์ซิมเปิลแล้วอันนี้เคาน์เตอร์ไรส์อีกซายาก็รับผมง่ายแบบราคาวิ่งเข้าใส่ซายายากมากถ้าซายาของถึงก็คือผมว่าแบกเกมนี้เลยแข่งกับซิเวอร์3ตัวนี้วิ่งใส่แค่นั้นเลยชนะไหมขึ้นอยู่กับล้วงได้หรือเปล่า
Kana and Caliste won't ever give up. Moi, je voulais te demander pourquoi est-ce que tu continues d'y croire?
Parce qu'on n'a que 3 games à gagner depuis le début. Là encore, on a 3 games à gagner. Yahu va tout déchirer. On a confiance en Carmine. Et voilà, c'est tout. On va tout déchirer ce soir.
We only have 3 games to win and we can definitely make it. Et un petit avis peut-être sur le Rumble de Kana?
Je pense qu'il va réchauffer la salle aujourd'hui. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
So confident on the Rumble from Ghana. Et justement, j'allais vous demander peut-être pour hype un petit peu les joueurs, les gars, ne me laissez pas flop. You ready? What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go back to the game.
เอาวะ
Thank you so much, Lou. Let's see whether the KC fans can at least get a game, right? They need to start this reverse sweep right now. I think this draft looking a little bit better, a little bit more winnable, perhaps, here in this game.
I'm feeling very cautiously optimistic here. I feel like this is the best draft they've had thus far. And it feels like a comp where it should be really hard for DK to show that laning prowess that they showed in game number 1 and 2. So we can actually get to see some late game team fights that is on equal footing where KC can show their mechanical prowess.
And it is just a composition that's simple to execute, as Atlas mentioned earlier in the draft. And sometimes, you know, I'm not trying to say that the KC can't handle complex drafts, but when you're down 0-2, your mental's in the gutter a little bit. Yeah. You get that easy comp, you get back on the right footing, you have that coordination come back. That's how you could potentially start a reverse sweep. So I'm with you guys. I like this draft a lot, but it's not by any means a hard winning draft. I think it's a very close one here, but the closest so far.
Yeah, I agree, Wolf. I will say, though, I think it's kind of a hard game for Smash, because the Sivir spell shield, realistically, it's only really good against Yahu on the Annie. Into Rel, if you get flash combo, the spell shield's not going to do anything. If you get flash ulted by Yike on the Wukong, the spell shield's not going to do anything. If you get
Deep Cross Gaming ชนะ
Kana, spell shield's also
APL
not going to help you out much. So I feel like if they're able to find good angles onto him, he's so short range, they
ชนะ
have
ส
a
กอร์เท่าไหร่วะชัด
lot to make this simple comp work.
They do have on the hunt.
มีใครดูวะ
I do think that the extra movement speed, especially for a champion like Rise, for example, getting into
LCSR จะปรับ
a
BK
position
เพิ่ม
in
ไหม
order to get these
น่าจะไม่นะ
down and
เขาจ่ายแล้วนี่
these KC members one after the other could be devastating. And
สวัสดีครับผมปีเตอร์พาร์เกอร์ผมคือแอดของทวีตผมส่งมาเพื่อเตือนพวกคุณ
ผมกดยิงแอดไปแล้วเมื่อกี้43-42เท่าไหร่นะสรุป
could be instrumental. I think there are a lot of things that DK can use, but you're like, I agree with what you're saying. I think it is narrow. I think it is more difficult for DK to find the angles in this one, and they're going to have to use the extra momentum that they picked up from these first couple of games in order to get them over the line.
Do you guys think we'll see Showmaker take Ghost in this game on the Rise? Do you think he'll take TP? I think it's a really tough call. With the rotational power we've seen from D+ today, teleport obviously a higher value around the map, but the Ghost into this comp feels so good. But you have the Sivir, you've got both the mobility to get away, but also to chase down and secure those kills. It's a really tough call, I'd say.
I think Ghost is not bad. I think he has 2 good options, and it's also it's a nice Rise game to play.
2 เกมที่ผ่านมาไม่ค่อยมันเลยอยากได้มันๆนะดิ
short range, so that's nice for all the carries involved, because all the carries are short range. So it really will come down to execution and how both team comps play out.
Well, Well, let's see how it goes as ladies and gentlemen, match point for D plus Kia. KC, the beginnings of a reverse sweep have to start here. There is no other option. Their backs are against the wall. A nice looking composition though as we get onto the rift for this game number 3.
And I feel like with this comp, we can finally see Yike and Busio really linking up and making plays happen together. They both can start to play on their own and have the other one follow up, which allows them to be much more creative on how they play it, while before it was just Busio needing to make a miracle happen with the Bard ultimate.
World MSI ที่ผ่านมาผมพากอะเกมแม่งขาด 3-0 ผมพากทั้งหมด 4 วันใช่ปะผมพากไปทั้งหมด 8 แมตช์ไม่ใช่พากไปทั้งหมด 6 แมตช์ 3-0 ไป 5 คู่อีกคู่หนึ่งเป็น 3-1 ที่ขาดไม่หนุกเลยแบบคู่ที่ได้พากแม่งขาดหมดคิดว่า 3-0 หรือ 2-1 คอม DK เล่นยากนะเกมนี้คอม KC ดีกว่าผมว่าอาจจะมี 2-1 นะว่าสนุกสุดเลยมั้ง EWC จริงๆสนุกหลายคู่นะแต่ว่าเราไม่ค่อยมีเวลามาดูเฉย
They've been able to transition that into making the game pretty much unplayable for KC. So we need KC to not give them that avenue, not make that mistake, because if DK get it, they will not give you the comeback.
พรุ่งนี้มีไลฟ์แซนด์วิชนะแชทมีรายการสรุปข่าวลีกก็จริงๆคือพรุ่งนี้สรุป MSI เขาเรียกอะไรเก็บตกคุยหลังจบ MSI กับ EWC แล้วก็ปูทางสู่การแข่งขันต่อของปีนี้แล้วก็ข่าวต่างๆข่าว DK ข่าวลีกคลาสสิกบลาบลาก็มานั่งดูกันได้ประมาณ 2 ทุ่มนะครับตรงนี้นะ
As Yehu is getting some good trades, and Kana, while he's losing push in the early laning phase, eventually he will start to get pushed, but it's level 3 on bot lane.
โอ้ตันสวย
Good crash down does connect onto Korea, who battle dances his way out of the way. Bliss does get that feather pull, but it's not too much, and it's going to be another one trade here.
มีแขกรับเชิญไหมมีไม่ใช้คำว่าไม่มีแล้วกันเพราะว่าเป็นพิธีกรประจำนะก็คือผมกับวิชั่นนะครับ
Yike has smite though. Lucid used his, so he can smite the crab and get away. Showmaker also chose to invest the TP there, but Callista's really chunked.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. Grand Entrance gets the flash out
เล่นไม่ค่อยดีครับช็อตนี้เทรดไม่สวยซินเฉากำลังมาครับแล้วคาริสไม่มีแฟลชโอ้ยังไงก็ตายวะต้องวิ่งกลับอ่ะเมื่อกี้ต้องกดโค้ดเร็วกว่านี้ไม่ใช่ที่คืออีเวนต์ใหญ่เลยไหมมันยากครับแบบว่าโอเคตายคู่เกมไหลไปเนี่ยมันยากตรงที่ว่ามันต้องทำตัวละครมันต้องวาดตัวละครเพิ่มถ้ามีแขกรับเชิญแบบกว่าจะคุยกันจัดการประสานงานวุ่นวายมากก็เลยแบบยังไม่มีแขกรับเชิญในช่วงเร็วๆนี้
They at least got the Scuttle Crab though, that's pretty cool. On the top side of the map as well, Canner is getting a little bit of a shove in, but you can see Xiu is still actually ahead in farm by just a little bit. Not too bad for this Cassante, who is looking a little less aware otherwise. In the mid lane though, it is still Yehu with a bit of a shove advantage, but the CS has not really mimicked what we've been seeing in that laning phase.
เงินนำ 1,000 ตั้งแต่เริ่มครับซินเฉาได้ไป2คิวยายต้องเล่นกลางเกม
Credit where credit is due. I mean, Smash has been so damn good all this tournament, and he's showing the laning prowess alongside Korea. They have a slight winning lane, and that's all they need to take down Kalist and now build up such a big gold lead. Ashiwu now getting some really good trades on Kana here.
โอ้เทสวยมากเลยเพิ่งทีพีมาตายแล้วคณะ
The wave's in a terrible spot. He can't teleport anywhere else.
เวฟแย่มากเลยครับ
But Shiu's on top of his teleport ward and he just loses all of his
แล้วก็ลีสนุกไหมก็โอเคนะครับ
If he's forced to back here, it's after his
แกงกลางแฟลช Showmaker ขึ้น 6 ครับได้เทมโปโลมล่างครับช่างเลือดกลางสวยมาก
And this pre-6 Wukong just isn't able to do a whole lot. Yike's getting pushed out of his own jungle now. Here's the Realm Warp.
Yeah, Showmaker getting himself into position as Yike gonna have to get out. That is a little bit of a cute play, but it does not.
โอ้โหพยายามจะหลอกแต่เขายัดตัวปลอมครับ
to pick up the third kill for D+ Kia.
DK have full control of the map. They utilize Showmaker's prio. Yike wants to try to bait them a little bit. Is not willing to flash immediately, and he ends up dying for it. Lucid trades the flash. And Casey, it just feels suffocating. It feels like they're not able to find any angle as DK shuts the door again and again and again.
แต่เงินมันไม่ได้ห่างแบบสู้ไม่ได้เว้ยแต่มันเป็นแบบมิสเพลย์ early game อะเล่นล่างแบบโอเวอร์ฟอร์สอันนี้ออกเลยก็จบละน่าจะเพิ่งใช้ตัวปลอมไปปะดูสิไปตามทันที
So you got 2 kills on this end. Now the Rise is starting to get online.
I also think they saw the Warrior Trickster go on cooldown, so they were never actually tricked out of position. You could see like there was no hesitation. Like Lucid was in there with that audacious charge, and as soon as Wukong was in range, it's a little bit unfortunate that Yike was on vision when he did press that button. Now Shiu pushing Canna away, does have that Negatron cloak now. It's only going to get worse as he builds towards that Kanik Rooker as item number 1 for this Cassante. As Yehu does find the stun. Tibbers is out here being annoying as Busio spotting Korea. Now Smash with the on the hunt, looking to chase down Kalist, moving back towards his turret, but these feathers do go down. Oh, the boomerang comes out, and Kalist is just dead. Korea also able to battle dance his way out of danger. Oh my goodness.
เมื่อกี้ไม่มีทางดึงโดนเพราะสแมนมีแฟลชแล้วคาริสไม่มีครับ
Close to level 6. He needed one more minion. But that was all Smash needed to all in. Doesn't get hit by nearly enough feathers. And he just takes down Kalist, and the game is starting to feel over for KC.
He knows Kalist doesn't have any way to get out of here either. You know, he doesn't have flash.
เดินใส่เลยวะ
All he can do is try to kite.
ทำไมถึงไม่6วะแน่เพราะตายปะ
have the numbers. Just frankly, it's just simply 280 carries hitting each other, and Smash is the stronger one.
Yeah, and also he just kites to the side, right? All of these feathers that were landing on the ground, nothing that Kalist could do. And what you need in that moment
ทีมที่ชนะที่วันต้องทีมยุโรปที่ชนะที่วันต้องแพ้ 3-0 เกมต่อไปงั้นรอบหน้าต้องชนะที่วันที่รอบชิงเลยจะได้ไม่มีแมตช์ต่อไป
Feeling dire for KC. There's no other.
แก้ปัญหา
I feel like we're starting to see the fight go out in them. They're not able to play the matchups how they would want to. This bot lane it should be stable. It should be a chill matchup.
Not looking very chill.
It's only Kana who's got the control. It's only Kana is the lead. It's a 14-goal lead. it's something. But D+ are just in so much control of the map, and they have been able to keep
ดูสู้ไม่ได้เลยเกมนี้early game มันพังเลยเล่นยากจัดเลยครับ
Again on this Gromp, it's rinse and repeat. This is where Lucid started his career with prio in challengers.
Yeah, in the enemy jungle. That's where he started his career. Well, you're exactly right.
Like the Elise in the past, he would just say, "All right, well, my bottom lane's pushing. I'm in your jungle, and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to dive you." This is his bread and butter.
And he was already stealing away the blue buff. He didn't need to also take the Gromp.
What about taking the
DK ต้องเข้ามาโยน
Well, that's what they're looking for now. Let's see whether Lucid can find the angle. And Busio, he's going to be his first target.
รูทสวยครับ
comes in. There is the realm warp that you were talking about.
กดโกสออก4 คนลุมล่างโดนในเวฟครับ
has to be invested from Kalist. And this entire time, minions are just dying underneath turrets. There's just not a whole lot that can be gained here from this bottom lane.
Get the grubs, I guess, on the cross map. What else can you really get? What else can you really do in this game? A little bit of a push here for Yehu as well. Trying to get some plate gold back while Showmaker Realm Warps over. He has a little bit of extra free time here. It is a dominant early game for D+ Kia.
Yeah, Kalista's bleeding. At least they get the 3 grubs, but it's not the cross map that you were looking for. It's 4 kills for DK, full control of every lane. Shiwu getting that 14 gold lead back.
This is not the D+ Gear I was expecting to see this tournament. And even after they managed to get the upset over BLG, I was like, well, it's D+, you know, consistency doesn't really happen. This has been pure consistency throughout this series so far.
And DK just looked a class above KC today.
But KC looked a class above T1. They've looked a class above so many teams that they shouldn't have. AGAL just crumbled at the hands of this team.
ตอนนี้สิ่งที่ผมสงสัยคือ DK กับลีกไปเนี่ย DK เป็นแชมป์ LCK หรือ DK จบที่5กับที่6เหมือนเดิม
Absolute dominance.
And it's a game that leaves you a little speechless, I think, if you are a KC fan, because I think many KC fans didn't expect them to beat T1, but got hyped by it, looked into the finals thinking, well, maybe lightning strikes
ครั้งนี้ท็อปโซโลคิวกันได้ยังยากครับคู่นี้ไม่น่าฆ่ากันตายนะโดยปกติแล้วยกเว้นจะได้มุมอันติดีๆ
And now you're 2K gold behind 10.5 minutes, and your bottom lane's in tatters. Feels like there's no hope left. This arena is silent. Yike is pushed again off the grop 3 times in a row.
ใช่ต้องภาพแบบนี้นะครับที่จะโซโลคิวได้โอ้หลบสวยนะเดี๋ยวฟัดเอาครับ
No flashes, no ultimates up and available for our top laners now.
Flash for flash on top. I think it favors Shiu. Now they can look to dive Kana more easily.
แต่ปีนี้ดามวอนได้อยู่กลุ่มบนเนี่ยใช่ปะ
Due to how bot lane is going, it's so easy for DK to just push mid. Have Showmaker
ดามวอนได้เล่นกับ Gen G T1 และก็ HLE KT แบบ non stop เป็นเวลา4สัปดาห์
Too much though. He was down 500 gold 5 minutes ago, and the fact that that has stayed at only 500 gold. It is some positive
silver
news.
Lining.
Silver lining.
It's some strong copium. Yeah. I want it too. I want more games. I want this to be a better series.
I mean, when I came into today, I thought, okay, maybe it's like 60-40 for DK.
I didn't think we get a 3-0. I didn't think that was like I would have thought any other scoreline on either side. I just thought no matter what, even if KC
คือผมคิดว่าเกมวันนี้ที่ควรจะเกิดขึ้นอ่ะมันควรจะเป็นแบบ KC เดินเกมเร็วมากๆใส่ DK แล้ว DK ก็ตั้งตัวไม่ได้เว้ยแล้ว DK ที่แบบว่าชนะมาด้วยการเล่นแบบไฟกลางเลดก็จะแพ้ทางแต่ KC ไม่ได้เดินเกมเร็วเลย3เกมที่ผ่านมามันเป็นเกมนิ่งทั้งหมดแล้วแบบโดนเออร์ลี่เกมทั้งหมด
He will be evaporating the jungle over and over again, and it means that that lead that he's put together already is only going to compound because now he can get into Yike's jungle and put him further and further behind. There's a Malignance done. There is a Trinity Force here for this Wukong, who has found level 8, so the Cyclone Tibbers combo could be coming in here for KC, but they're going to need to get that one done as quickly as possible, find themselves an angle to fight for something here in this game.
It feels like DK, they're just building the snowball, and KC either need to smash the snowball, make them stumble,
melt it. You can
melt it. Yeah.
I mean, he's got so much mid control. He's trying to decide: do we want to make a play on the Rumble? Do we want to make a play on the bottom lane with my Realm Warp?
เคฮูเล่นนิ่งสุดตอนนี้
Trying to get information on where Yike is to make that right call.
เสียดนำอยู่
Defend anything he wants to set up with this Cyclone. I think we've even seen a Cyclone this game.
Oh dear.
Lucio.
ซิ่งเฉามันแรงนะวะนั่นแทบจะวันช็อตซัพพอร์ตเลยนะสแม็กกำลังจะตายเอ้า W ไม่โดนคิวเจ้าลูซิดครับลูซิดไม่ตายรวบว้าวเผาสวยมากได้มาอีก2เพลงนี้ดีจัดครับได้ชัดดาวฮะเคนเต้บอกกูฟาร์มอ๋อ
And so much of it came from Kalis somehow finding the 1v1 against Smash.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that replay for sure.
ทำประโยชน์ที่สูงที่สุดเพราะไม่มีเทเลพอร์ตครับทำได้แค่นี้
After initially being the one who was caught, so some serious redemption there, but it's all about Kalis. If Smash
ไฟสวยไม่รู้เกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไมสแมชถึงเลือดแค่นั้นไม่แน่ใจโดนดักหรือเปล่าชนะ 1-1 เหรอ
Trying to scare him away. Neither top laner wants to be in top here.
Yeah, Shu just kind of on walkabout at the moment, and let's have a look at how this one all happened.
Maybe he gets the... No, he just wins the 1v1.
แค่ 1-1 ชนะเลย 1-1 ชนะเลยตรงๆ What?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation there from Smash. Unfortunately, missing that initial boomerang really was problematic.
Lucio is the initial one who's caught here, but he has Yike to back.
ที่สงสัยคือซิลเวอร์ยืนตีสู้ด้วยเพราะว่าชนะรอบแรกปะก็เลยคิดว่าน่าชนะต่อลูโจซิลเวอร์บอกแฮม
She was the secondary jungler in this game, I suppose.
Yeah, we got River Cassante. I've heard of River Shen.
บูโซเล่นยากจัด
But that is looking a little dangerous.
Smash is getting the mid tower.
เดินไปไหนก็ตาย
still a big lead for DK, and they're still remaining in control of this game as they're going to continue now pushing in. They're getting bot tower, they're getting mid tower, picking up a lot of this standing gold. And it should be
first turret going over to Showmaker here as well. Nothing Canna can really do. And another one going to fall in that mid lane. You have to think
ต้องเบิร์ดแบบทั้งชุดเพื่อเอาโล่คาเอนิกลูกขึ้นออกจริงเกมนี้ถ้าเคียวฮูไปถึงตัวซิลเวอร์หรือไรซ์ได้วันช็อตได้ก็เกมก็ไม่แน่นะเนี่ย
And the Rift Herald has now spawned. Feels like that little bit of momentum that we saw shift away from D+ here kind of being regained as we've hit the neutral once again.
It just feels like KC never get prio. They don't get prio on mid, they're not getting prio on top, they're getting pushed in on bot.
เลดเกมไหวไหมถ้าสเกลไปมันก็วัดกันที่ทีมไฟอ่ะก็สู้ได้นะ KC แต่ซาย่าจะยิงยากหน่อยเพราะว่าเดาว่าเคซันเต้จะอ้อมหลังมาอีกทางไม่ได้เล่นฟรอนต์ทูแบ็กซาย่าที่โดนแซนด์วิชมันไฟยากมันขึ้นอยู่กับดีไซน์ไฟเฉามันจะวันช็อตซาย่าสวนป่ะถ้าเฉาเกมมันไม่ได้แบบว่านำเวอร์มันก็ไม่นะ
Shiu is back to the river once again. He got annoyed he was in the bottom lane. There's the Pathmaker, all out, back up and available in 5 seconds time.
ใช้เทเลพอร์ตแล้วครับข้างบนอันนี้เบิร์ดใส่ไรซ์ไปเจ็บมากนะครับ
battle here as we're having a look at the top side of the map a little bit as well as the Annie and Rise are still fighting one another and D+ will be able to push them away from Shelly.
That Cassante is absurdly tanky. He just TP'd into 4 members and he did more damage to Busio than he took himself.
And if his ult was up, it was like Atlas mentioned, was not quite there. He could have actually taken Busio through the wall there.
Yeah.
As Yahoo used his ultimate to push Showmaker back. Showmaker's going to have to TP back into
ไม่สู้
this
นะ
fight.
เหมือนจะ
There's
ปล่อย
going to be a late contest here, but without
แต่มังกรตัวหน้าสู้ยังไงเนี่ย
I don't think
ตัว
that
3 แล้วนะ
KC should actually commit further in that
ดีเคเขาสแต็กเดรกมาโซ25 ทีนะครับเกมนี้
Cassante is so tanky. He actually went for the Kanavi build here with the Hydra, so he does so much damage and gets on top of any of these squishy targets. KC always going to have to respect.
เขาเล่นไฮด้าเฉาด้วย
Got the
จังหวะ
largest
ยก
gold
แม่งไว
lead in the game right now with the early double he picked up.
Yeah, such a good win more build out from the Xin Zhao, who's clear of the jungle, has never been really the
Teleport.
Who needs help this one, and that is the focus on this.
ซ้อนทันนะ
Teleport is coming through. It's a little bit of a slow one here as Canna will show up, gets the big old shield.
แต่เคียวฮูเลือดโลมากเลยครับโอ้เคียวฮูหลบไม่ได้พลาดว่ะผลักซาย่าโดนชามโอ้โหตายเลยวันช็อตตายอีกตัวเล่นไฟไม่พร้อมกันอีกแล้ว KC วันนี้ยังไม่มีไฟไหนเลยนะเว้ยที่ KC เล่น5 คนศูนย์นะไม่มีไฟไหนที่อยู่พร้อมกันเลยตลอดวันแข่งมา3 ชั่วโมงศูนย์ไฟที่เล่น5 คนถ้าเมื่อกี้ทำ TP ลัมเบิลลงมาแล้วเคฮูต้องจ่ายแฟตเบิร์ดกระบาลใครสักคนแล้วไม่มีแฟตมันต้องแบบเบิร์ดกระบาลใครสักคนแล้วเนี่ยอันติใส่เคซันเต้ก็ได้อันติใส่ลูซิกก็ได้ใครก็ได้ขอสักคนหนึ่งแล้วอีควอไลเซอร์เราเล่นเลยเว้ยแต่นี่แบบตายไม่ได้กดอันติลัมเบิลกดอันติไม่โดนใครซาย่าไม่ได้เล่นมันไม่มีใครได้เล่นทั้งนั้นมันไม่มีกับจังหวะคอจังหวะแรกของการเริ่มทีมไฟมาจาก KC เลยยายก็มาช้ามากๆน่าจะวิ่งมาจากล่างวะเมื่อกี้ฟาร์มอยู่
Both carries got shut down by DK without having the impact that they needed to try to make a comeback fight for a KC happen. You can see the desperation, the frustration.
It's almost like you know what am I supposed to do?
DK ต้องแบบว่าเมาส์กับคีย์บอร์ดหลุด disconnect แล้วเดินเข้ามาในบ่อ5 คนเกมนี้เปลี่ยนได้แล้วแบบว่ากรรมการไม่พอให้
Last year to the LCK at first stand. They were one of the underdog stories there.
Yeah.
And here coming in, a lot of momentum. Not even getting the game they got over Honor Life Esports last year.
เอาตันไม่โดนอะไรเลยเมื่อกี้เคฮูโอ้ my god เคฮูตันไม่โดนครับจ่ายแต่บิวไม่โดนอะไรเลย
A little bit of a lie there. The Tibbers was released out as now Equalizer goes down, but look at this. Canna is just limping towards this inner turret. Lucid making his way over, and at least KC will not lose any more than that. But the bounties are up. It's an 8,000 gold lead as we crest the 20-minute mark. D+ are looking for a clean sweep here in this final.
เงินนำ 8,000 ครับ
Mountain Soul comes up, and man, if Mountain Soul is ever picked up by this team, I mean, it's already looking pretty over. That's really over if they get the next break in 5 minutes time.
Decav shut down all the hopes of KC, and especially now with the Nash respawning as well. It's so easy for them to just... They can kind of do whatever they want, to be honest. They can go into KC's jungle, they can take all of Yike's camps, they can stop KC from entering, they can start the Nash.
ผมว่ามันสโนว์บอลดีกว่านะแล้วก็มันไล่ตัวแครี่ประเภทแบบซาย่าได้ดีแบบถ้าถึงตัวซาย่ากดคิวออโต้กดไฮด้ามันแบบมันยกไวมากโอกาสในการคอนเน็กซีมันสูงมากเว้ยมันช่วยให้ใช้ยกได้ง่าย
From the bottom lane to the top, there's just a line of wards halfway from Baron to the base of KC. There's no flanks. There's nothing allowed. And D+ can put their eyes on the Baron here at 21 minutes. They have so much damage. This Rise doesn't have third item just yet.
ดามวอนมันมีส่งเกมอื่นใน EWC ว่ะ
have enough, I think, at this point to start considering.
เขาจะได้ขับพอยต์1,000 แต้มเลยนะ
Trying to stay and look for a pick.
วางอันติไม่โดนสินเฉาเคียวฮู
There's the Crescent Guard as now Yike feels like he's a little bit too far forward. The Realm Warp as Showmaker is going to join the fight as the feathers get pulled back, and KC will be able to hold them at bay at least for the moment. Teleport up here from Yahoo, but you can see Shu, he's on this bottom side of the map. KC going to have to go back and deal with this Cassante as well. And it feels like KC just need to be too many places at once.
Really frustrating to play this one out.
แต่ KC แพ้เหมือนตอน G2 แพ้ไลออนเลยนะ
Anything.
ไม่ทำเลย
DK are just a step above. They've shown their skill in the laning phase and how well they were able to transfer it into the game, not giving any angle. We've barely even had a real team fight. We had like 2.5 over the course of this series because it's just been DK dominating.
It's never been a fair fight.
Yeah.
Never ever a fair fight.
KC ไม่เคยได้ขอไฟเองสักรอบเลย
That was the best fight they got. And even that wasn't a huge win.
And now Smash is 2 levels up, or at least was a few moments ago, has his 3 items.
คือจริงๆคอม DK มันไม่มีตัวสปีดพุทด้วยซ้ำผมไม่แน่ใจว่าทำไม KC ไม่กรุ๊ปอัพเลยแบบประมาณ20 นาทีที่ผ่านมา
The rest of DK, they can just play defense.
She has TP advantage. Kana can't even TP to this Baron if he wanted to.
ใจเลือดไม่เต็มด้วย
Normally, here's the Cassante to hold the line and keep Yike out with Career and Showmaker on this flank. It's just gone.
It's going to have to be perfect, but it doesn't even matter. The Baron is going to be taken here as KC.
Looking
for a potential team fight. There's a Magnus Storm just onto Showmaker to try and escape. And the
โอ้เขาเอ็นเกจเข้ามาครับเอ็กควอไลเซอร์ดีนะเนี่ย
position on this equalizer though. The problem is the wallets are just way too heavy. Lucid dash.
เอาจริงๆ DK ไฟนี้เฮี้ยนะครับแบบเล่นแย่นะ
And tries to keep himself alive. There's a Crescent Guard, and Lucid says good night.
ดาเมจไม่พอครับ
Oh my God.
แต่ว่าเพราะว่าเงินนำอยู่เลยชนะไฟเนี่ยไฟนี้เป็นไฟที่แบบว่าต้องเอาไม้ทีตีก้นทีละคนแต่เงินนำอยู่แต่คาริสกดอันติปุ๊บแล้วคือโดนยัดเลยรีบกดแฟลชโกสเกินไปหน่อยนะไม่ใช่รีบกดอันติเกินไปหน่อยน่าจะค่อยๆกดเขากลัวโดน W Avenger Assemble
in this fight. It's an amazing equalizer, and in a closer game state, maybe that could have been the difference maker, but not in this game 3 of the Grandfinals.
But the fact that Lucid 1v3s this with the Sunder Sky procs gets the triumph.
Sunder Sky นี่มันเป็นไอเทมโคตรมะเร็งเลยเวลาเกมนำอันซับโวเฮีย
KC, they can defend this inner turret at least for the moment. You were talking about a walk 1 minute until that Mountain Soul is on the rift. We'll see whether this game even lasts that long as DK do want to utilize this Baron. 3,500 gold.
DK เหมือนจะมีอยู่3เกมท้วน LL เป็นเกมเดียวที่มา EWC.
Exactly right. It's so much more money here for DK.
คาริสแม่งเกือบโดนวันช็อต
One more time. He's got GA, and so he can actually go down in this battle as Smash
เคียวฮูพยายามล้วงเลยครับ
on the backside of the fight. Showmaker takes out Yike here as they're looking to break open the base. Busio
โอ้รู้โดน
canter away, and Canter at least gets the dash cannon out.
น่าจะเอ็นแล้วนะ
Gonna be able to put him down, and D+ here on the precipice of sweeping the grand final here at
Oh my God 4-5 LCK กำลังจะเป็นแชมป์
There's nothing left in the tank. It was down for 25. Busio's looking for a flank angle here to try to buy some space.
He wants to pull the wave.
Pull it.
He's able to do so. 15 seconds on Yahoo, 10 on Yike.
Yeah, sidesteps the grand entrance quite nicely here. And at least D+
ดึงเฟสสวยว่ะ
forced
ยัง
to
ไม่จ
go
บ
back. The problem is they're forced to go back to a
ว้า
mountain
แปลโซครับ
which is
โซ
going
มั
to
งกร
make
ดิน
this game even more impossible.
Showmaker's just having fun. Look at him on the player cam. He already knows he can see the trophy that he's got. Oh, he can see it in his mind's
He's got his library card out, man. He's like, oh, I'm ready to borrow some books. Everyone's staying quite quiet in here.
Smash looks emotional. He's had an amazing tournament. A big front runner to pick up EWC MVP if they could close this one out.
พยายามจะเปิดสแมชแต่ว่าวิ่งไม่ถึงเนี่ยคาริสโดนนั่นคือ QWER ด้วยคาริสแม่งก็ตายแล้วแบบซินเฉาไม่ยังไม่ทันกดอย่างอื่นเลยอะเกิดจัดอะลูซิด
Lucid lives so long, he has the GA and buys so much time with the Sinsao ultimate as well. And then as you say, Wolf, the fact that the Andy loses 1v1 to the Sivir, they're just having fun.
This is the most terrifying version of Showmaker, by the way, everyone. I don't know whether anyone else's memory goes back the 6 years to when he was the world champion, but that's what he was doing then as well. Just cackling on the stage while he's breaking the dreams of his opposition. Shiu now pushing in towards this top lane inhibitor turret. And in theory, KC's Nexus is still up. But it feels like it's only a matter of time.
They cleared this wave.
Plus Kia are just going to knock it down.
ไม่มีคอลไลเซอร์จะเล่นไฟยังไงอะ
Now they're looking for a pick on the Busio.
Now Busio going to get that Magnet Storm off. Yahoo's still a little ways away. Busio going to fall.
โอ้โหตายทันที
The clone is going to fall. Yike is going to get caught in the offside of the fight though. Showmaker gives him another thumbs up. It's a triple and an ace here for D+.
DK แชมป์ EWC ครับและจะได้มา EWC ปีหน้าแบบการันตีครับ
In the LCK, and now they are the EWC 2026 winners.
600,000 US ดอลลาร์เงินเยอะกว่าไม่ใส่อีก
celebration. The second that ace came across, they were high-fiving across the line, but I think they knew 20 minutes ago
DK เลือกใครไปทำฐานครับ
they didn't mess it up.
ตอนนี้สิ่งที่อยากรู้
They were oppressive in this series.
What an unbelievable performance from D+.
เจ้าของบอกเฮ้ยกูไม่น่าขายบริษัทเลยวะลุงกูไปต่อได้เนี่ยแต่ขายไปแล้วดิได้นั่งเฟิร์สคลาสกลับบ้านเนี่ย
This has just been an incredible journey full of surprise. And this has been such a dominant performance and look what it means.
สมัยได้แชมป์อินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเร็วมากเลยนะขึ้นเทียร์1ปีเดียวได้เลย
You deserve to raise the trophy high in the air. There's one last piece of business that we need to complete, and that is to crush the final key for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Gentlemen, it's part of the process. It's tough. One of you
แค่ซีเดินกลับบ้านไหม
to do this, but before you do,
ได้ออกนอกสนามไหมก่อนแต่จริงๆแฟนคลับน่าจะไม่รู้ดิมันก็มันไม่น่าจะเป็นภาพที่แบบว่าถล่มใส่เหมือนตอนเวลาดีเล่นที่เฟิร์สแซนเลยเพราะอันนี้น่าจะเหนือความคาดหมายนี่เป็น EWC แชมเปี้ยนรอบที่3ของ LCK นะโอเคครัชคีตอนนี้แชมป์นะครับแชมป์ปีนี้นะ First Oh my god First stand คือ BLG MSI คือ HLE และ EWC คือ DK ครับใครจะได้ Worlds ปีนี้กันถ้วยมิกกี้เมาส์นะอันนี้มิกกี้เมาส์ทองคำเลยตังเยอะด้วยดิเสียดายอย่างเดียวคือ DK ไม่มีทีมส่งเยอะครับเขาจะไม่ค่อยได้เงินจากคลับแชมเปี้ยนชิพ แต่เสียงเชียร์ในสนามก็เยอะนะแฟนคลับ DK น่าจะมากันไม่น้อยนะครับน่าสัมภาษณ์อีกยาวตอนนี้คือผมอยากรู้ฐานใช้ทีมอะไรบ้าง
Wow, Chikaeo, congratulations. Since 2021, you couldn't reach an international final. You come back here in Paris 5 years later, and you lift the trophy. So what does it mean to you, and what are you the proudest of in this journey?
일단 쇼메이커 선수 우승 정말 축하드리고요. 질문은 21년도 월드
เลือกได้กี่ทีมเลือกได้3ทีมเขาน่าจะให้เลือกตรงนี้เลย
우승을 다시 한번 들어올리시게 됐습니다. 지금까지 정말 고생이 많으셨을 텐데 지금까지 왔던 순간 그 여정 중에서 정말 가장 자랑스러운 그 면모가 무엇인지 궁금하고요. 순간이 무엇인지 궁금하고요. 그리고 기분이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 네, 이렇게 5년 만에 국제전 결승에 왔는데 우승해서 너무 행복하고 또 네, 오늘 지금 이 순간이 제일 자랑스러운 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean it's been 5 years since the international stage, and yeah, I mean I still feel so proud of myself.
โชว์เมเกอร์คอนแทคถึงปีอะไรนะ29ป่ะ
Ça fait 5 ans que Showmaker n'a pas joué une finale internationale. Il arrive à Paris, il la gagne, et ce qui nous répond, c'est qu'il est trop content, il est débordé évidemment par ses émotions, et il est effectivement enfin soulagé de gagner ce trophée.
Maddox, come and join me over here just for a moment. Korea. Listen to this crowd. Hey, make some noise for Korea right now.
Korea.
This is being described as a Cinderella run.A fairy tale, but it was such a dominant grand final. When did this dream feel like a reality?
DK มีลุ้นเวิลด์ได้เนี่ยคุณเห็นฟอร์มคุณเห็นความสวิงของฟอร์มในทัวร์นาเมนต์ทุกทัวร์นาเมนต์ปีนี้ป่ะผมบอกเลยว่าคนได้แชมป์ทัวร์นาเมนต์ก่อนหน้าไม่เคยเป็นเต็งในทัวร์ถัดไปครับปีนี้ใครได้แชมป์ทัวร์ที่ผ่านมาทั้งหมดคุณอาจจะไม่ได้แชมป์เวิลด์ครับดูจากสถิติการได้ถ้วยที่ผ่านมาในปีนี้แล้ว
In the early phase of the bot lane, I initially realized that like our first kills came out there in the game 3. Yeah, we were up 2-0. We had a great start.
ล่าสุดมีข่าวแต่ผมตีเกไว้ก่อนนะล่าสุดมีข่าวว่า BLG กำลังหาออปชั่นในท็อปเลนคนใหม่นะครับเขาจะเบนช์บินแต่ว่าผมคิดว่าข่าวนี้น่าจะยังไม่น่าใช่ของจริง
Congratulations for such an incredible performance. I want to know
Smash MVPว่ะ
right now. How did you manage to reach that top level of the world in League of Legends?
지금 이렇게 정상에 서신 소감이 어떠신지
แล้วอายุอย่างน้อย
일단 너무
เล่นได้อีกเป็น10 ปีอะ
이렇게 제가 오늘
อนาคตไกลเลย
MVP까지
Smash
받고 너무 가장 기억에 남는 생일일 것 같습니다.
FMVP ได้กี่บาทวะ 25,000 US ประมาณ 800,000 ชิวๆรับเต็มคนเดียวเลยขออย่าแบบว่ามีข่าวโกงเงินออกมาแบบหลังจาก EWC ชนะแล้วแบบว่าเจ้าของขายทีมเสร็จแล้วขโมยเงินแล้วหนีอ่ะ
Congratulations.
Wow, talk about a birthday gift.
วันเกิดเหรอ
20 years old. Congratulations, Smash, once
วัน
again.
เกิด
Our
อายุ
survey
20 พอดี
Now we've crushed the key. We've raised the trophy. There's only one thing left to do, Lou. Gentlemen, you need to go to the totem.
이제 토템으로 가셔서 이제 본인의 이름을 새길 시간입니다. 앞으로 가시죠.
Please take the trophy with you as well.
You can bring the trophy with you as well.
트로피 가져가시고요. 네.
It's gonna be the moment that D Plus Kia writes their name on the wall in the history of the EWC, mesdames et messieurs. Encore une fois, faites du bruit.
โอเคเขาน่าต้องเอาไอ้สามเหลี่ยมนั้นไปประดับอยู่บนเขาเรียกอะไรโมโนลิทน่าต้องเอาไปแปะบนโมโนลิทก็จะเป็นที่มันเป็นแบบมีหลายเกมแล้วก็มีชื่อทีมแชมป์แต่ละเกม
3-0 fashion. The players on the rift, the blue wall themselves, could not stop this young squad with their superstar veteran of getting it done and becoming the third ever winner at EWC of League of Legends.
I think there was a lot of doubt for this team, this organization coming into this tournament. But today there was no doubt. A 3-0 victory, so decisive. And for this young squad alongside this veteran in the mid lane, this is really such a huge achievement for these players.
It feels bad for French, but I gotta speak out. This is the moment when we waiting for DK. And now they're here to
ขอบคุณสำหรับกิฟต์ซับ1กิฟต์นะครับขอบคุณมากเลยครับ
mark their team name in the history.
รอยมือโคตรชัดโลแม่งเงาจัดเอาเว้ยถาดส้มตำเว้ยแซ่บแน่นอนคืนนี้ซื้อมะละกอด่วน เดินไกลจังมันต้องเดินจากสเตจไปที่โมโนลิทอ่ะก็ไกลอยู่ครับ
They've taken down every single strong bot lane in the world.
Shiwu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, and Career. D plus Kia will pick their keys at the totem. And they have arrived. As they choose the 3 teams they are going to add to their trophy.
ไทเลวันวะ
Congratulations. Happy for you guys. Which 3 teams are you going to be adding to your trophy?
First team? Oh, yeah, first team.
First team?
To the guy in the suit.
All 3. Black one. It's going to be all 3.
BLG.
เลือกทีมครับ อยากเอาทีมไหนมาทำฐานครับ BLG 1ทีมแรกคือ BLG เอาละเศษของคีย์ BLG จะเป็นฐานของดามวอนครับ
Gen G
โอ้ my god นั่นทีมอะไรอ่ะ
And finally, your last.
เมื่อกี้ทีมอะไรอ่ะเอากูดูไม่ทัน Gen G
Carmine Core.
KC โอ้ my god Gen G BLG KC ก็คือ3ทีมที่เขาชนะในเพลย์ออฟเลือกเรียงขึ้นมาเลย
듣고 싶습니다.
저희가 토너먼트 8강전부터 만나왔던 팀들이었기 때문에 그래서 BLG, 젠지, KC 순으로 골랐습니다.
โดนทุกลีกยกเว้น NA เพราะ NA ไม่เข้ารอบ8ทีม
From the start, so yeah, we chose BLG, Gen G, and KC in a row.
Now the fans really showed up for you guys here. I know you were getting booed. There's a lot of KC fans. Your fans were almost as loud as they were. Little in numbers, loud in voice. How do you feel about that?
사실 정말 많은 KC 응원단 앞에서도
คุณไม่รักไลออนแล้ว
쉽지 않고 정말 디플러스 기아를
มันตกรอบ
많은 팬분들이 파리에 현장에 계셨거든요. 그래서 그 부분이 좀 어떠셨는지 궁금합니다.
มันเป็นแผนของ NA ที่ไม่อยากไปที่รองทาน
그때부터 KC 팬분들께서 야유가 심하시더라고요. 근데 뭔가 그런 부분에서 저는 저 팬분들을 이제 DK 팬으로 만들 수 있다는 자신감이 있어가지고 그래가지고 좀 뭔가 마음이 계속 설레면서 게임했던 것 같아요.
ปีที่แล้วเป็นไงจริงๆพี่เราเลือกใครบ้างนะผมจำไม่ได้แล้วแต่รู้ว่ามีทีวันใช่ปะ
It's so exciting to just feel that turning the KC crowd into us would be possible, and I was confident with it.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you guys. And with that being said, you can now place your trophy atop the totem.
이제 토템을 바로 새길 시간입니다. 바로 앞으로 가시죠.
It's been a long road here for Showmaker since the last time that he's lifted a major trophy. Time and time again, he's risen up alongside multiple different teammates and has fallen short. They've rebuilt with Lucid, with
ผม
Career,
ชอบโมโนลิทนะมันดู
with
สวยดี
Smash, and with Shiwu. They come in to EWC 2026 as major underdogs.
เช็ดแค่ผมนึกว่าต้องปีนโต๊ะไม่ใช่นี่หว่าแม่งมีลิฟต์ตอนแรกเห็นเฮ้ยมึงโต๊ะเหรอวะนี่กูต้องปีนโต๊ะเพื่อมันแปะดูแบบดูถูกเลยอ๋อแม่งเป็นลิฟต์
has led them to this moment, to the totem of the Esports World Cup. In 2026, they etched their names in the echelons of history. D plus Kia, your 2026 EWC winners.
เอาเกมแรกเลยว่าเอาเกมที่6มั้งครับ6หรือ7 6มั้งคิดว่า6โดต้าน่าจะจบไปแล้ว Wifi ก็จบไปแล้ววะ
As they lift it one more time, the winners of 2026
Dota แข่งอยู่
EWC League of Legends. It is D plus Kia.
I cannot think of a team who's had to overcome so many trials to get to this point. Moments like career, tears in his eyes when
ส้มตำเว้ย
in
แซ่บแซ่บ
LCK
แซ่บ
managed to overcome that and fight back, and this is a team of
ยกแล้วยกอีกถ่ายหลายรอบ
who've gotten to the finals and won this trophy on the back of grit and determination.
ถ่าส้มตำ600,000 US
the ending of D plus Kia of like they were thinking
ได้กี่บาท600,000 US ครับประมาณ18 ล้านตีก็อาจจะเกือบ20ได้อยู่
D plus Kia rising up once again to Showmaker with this wrestling.
Redemption then for their perseverance, for bringing this squad together. Showmaker sighing a big sigh of relief when it ended. And also big props to Lucid for always being so confident in his picks of the teams, of the pieces
น่าจ่ายคอนแทคได้ทั้งทีมปะ
that D plus Kia made them leave behind.
Once again, your 2026 EWC League of Legends title winners, alongside their staff, say their name, and it will say on for history. It is D plus Kia.
สตาฟโค้ชครับผู้มันดูซีวีแม็กครับแค่ซีวีแม็กมันคุมทีมจนได้อินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเหลือเชื่อเลยวะเขากลับที่โต๊ะอะไรสิทธิ์ป่ะหรือเขาจบเลยพวกมันดูทีวันป่ะใช่ น่าจบแล้วนะคิดว่าน่าจบแล้วก็น่าจะประมาณนี้สำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นะฮะมาได้ดู2วันสุดท้ายรอบชิงมันไม่ค่อยหนุกอะแบบว่าเกมมันขาดไม่จะมีจังหวะสวนไม่มีช็อตแบบสูสีเลยน่าเสียดายเดี๋ยวเราดูกันต่อว่า DK จะทำผลงานเป็นอย่างไรนะครับใน LCK เพราะว่า DK ทำผลงานที่ EWC ดีแค่ไหนก็แล้วแต่ว่าไม่มีโควต้าการันตีใดๆให้ไป Worlds นะครับถ้าเกิดว่าอยากได้แชมป์ Worlds ต้องคัดต่อตอนนี้เนี่ยทีมที่การันตี Worlds ทีมเดียวคือ HLE แล้วก็ LCK จะเริ่มสัปดาห์หน้านะครับวันพุธหน้าไม่ใช่พุธนี้นะพุธหน้านะครับวันพรุ่งนี้เรามี Light and Rift แล้วก็วันอังคารมีเคสป้าแบบ Watch Party แบบจับเวลา
ดูลำบากตาย
CV Max สถานการณ์เป็นยังไงบ้างครับกับทีมวิจารณ์ซัพพอร์ตของทีม DK ให้หน่อยครับ
ซัพพอร์ตของ DK วันนี้เล่นแบบโคตรมาสเตอร์พีซนะคือเอาตรงผมคิดว่าซับ DK วันนี้เล่นดีมากแต่เกมเชนเลยอะเกมเชนที่แฟลชบังคิวรีซินช็อตนั้นนะผมว่าแบบองลงแล้วอะแล้วหลังจากนั้นทุกเกมก็คือเดินดีกว่าบูซิโอทั้งหมดบูซิโอเดินเกมกระจุยเมื่อวานนะเมื่อคืนแต่วันนี้บูซิโอไม่ได้เดินเลยส่วนหนึ่งมาจากการเล่นของคาเรียด้วยที่เล่นค่อนข้างดีนะครับแล้วก็ผมว่าเขาอัปเกรดขึ้นเยอะนะจากตอนต้นปีผมว่าต้นปีนี่ยังหลอนๆอยู่เลยแบบดึงพลาดเข้าพลาดแบบหยิบลุนผิดนั่นแหละเคสปาครับอะแล้วก็อัปเกรดทั้งเมนทัลทั้งเกมเพลย์มาถือว่าเป็นซัพพอร์ตที่น่าจับตามองนะจริงๆได้แชมป์อินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลผมว่าทุกคนในทีมตอนนี้คือได้โอกาสระยะยาวไปเต็มๆถ้าเกิดว่าปลายปีนี้ไม่ได้เล่นแย่สมมุติว่า DK ได้ไป World จะทำผลงานใน World ได้ดีโรสเตอร์นี้ทั้งโรสเตอร์ก็จะแอมราคาขึ้นไปได้เยอะมากแบบค่าตัวตอนนี้ตีเป็นเงินไทยผมไม่รู้ว่าเงินจริงเขาเท่าไหร่อ่ะสมมติว่าค่าตัวตอนนี้1,000 บาทจบปีนี้ค่าตัวคือ10,000 บาทได้เลยเพราะว่าทุกคนในทีมยกเว้นโชเมกราคาถูกหมดถ้าพูดตรงๆคือคอนแทคไม่ได้แพงนี่คือแบบโอกาสครั้งใหญ่ของทีมมากๆนะครับส่วน CV Max ก็ผมคิดว่าไม่เคยมีอัปเดตสถานการณ์อะไรเกี่ยวกับ CV Max นะที่ผ่านมานะไม่ได้มีข่าวอะไรเพิ่มเติมก็คนด่าต่อนะครับคนที่เฉยๆก็เฉยๆต่อไปส่วน LCK ก็ไม่ได้แอคชั่นอะไรหรือมีสถานการณ์อะไรพิเศษก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นแบบนี้ต่อแต่เนี่ยอย่างว่านะพอได้แชมป์อินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลอ่ะไม่ว่า CV Max จะทำอะไรอ่ะมันก็จะยากขึ้นในการที่แบบว่าคนจะรู้สึกว่าแบบเฮ้ย CV Max ควรโดนลงโทษหรือโดนแบบโดนนู่นโดนนี่อะไรเงี้ยมันจะยิ่งยากขึ้นเพราะว่าเขาดันพูดว่าวิธีของเขาสามารถพาทีมไปเป็นแชมป์ได้ไงใครที่แบบไม่ชอบแนวทางของ CV Max ก็อาจจะต้องทำใจตรงนั้นนะฮะก็ประมาณนี้สำหรับคำถามเมื่อกี้โอเคหาเพลงก่อนเราลากันด้วยเพลงอะไรดีนะนี่กันเพลงแบบฮึกเหิมหน่อยโอเคไปก่อนนะทุกคนไว้เจอกันนะครับเจอกันวันพรุ่งนี้ 20:00 นนะครับแล้วฉันวิบนะวันนี้ไปก่อนแล้วบ๊ายบายพักผ่อนครับ